Azure Moon. It really was Azure Moon. Not even in his dreams had Xia Fei imagined that he would run into humanity's strongest warrior in the 7-star steels. Xia Fei had used everything to take down Mu Tianbai, draining him of energy, and then using the mystical armaments of the heavenly demons to break Mu Tianbai's mutant soul gem. But what about Azure Moon? Xia Fei was facing a peak Azure Moon, brimming with energy and completely unharmed. If Autumn Erudite of the 5 ancient apexes was a god of the annihilation universe, Azure Moon was the undisputed king of gods. He had stood at the apex of the universe for countless epochs. He had never once been defeated. Xia Fei clenched his fists. Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix all acted like they were facing down a powerful foe. Azure Moon had black triangular eyes. Even though they showed no emotion, they still radiated a harsh savagery. Looking Xia Fei over, Azure Moon said coldly, "To say it bluntly, you really have only 3 kinds of strategies. The first is your speed. With your speed that has gone beyond the limits of speed, you put yourself in an undefeatable position from the very start. You defeat anyone you can defeat, and if you can't win, you just run. It's not like anyone can catch up to you. Because you possess this most heaven-defying speed that is incredibly difficult to achieve, you are particularly bold and also particularly annoying, like an unkillable fly. Ordinary warriors who run into you can only bemoan their misfortune." Azure Moon paused a moment before continuing. "Second, you have many hidden cards. Not that you really have an innumerable number of powerful weapons. Your mystical armaments are very powerful, but they are quite countable. It's just that you understand how to keep them hidden so that they can catch your foes unaware. And your acting is also extremely good, always making others underestimate you. And anyone who ends up underestimating you ends up making a fatal mistake, all of your weapons coming out and blasting away at them. Someone not mentally prepared for this will naturally die." Xia Fei felt a chill run down his back. Xia Fei wasn't the only person in the world who understood analysis, and Azure Moon was a master analyst. He had completely seen through Xia Fei. Azure Moon laughed coldly, and then he added something that made Xia Fei's blood run cold. "Third, you're a rare energy-type expert. When the battle enters the close combat phase, where one's life is on the line, energy becomes the deciding factor. And not only do you have speed and hidden cards, you have more energy than others. In this way, even if you didn't have speed or those weapons, you would be able to beat the enemy in terms of energy. My old friend Mu Tianbai lost to you exactly in terms of energy. Mu Tianbai squeezed himself dry fighting all the way here, but you've managed to maintain an astonishing energy reserve, thus gaining the firm upper hand. No matter how many tricks Mu Tianbai had, he couldn't use them without energy, so you were able to bully him around." Xia Fei said nothing. Azure Moon's 3 points were right on the mark. Yes, Xia Fei had relied on those 3 things to get this far. Right now, in front of the King of Gods, Xia Fei had already revealed all his hidden cards. He was no longer a mystery, no longer a grinning person of insignificance. There were always people in the universe who looked down on others. Anyone who had looked down on Xia Fei was already dead, but Azure Moon had a very high opinion of Xia Fei and had analyzed him as such. He had peeled away at Xia Fei's layers and analyzed how this lowly character had managed to defy the heavens. The results were right in front of him. Azure Moon had completely seen through Xia Fei. He knew the secrets to Xia Fei's survival. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Fei said, "Since you know so much, then you should also know that I've never had a habit of conceding, nor do I know fear. Since you're a godlike existence, then I'd like to try my hand at slaying a god of shamelessness like you." Unreasonable. Xia Fei was as unreasonable as ever as he roared at Azure Moon. Furball and Little Goldie assumed combat positions while Radix brought the Nirvana Fiend blade in front of Xia Fei. "Humph." Azure Moon scoffed. Staring at Xia Fei, he said, "The Fiend race don't care for rules, so they deserve death. Today I'll kill you. I will seize the 7-star steels, and then I will watch with my own eyes as your kin and friends all die. Pleasure. Nothing else in my life could make me feel more pleasure." Bang! Xia Fei exploded forward. He was waving around the Fiend King's scepter like a thunder god's whip, creating graceful lines in the air as he lashed at Azure Moon. At the same time, Xia Fei accumulated the power of the law of primal chaos in his left fist. Rumble. This battle began with a heaven-shaking boom. Xia Fei and Azure Moon moved so quickly that nobody could see how exactly the first exchange had gone. All they could see was a dizzying number of afterimages mixing together. When the two of them became visible again, the first round had ended. Xia Fei and Azure Moon stood opposite other. The Fiend King's scepter had bounced off, while Xia Fei's left fist was shaking while blood flowed from between his fingers. Azure Moon was holding up a white moon in one hand, a smug smile on his face. Azure Moon was still the same Azure Moon, but in his hands was a pure vessel of energy made of spirit power. Like a moon suspended in the sky, it had a diameter of more than 100 meters. The Fiend King's scepter had bounced off that bright moon, and Xia Fei's fist was injured because it had struck the moon. There was nothing strange about that. When there was a terrifying amount of spirit compressed into a dense mass, it would become extremely tough. No armor or weapon could compare to that high-purity mass of energy. It was no wonder Azure Moon didn't even wear armor. His unfathomable amount of energy meant he didn't need armor. It was no wonder Azure Moon didn't use weapons, because his energy was superior to all weapons. Smiling, Azure Moon said in a deep voice, "I forgot to tell you, I'm also an energy type." Zing, Xia Fei paled. As it was often said, energy was the foundation of everything for a warrior, the origin of all combat techniques. Having energy meant having limitless combat power. Azure Moon belonged to the most fundamental type of warrior, the energy type, but his energy surpassed the comprehension of everyone else. Even Xia Fei, who was an expert in controlling energy, couldn't compare to him. Your Fiend King scepter is pretty good. It seems to have 20 million units of energy. Alas, this isn't even worth considering, for I, Azure Moon, possess 100 million units of energy. Azure Moon laughed arrogantly, completely looking down on Xia Fei. Xia Fei was stunned. 100 million standard units of energy? Xia Fei was already an expert among experts when it came to energy control, and he only had 20 million units of spirit energy. Then what was Azure Moon? A god of energy? With this crazy amount of energy, Xia Fei had crushed countless foes, but now, he had found an adversary. This wasn't just Xia Fei versus Azure Moon. It was energy type versus energy type. For the first time in history, all of Xia Fei's hidden cards had been seen through. For the first time in history, Xia Fei's energy reserve was utterly inferior. 20 million versus 100 million. A full 5 times the difference. An absolute gap. Swallowing, Xia Fei furrowed his brow. I really didn't think that you would be this powerful of an energy user. Azure Moon laughed and pointed at Xia Fei. You relied on your energy to crush others, so I'm sure you're well aware of how powerful energy is. You still have time to beg. I can give you a more comfortable death, not like those people outside, who will be flayed alive by the dragons and then be turned into soulless puppets. Xia Fei wiped his mouth and said grimly, The people outside are my family and friends. For them, I can't lose this battle. Azure Moon was annoyed, and his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Of course you won't lose. All you will do is die. Moon shatter. Azure Moon flicked his wrist, and the brilliant moon came apart with a thunderous boom, exploding into countless crescent blades. Lunar gravity. Azure Moon bellowed. He turned half of the moon in his hand into flying blades, leaving only the lower half of the moon. But this half-moon of energy was able to emit a powerful gravity. Xia Fei instantly felt a powerful pull, and he began to slow down. He could no longer dodge. Bang, 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 bang. In a series of heartbreaking explosions, Xia Fei, Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix were all sent flying. Waning moon. The countless little moons formed into a half-moon that hurtled towards Xia Fei. Rumble. Xia Fei's body plummeted like a comet. He smashed into the ground, and then bounced high into the air. Smashed into the ground. Bounced high into the air. You want to fight me? You're not qualified. I am Azure Moon, the energy-type lunar master. Azure Moon laughed, looking at the ping-ponging Xia Fei with ridicule and scorn. Xia Fei had a fierce personality. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would rush up and try to bite them. This was the first time ever that Xia Fei and his pack of fiends were being suppressed from the very first second of the battle. They were at a complete disadvantage. His body trembling, Xia Fei struggled to his feet like a wounded beast, straightening his body. As he raised his head, 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his lips. Outside the 7-star steels, the last base of the evil Shadow Dragoons. The battle was far more bitter than could be imagined. The innumerable forces of the Infernal Legion locked in battle with the Dragoons. People were dying every second, blood flowing like rivers. Rivers flowing into seas. Almost every warrior had injuries, but no one complained, and no one retreated. The flashing black star on the distant 7-star steels inspired all of them. No retreat is allowed. Xia Fei has already reached the last level of the 7-star steels. We have to support him. To wait until he returns victorious. No retreat. No retreat. No retreat. The dragoons let out deafening roars as they threw themselves into the fray. If they were injured, they roughly bandaged their wounds before going back in. If they were injured again, they forsook even bandaging their wounds and chose to fight to the death. The cruelty of this war was unimaginable. One of Xia Fei's good friends, one of the custodian slaves, had his left arm torn off, but he continued to fight, dragging the remnants of the arm around, not even grunting. Xia Guanghai had taken a thrust to the ribs, but he had pulled out that saber and stabbed an enemy in the eye with it. Gruesome and tragic scenes like this were playing out all over the battlefield. What kept them fighting was none other than Xia Fei. No one believed that Xia Fei would lose, but none of them knew how powerful and savage the foe he was fighting was. Blood trickled from the corners of Xia Fei's mouth, salty to the taste. Xia Fei stuck out his tongue and licked the blood, and then his lips formed a faint smile. He extended his middle finger in the gesture commonly used on Earth. It was simple and represented a curse word. Want to make me concede? This is my answer, Xia Fei said lightly. Azure Moon was startled, his brow creasing. Moon shatter. Waning moon. Lunar gravity. As a powerful energy-type lunar master, Azure Moon had used 3 of his major techniques in a row, displaying his extraordinary power. But not only had this failed to make Xia Fei submit, it had only set his will to fight ablaze. A whoa! Furball shook the dust off his body and let out a furious howl. All of his fur bristled. There was also little Goldie, dumbly raising his head. The current situation was very strange. Azure Moon clearly had the upper hand, but he had somehow accidentally encouraged this pack of monsters. Xia Fei, Furball, and little Goldie were all reckless things, getting stronger when they encountered powerful opponents. Radix's personality was somewhat weaker, but after following Xia Fei for long, he would also never concede. He glared at Azure Moon while panting for breath. What proud fellows! Their pride was in their bones. Even though they had been brutally beaten, Xia Fei and his pack of fiends continued to glare imperiously at Azure Moon, overflowing with murderous intent and fiendish energy. Tough enough. As expected of my brothers. Xia Fei looked at Furball and little Goldie and said, "There's nothing else to say. Today, we'll battle to the death." A whoa! Furball and little Goldie bellowed in unison. All of them lunged out together. Critical strike. Critical strike. Critical strike. Xia Fei stopped testing the waters and went all out, using his speed to hammer again and again at that brilliant moon. The Fiend King's scepter, this lightning whip, lashed through the air again and again. Xia Fei's greatest attribute was speed, so he had added his insane speed to the Fiend King's scepter. The Fiend King's scepter became a whip that could lash open the heavens. Empowered by speed, the whip's trajectory became extremely unpredictable and extremely precise. It was like comets whizzing through the air, all of them constantly turning and circling as the lightning whip constantly moved around. It created numerous curves in the air as it lashed away at the moon. Xia Fei didn't believe that Azure Moon's brilliant moon of energy couldn't be broken. In the face of diligence, metal and stone would break. He had decided to use constant attacks to break open this moon. Furball and little Goldie had learned their lesson and chose to make long-distance attacks. Furball's energy attacks were white, while little Goldie's dark space attacks were black. These were like the legendary black and white devils, and they were also like 2 wall-mounted cannons behind Xia Fei, constantly barraging his foe. Radix controlled the Nirvana Fiend Blade, the 10-sided Fiend Blade smashing down from above again and again, trying to open a crack in the moon. The Fiend Blade was a blade that devoured everything. So long as the fiend blade could thrust in, it could even absorb 100 million units of energy. The attacks from Xia Fei's group were strong, but Azure Moon was Azure Moon, a powerful lunar master. His body had fused with that white mass of energy, making it completely impossible to sense his energy. Then, the moon began to attack. Xia Fei produced the weapons of the Sky Devils, the paired comets. The paired comets were very strange. Their handle was in the center, a short blade extending from both sides. Xia Fei twisted the handle, and the blades immediately grew to a length of around a meter, becoming two long blades. Sky Devil Forgotten Veil and Sky Devil Wong Forgotten Trouble had been twins. Their weapons could be used separately or together, and they could also extend or shorten. Xia Fei spun the paired comets so quickly that they left behind numerous afterimages. "Follow me," Xia Fei shouted, jumping into the air and swinging the blade around. Every one of Xia Fei's weapons had a specialty. The Flying Eagle Plume was for defense. The Fiend Blade absorbed energy. Peacock Blue could control and bind. The Fiend King Scepter could be infused with energy. And as for the paired comets, they were extremely sharp. Double the blades, double the sharpness. So long as Xia Fei could open up a hole in this moon and insert the Fiend Blade, there was a hope of victory. A blade flashed, a white demonic silhouette. This strike made Xia Fei feel like he was cutting through tofu, and Xia Fei immediately had a bad feeling. The moon parted down the middle along the trajectory of the blade, and then the two halves flew through the air at Furball and Little Goldie. "Not good," Xia Fei shouted. He had never imagined that while he had been trying to take down Azure Moon was thinking of a way to take down his comrades. Furball and Little Goldie had been behind Xia Fei, but now that Xia Fei had gotten close to attack, Azure Moon had gone around Xia Fei to attack his allies. Bang! Bang! With two mighty booms, Little Goldie and Furball were sent flying by the collision. On the battlefield, the warriors would occasionally look up to the last of the 7-star steels. There was another deafening boom. Nobody knew that Xia Fei was desperately fighting against Azure Moon. They still thought that, just like before, Xia Fei was preparing to break through the God-surpassing stairs. But the real situation was far from what they had imagined. Xia Fei had encountered an adversary, an enemy who surpassed him by a lot. I must be like Xia Fei. He's probably planning to smash that stone steel. Xia Guqing laughed, and the Skywing Wolves laughed with him. The war drums thundered. This was the signal for the dragoons to counterattack with all their might. This was one of countless counterattacks. In any case, when the enemies attacked, the dragoons would beat them back. This endless defensive battle around the 7-star steels showed no signs of stopping. In the distance, the dragons continued to stand there proudly. They were unmoved by the battle in the distance, watching as the Hell Brigade, Night Owls, and White Owls died in large numbers. For the dragons, wearing out the dragoons was a victory. How many of the Hell Brigade had died? They didn't care. Even if they all died, they still wouldn't care. But the Devil Shadow Dragoons were different. They were all brothers who had been fighting alongside each other for many years. A dragoon hugged the body of his brother and wailed mournfully. It was tragic to behold. Wiping his tears, the man picked up his brother's weapon and threw himself into the fray. Another slaughter commenced. Nothing honored the souls of the deceased more than killing. These iron-blooded men were putting their lives on the line. In one day, nearly 5 million Hell Brigade had died on this battlefield. The losses of the dragoons had exceeded 20,000. The dragoons were putting their lives on the line, and so was Xia Fei. Xia Fei's fists were mangled pieces of flesh. He had used the law of primal chaos so many times that his twin-wing roars had been obliterated long ago. It's useless. Energy is the foundation of everything, and I have several times your energy. No matter how many more cards you have, so long as I have the advantage in energy, what can you do to me? Azure Moon laughed brazenly. Around them, the world had been turned upside down. This battle had been far more intense than anyone imagined. The 7th level of the 7-star steels was extremely vast and extremely tough. But even the 7-star steels were damaged all over the place. Xia Fei even suspected that this stone steel would eventually collapse. Xia Fei had done most of the damage, his frenzied attacks threatening the very existence of the 7-star steels themselves. Yet he still couldn't shake Azure Moon's powerful energy. Was defeat inevitable? Was Azure Moon, who possessed more energy than Xia Fei? Simply invincible? There is a law in this universe, a law that can never be broken: energy. No matter how strong you are, you cannot overturn the existence of energy. Energy is defense and offense, the strongest combat power there is. Azure Moon said loudly. Xia Fei was unmoved, shaking his head and saying, "No, there is no law in the universe that can't be overturned. Your energy seems formidable, but that's all because I haven't found a way to break it down. Still unrepentant. If you've got the skill, why don't you try and move me? From start to finish, I really haven't moved much. But you're as tired as a dog." Azure Moon's words were thick with ridicule, enraging Furball and Little Goldie. Suddenly, Xia Fei did something weird, throwing the Fiend King's scepter onto the ground. The golden scepter thumped down as the 20 million units of spirit energy returned to Xia Fei. Radix was startled. What was Xia Fei doing? He wasn't using a weapon? Was he planning to turn his body into a weapon? Whoosh! Xia Fei let out a long breath, and once more was bursting with energy. 20 million units of spirit energy, while not enough to bask open that moon, was enough to make Xia Fei brim with energy. He opened his eyes, which were blood red. He slowly began to let out peacock blue. Even throwing away your weapon, you're doing nothing more than digging your own grave. Azure Moon spat. Whoosh! Xia Fei made a critical strike, charging forth. Xia Fei had taken back the 20 million units of spirit power because he had understood something. Perhaps he had been too focused on weapons and hidden cards. It had made him forget something. What was Xia Fei's strongest trump card? What was Xia Fei's strongest weapon? The fiendish blade Nirvana? The immemorial mystical armament? The Fiend King scepter? None of them. Not one of them. Ha! Peacock blue unfurled. Like the claws of a demon, it grabbed Azure Moon. Crackle! Hiss! The moon had 100 million units of spirit power. The moment Peacock blue grabbed it, there was a terrible sound, like a hand grabbing a red-hot metal sphere. Peacock blue was enduring enormous pressure as it was injured by an uncountable amount of energy. But as a weed, Peacock blue was the hardiest weed in the universe. It held out against the damage and refused to let go. Killing an enemy needed only 2 steps. The first step was seizing them. The second step was killing them. Xia Fei swung his left fist with all his might. Everyone realized to their shock that Xia Fei was even faster after recovering the energy from the Fiend King scepter. His punch traveled at more than 200 million meters per second. His body erupted with ghostly flames and fiend energy as Xia Fei attacked Azure Moon at more than 200 million meters per second, punching again and again and again. It was difficult to imagine how much explosive force was packed into a punch traveling at more than 200 million meters per second. The fist was traveling close to the speed of light. Berserk. The most berserk assault. A berserk assault that could sunder the heavens had begun. The bright moon let out a mournful wail. This was Xia Fei's ultimate trump card. His strongest weapon, his ultimate trump card, had never been some weapon. It was himself. Speed created a qualitative change. In normal circumstances, Xia Fei couldn't make his speed hit 200 million. Attacking at this speed not only required the support of energy, it also required Xia Fei to get infinitesimally close to his biological limits. This was naturally very dangerous, for Xia Fei had only cultivated to the 2nd level of the chilled ligament Ghost Valley, so his body wasn't strong enough to sustain this speed for long. But Xia Fei no longer cared about such things. Familiar faces flashed past his eyes. Whether it was Charlie, Old Andre, Wulong, or Moon Song, Chen Dong, Qin Mang, or his Skywings brothers, or the Lionheart race's Oro. All of them were existences that Xia Fei cherished. Of course, there was also Avril, Xia Fei's most beloved woman. The greater one's ability, the greater one's duty. If Xia Fei lost to this despicable Azure Moon, to the wicked dragon race, the flames of war would spread all the way to Xia Fei's front door. All life would be imperiled, and all that Xia Fei cherished would be destroyed. Xia Fei could not let that happen. Yes, Xia Fei was very crazy, but that was only to his enemies. To his family and brothers, Xia Fei was a most trustworthy existence. At this stage, there was no need to think. He just needed to fight with everything he had. Xia Fei's eyes were red as blood. His fist moved at nearly the speed of light. punching again and again at Azure Moon. Azure Moon truly was very powerful. He was an energy-type lunar master, protected by a moon made of pure energy, but Xia Fei was confident that there was nothing in this universe that couldn't be broken. He just needed to be fierce enough, ruthless enough, and then he could tear apart the heavens themselves. There was a titanic thundering. It was transmitted from the seven-star steels all the way to the battlefield, where it sounded like the pounding of war drums in the ears of the dragoons. No one knew what was happening in the seven-star steels, but that intense rumbling encouraged everyone on the battlefield to hold on. At the start, Azure Moon really hadn't taken Xia Fei seriously. He had the bright moon protecting him, and no one could break the crystallized mass of 100 million units of spirit power. The most frustrating of all was Peacock Blue. This toughest weed of the universe, the dragon-binding rope, had restrained him tightly, preventing him from moving. That was not a lethal threat. While hiding within the moon of energy, Azure Moon even had time to laugh and watch in boredom as Xia Fei continued to blast away at the moon. But what he hadn't expected was that Xia Fei was Xia Fei because there was no limit to his madness. An hour soon passed. After using the dragon-binding rope to restrain Azure Moon, Xia Fei had battered away at the moon for a whole hour. Azure Moon was stunned by Xia Fei's madness. There were many madmen in the universe, but were any of them as insane as Xia Fei? He knew that he was just an egg throwing itself at a rock, but he still kept attacking crazily, with no signs of stopping. With each punch, blood splattered. Xia Fei swung his bloody fists, which were as crimson as his eyes, which radiated murderous intent. A bone-chilling murderous intent. It was like Xia Fei wasn't looking to kill any particular person, but to kill the entire universe. As the old saying went, a single burning soldier could set an entire army aflame. The crazed Xia Fei would inevitably bring a pack of madmen with him. Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix had all gone crazy. From different directions, they barraged crazily Azure Moon. His energy levels rapidly falling. Azure Moon could sense that these insane attacks were making his bright moon weaker and weaker. His energy levels dropped to 99 million, 98 million, 97 million, 95 million. Even worse was that Peacock Blue still had Azure Moon bound up, turning him into a punching bag. It was mistaken to think that Peacock Blue was weaker just because it had become a tool for capturing enemies. After all, this was the dragon-binding rope, an absurd mystical armament that even megadragons couldn't escape from. Although Peacock Blue's attack power had seemingly fallen, its ability to restrain enemies had soared. Powerful energy constantly assailed Peacock Blue's appendages, but the most tenacious weed of the universe was unmoved. With its insane vitality, it healed those injuries and continued to hold onto Azure Moon grimly, locking him in a death grip. It was a bizarre situation. Xia Fei led his pack of fiends in pummeling humanity's strongest lunar master. Energy levels at 93 million, 91 million, 87 million. The moon was constantly shrinking, and its defensive power plunged as it did. It was all because of Xia Fei's crazed and unreasonable attacks. He just kept attacking. Azure Moon even began to suspect that Xia Fei really might break his moon. He began to worry and began to fear. After all, Azure Moon was human, not a madman like Xia Fei who knew no fear. Xia Fei's obsession had turned into a mental shadow for Azure Moon, making him overthink things. What would Azure Moon do if Xia Fei broke the moon? And what would he do if Xia Fei couldn't? But Xia Fei didn't care about the result. His suffocating obsession had made Azure Moon have all sorts of thoughts, but there was only one thought on Xia Fei's mind: destroy this moon and kill his enemy. A true warrior could have no reservations. Many times now, Xia Fei had left his beloved Avril back at home, not even seeing her for many months. This was precisely because he didn't want to have anything holding him back. This was the only way he could throw himself into the battlefield. Just because he could do it didn't mean that other people could. The blue moon made of energy had turned red, a moon of blood, died in Xia Fei's blood. This was Xia Fei's madness. When he was set on something, he would do it, even if he died, not caring for the methods or the consequences. Bang! Suddenly, the moon shrank considerably as Azure Moon called the energy back into his body. He quickly used the sudden opening in Peacock Blue's grip to move back and flee. Yes, flee. Xia Fei's reckless methods had forced Azure Moon to flee. Looking in disbelief at the blood-drenched and crazed form of Xia Fei, Azure Moon said in a trembling voice, "You are the first person in history to make me undo my moon and run. Do you not fear death? Do you really think that you can break down my moon of energy single-handedly?" Xia Fei threw his head back and laughed, saying in an insane growl, "Yes. All the laws in this universe exist to be subverted. To be able to live this along is already enough. Today, even if I can't kill you, I'll drag you down with me." Critical strike. Blazing with ghostly flames and fiendish energy, he moved at more than 200 million meters per second. So long as he lived, the battle would not stop. Xia Fei was a foul-smelling and tough rock, and he was determined to shatter the exquisite jade that was Azure Moon. The odor of blood filled the air. It was impossible to distinguish that which belonged to Xia Fei and that which belonged to Azure Moon. This was a historic battle. With his insanity and speed, Xia Fei had managed to ensure that both he and Azure Moon were severely injured. Xia Fei and Azure Moon stared at each other across a significant distance. Xia Fei was completely covered in blood, but there was still a faint smile on his lips. Azure Moon was in a slightly better condition. His face sported an obvious wound, which little Goldie had made with a bite, and there was a chunk out of his leg, which had been made by Furball's jaws. Azure Moon was extremely frustrated. He didn't understand how the mighty holy beast Shatterstar could bite people. Xia Fei's fiends were like mad dogs, fighting him constantly. This was extremely rare in a high-rank battle like this. After all, as a minor character who had grown up from the grassroots, Xia Fei would use every trick in the book, no matter how ruthless or insidious. The last level of the 7-star steals had long ago been turned upside down. This battle was too intense, far too intense. Neither side was backing down. Azure Moon still held that crystal of energy in his hand, but it was much smaller now. As for Furball, little Goldie, and even Xia Fei himself, they were on the verge of collapse. Their energy was gone, 20 million units of energy, all used up. Ha ha ha. Azure Moon laughed, glaring at Xia Fei with his triangular eyes. "As I said, I am the king of energy. Your energy isn't even worth my attention. And now that your energy has run out, just accept your death." Xia Fei raised his head with great difficulty and sneered at Azure Moon. "You're wrong. Energy has never been the final move of a warrior." Azure Moon was startled, and then he said grimly, "Still arguing when you're about to die? All that's tough about you is your talk." These words simply made Xia Fei laugh very brazenly, very boldly, a laugh without fear. "It's not just my talk that's tough. So is my life. Do you want to try?" Azure Moon frowned, and then his face grimaced in shock, for Xia Fei had begun to burn his life force. Burning life force was a warrior's final trick, using their own life for one strike that would shine through all of eternity. The insane Xia Fei would rather die than concede. Furball sighed softly. He jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder and licked Xia Fei's face for the last time. This guy was playing cute again. Not since becoming a peak holy beast had Furball acted like this. The dignity of a holy beast did not permit him to act like that, did not permit him to bow to anyone. Unfortunately, in the end, Furball was not a complete holy beast. Xia Fei had influenced him in too many ways. He was cunning like Xia Fei, and also insane like Xia Fei. Ever since he had been very young, Furball had taken his master as his model. Unless one had their own personal holy beast, one would find it very difficult to understand the affection Xia Fei and Furball shared. It was a very deep camaraderie, thicker than blood. They would live together and die together. Xia Fei was taken aback by Furball's affectionate action, and he felt his heart convulse. It was painful, more painful than being stabbed in the heart. A beast was loyal to its master and would protect them to the death. It was an absolute sort of favoritism. No matter what Xia Fei did, Furball would always support him without condition or price. Even if Xia Fei killed a god, Furball would kill gods with him. In this life, Furball had acknowledged only one person, Xia Fei. Furball understood only one principle, Xia Fei's principles. There was no reason for Furball to just sit on the side while his master was backed up into a corner and was burning away his own life in a suicidal attack. In truth, Furball wasn't that cunning. His cunning was aimed at the enemy. To Xia Fei, he was just a ball that wouldn't strike back even if it was cursed at. A silly little ball. Those little pea-sized green eyes seemed to be tearing up. After licking Xia Fei's face, Furball stopped looking at him. He flew into the air, the round little ball using its strong and vigorous body to fly through the air, his body radiating a crystalline halo, like the halo of an angel, gentle and beautiful. No one could have imagined that Furball would be smiling when he decided to use his ultimate attack, the one that would take his own life. His fat little face and his squinting eyes made it seem like he had achieved enlightenment. As that halo grew brighter and brighter, Furball's smile grew more and more resplendent, so sacred and hallowed that it seemed like the holy infant was descending. But amid this holy scene was a discordant voice. "Don't do it," Xia Fei cried out, his ears tearing up, the tears mixing with blood to become red. At that moment, Furball became a light, a holy light. Furball didn't know how to talk, nor would he leave behind some moving manifesto. He only did what he needed to do. Master is having a tough time. He has to pay with his life. Then let Furball go first. Whoosh! That holy light sliced across the stars. Xia Fei had seen many lights in his life, but he had never seen any light that was so dazzling. This was an ode to life and loyalty. Furball had used Shatterstar to prove how much he cared about his master's life, so much so that he would even sacrifice his life to protect his master. The ignorant of the universe regarded beasts as lower life forms, cursing them and viewing them with disdain. Only Xia Fei had always treated Furball and Little Goldie like his friends. This was exactly why Furball had left with such composure, not even thinking about it. In his mind, dying in battle for his master was an honor, the mission for which he lived. When Furball's Shatterstar strike cut through space, Xia Fei's heart dropped into the icy abyss. The entire world turned dark and gloomy. Xia Fei's eyes, which cultivated supreme ocular cognition, arts grew hazy from the tears and blood, the wailing of ghosts and weeping of gods. Truly the ultimate strike that came at the cost of a holy beast's life. The power of Furball's life force came down like a bolt from the heavens, instantly piercing through Azure Moon's body. A little ball fell to the ground, a happy smile on its face. Furball felt that it was a blessing to die for his beloved master. It was such a simple demand, and such a heavy price. Thump, thump. Xia Fei's heart beat heavily, heavy like never before. So heavy that his life force almost crumbled. Xia Fei could blurrily make out another small figure. It was very small, because his name was Little Goldie. This silly guy had crawled onto Azure Moon's shoulder. Azure Moon was still frozen in disbelief that Furball's Shatterstar strike had pierced through his body. The silly Little Goldie gave Xia Fei a silly smile, and then he bit down hard on Azure Moon's neck. Blood gushed out, like an unstoppable geyser. Little Goldie's body began to darken, turning pitch black. Little Goldie was born in dark space. He originally was a little life form on the verge of death, and it had been Xia Fei who had given him new life. Unlike Furball, he was very dumb, but he was just as loyal as Furball. Before Xia Fei could react, Little Goldie activated dark space. This was no ordinary attack, for Little Goldie's small body had turned black, the same color as dark space. And then he merged into it. After making this powerful attack, Little Goldie silently walked over to Furball's side, exhaled, and then lay down next to Furball. Two small life forms took their final breaths. Xia Fei's body trembled, as if he was about to erupt in flames. He was very angry, unprecedentedly angry. "Give me back Furball." Xia Fei let out a heaven-shaking cry that tore his throat. Xia Fei had gone crazy. Radix had gone crazy. Peacock Blue had also gone crazy. Critical strike. A critical strike that consumed his life force. "Give me back Little Goldie. I want you dead." Xia Fei blasted Azure Moon into the air and then back down into the earth. PSHKL. Xia Fei even tore a big bite out of Azure Moon's shoulder. Xia Fei suddenly felt like he wasn't being cruel enough. He needed to employ the cruelest methods in the universe. The Nirvana Fiend blade tore viciously away at Azure Moon's body. Radix wept as he had the Fiend blade hack again and again. He wanted to hack Azure Moon into meat paste. The power from burning one's life force was terrifying. Even Azure Moon could not confront the fury of life force. And this was not just one life, but three. Xia Fei grabbed on one of Azure Moon's legs, and then he slammed Azure Moon's body into the ground like it was a hammer. Blood splattered. Flesh was mangled. Bodies came apart. No, this still wasn't enough to vent Xia Fei's hatred. Azure Moon didn't just need to die. He needed to die without an intact body. A gruesome scene took place on the battlefield. In his madness, Xia Fei was venting his rage. He didn't care about what form he stomped Azure Moon into. Chunk. A blade chopped down. Xia Fei grabbed Azure Moon's head and chopped it off. He was like a barbarian, raising up Azure Moon's bloody head while howling crazily. This was the price for enraging Xia Fei. At this moment, a white substance like mud gathered on the ground, taking human form. This was Mu Tianbai. He wasn't just friends with Azure Moon. He had used a secret art to fuse with him. Huh. Xia Fei grabbed the fiend blade and walked over grimly. Mu Tianbai was incapable of fighting back. Azure Moon's death also meant that he could no longer stay in Azure Moon's body. No. Mu Tianbai backed away as he begged. Plush. The red-eyed Xia Fei didn't care, bringing down his blade again and chopping off Mu Tianbai's head, brutally cutting it off. The world was very quiet. Xia Fei could hear nothing, and his eyes were completely red. Burning life force conferred terrifying combat power, but it came with terrifying consequences. At this moment, Xia Fei's life force was slowly leaving his body, like a cocoon unwinding. His mind empty, Xia Fei staggered up to Furball and Little Goldie. He threw the heads of Azure Moon and Mu Tianbai on the ground, and then hugged the two little fellows. Men cried blood instead of tears when their hearts were broken. And at this moment, Xia Fei's heart had been pulverized. Like a madman, he dumped out a pile of bottles from his spatial ring and began to pour medicine into the mouths of Furball and Little Goldie. Alas, the two of them had lost consciousnesses long ago, so the medicine entered their mouths and dribbled out from the sides. Radix stood to the side, so overcome by sadness that he couldn't watch, ghostly tears flowing endlessly from his eyes. Suddenly, Xia Fei noticed the 5-seed fire lotus in his spatial ring. Not caring what it was, Xia Fei tore up the fire lotus, took the seeds, and placed them in the mouths of Furball and Little Goldie. Several minutes passed, but nothing happened. Xia Fei despaired. His heart was in terrible pain, and there was a great weight on his chest that made it difficult for him to breathe. Placing one of the crystalline lotus seeds in his mouth, Xia Fei hugged Furball and Little Goldie and slumped to the ground. Gradually, Xia Fei began to lose consciousness, his vision blurring. Xia Fei felt like he was in a dream. Something was licking his face, constantly licking his face, and making it very sticky. Causing trouble, Xia Fei raised a hand and wiped his face. He touched something very furry and warm. This feels like Furball. Zing. Xia Fei sat up suddenly and opened his eyes. It really was Furball. He was lying on his head while Little Goldie was in his chest, snoring away. Xia Fei didn't dare believe his eyes, shouting excitedly, Furball. Little Goldie. You're not dead. You didn't die. Xia Fei swept up Furball and Little Goldie in his embrace, right up to his heart, so excited that he couldn't speak. It's a good thing you had those lotus seeds. When you started losing consciousness, the seeds became white streaks of light that saved all of you. Radix yammered excitedly. Weren't you always saying that a trial that didn't kill you was a blessing? This is that trial that didn't kill you. Even Peacock Blue extended his blades of grass and embraced Furball, Little Goldie, and Xia Fei. Although Little Goldie was still his silly self and Furball was still the cunning Furball, Xia Fei was different. He couldn't help but love these two guys, no matter what. At this moment, the final level of the 7-star steels changed, turning into a clear sky with a plain of green grass. That elderly voice announced with a laugh. Xia Fei, congratulations. Xia Fei looked up and saw that an old man had appeared, wearing a strange robe and holding a strange cane, his bald head shining under the sunlight. Who are you? Why are you congratulating me? Xia Fei demanded of him. I'm congratulating you because you've overcome this mortal tribulation. For all things in the world, only when there is destruction can there be reconstruction, and only then can one become invincible, the old man stated firmly. Rebuild after destruction, becoming invincible. Xia Fei was taken aback, muttering, I feel like I've heard that before. That's very normal, for it is the truth, the eternal truth of the universe. To reach heights that one's predecessors could not reach, one must break free of the world, becoming a special and unconventional existence. You and your beasts have overcome this mortal tribulation, so you've gotten stronger by an entire tier. Is such a good thing not worth congratulations? The elder shook his head and smiled. Stronger by an entire tier? Xia Fei muttered as he stood up. He stretched his limbs and found that he was brimming with energy, as if he had been reborn. Critical strike. Xia Fei tried to use his maximum speed limit combat techniques, and he immediately shot off like a streak of light. No, that wasn't light, but something moving even faster than light. Everyone knew that light speed was 300 million meters per second, but Xia Fei's critical strike was a whole 500 million meters per second, almost double light speed. This wondrous feeling left Xia Fei rather dizzy. Now that Xia Fei had broken light speed, everything around him seemed to slow down, like a movie in slow motion. His eyes, nose, and every other part of his body became abnormally sensitive. Xia Fei didn't know what was going on, but this was definitely a huge boost. In the past, in his high-speed attacks, Xia Fei had relied on his well-developed nervous system to predict and react. Now that he had exceeded light speed, he still had his nervous system, and everything around him seemed to move slowly. In these circumstances, even if Xia Fei didn't have his enhanced nervous system, he could still make the most accurate judgment, and Xia Fei's judgment had always been top class. Speed had two major disadvantages. The first was acceleration. Many speed warriors needed to accelerate over a very long distance before hitting their maximum speed, but Xia Fei had critical strike. He could be at maximum speed from the start. The second was reaction time. Speed warriors without sufficiently swift reflexes would easily get into trouble, like running into a wall or not reacting to a trap in time. Now, Xia Fei had subdued both of these shortcomings, and he had increased his speed to beyond light. In this way, Xia Fei's combat power was multiplied several dozen times. He had gone beyond light speed. Xia Fei also felt like his energy reserves had grown larger. He had already possessed impressive energy control, and he could now control his own energy as his heart desired. When you destroy and then rebuild, no foe in the world can stand against you. When you destroy and then rebuild, no foe in the world can stand against you. Xia Fei excitedly repeated the words twice as he looked at his body in disbelief. This sensation that he was bursting with combat power filled him with confidence. Furball happily smiled, as did little Goldie, and Radix clapped his hands in excitement. Beyond light speed. Xia Fei, you're beyond light speed. You can move faster than light. The elder smiled and stepped forward. What do you think? I didn't trick you, right? To achieve that which no one has achieved before, you must destroy and then rebuild. Your faster than light speed is your reward for this feat. Come, come, come. All of you, just come with me. I will take you to a place that is simply unimaginable. Xia Fei was startled, asking in shock, Where are you taking us? The elder said, Do you not want to become a god? You've overcome the 7-star steals, so you've obtained the right to become a god. Only one last step is missing before you can ascend to the realm of the gods. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, What's the last step? Enlightenment, the elder said firmly. Meditate before the wall at the summit of Kunlun for 3 years, comprehending the differences between mortals and gods, and you will become a god. Xia Fei was stunned, his expression darkening. He said in a raspy voice, Meditate for 3 years? No, my loved ones and brothers are fighting for their lives against the dragons. I can't leave this place. The elder was flabbergasted. Those are all your mortal fetters. If you want to become a god, you must toss aside such distracting thoughts. Brothers? Loved ones? Gods have nothing of the sort. Xia Fei shook his head, his face turning agitated. He grabbed Furball and little Goldie and turned to leave. My apologies. If that's a god, then I, Xia Fei, refuse to become a god. In that battle just now, I came to understand that what's most important in life isn't becoming a god, but being together with the people you care about. Just like how I'll never abandon my 2 friends Furball and little Goldie, I can never cast aside my loved ones and brothers to go off and be a god all by myself. If I did that, even if I became a god, there would be no joy in it. Xia Fei replied with incredible resolve. Just moments ago, he had seen Furball and little Goldie in a wretched condition. He believed that they had died, and his heart had shattered. Thus, Xia Fei's greatest concern at this moment was Avril, his Skywing brothers, his friends like Oro. If the dragons weren't dead, then Xia Fei would never become a god. That's not your choice. The elder laughed eerily. My name is Eternity, and I am one of the gods. My mission is to have you abandon these fetters, follow me, and reach the heights of the gods. Nonsense. Xia Fei glared as he cursed. You becoming a god is your business. I'm Xia Fei. I don't care about becoming some god. Humph, the elder snorted. You're like this because you can't cast aside your love, friendship, and that accursed affection. There's no way you can become a god like this. I will not watch as someone with such incredible potential goes down the wrong path. Ha ha ha. Xia Fei threw his head back and laughed, thick with fiendish energy. It was as if that fiendish Xia Fei had returned. I decide who I am and what I become, not you, Xia Fei declared firmly. Turning around, Xia Fei looked at Furball and little Goldie and shouted, Stop standing around. Dismantle these 7-star steels. If this dumb god won't let us out, we'll smash apart his shrine. Fight our way out. Oh whoa, Furball and little Goldie were abnormally excited. This was the real Xia Fei, the Xia Fei that Furball and little Goldie were willing to die for. He was unruly, unreasonable, not caring for any rules. The elder's eyes flew open as he barked. You dare to touch the god-surpassing stairs. This is the domain of the gods. With a rumble, a dark silhouette moving faster than light erupted forward. Xia Fei grabbed the elder's head and swung the fiend blade Nirvana. I won't just smash your shrine. I'm also slaying a god today. Swing dash. The blade swung, and blood gushed into the air. A third head dropped to the ground. Xia Fei was truly unreasonable. He had just slain a god. Xia Fei raised his head high and bellowed. I'll slay anyone who stops me, god or demon. I'll slay anyone who stops me, god or demon. With that bellow, Xia Fei actually took the head of the god Eternity. As arrogant and brutal as always, Xia Fei did not hesitate even if this elder was a god. Instead, he was all the more vicious. Kaboom! At the same time, the entire 7-star steel began to collapse. This was definitely an outcome that no one could have foreseen. The maverick Xia Fei slaying the god with a backhand. He instantly sent the 7-star steel tumbling. Everyone was frozen on the battlefield. They watched dumbfounded as the 7-star steel collapsed. It was not just the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Even the dragons were stunned. This was an absolutely inexplicable scene to behold. The 7-star steel had stood for countless years, surviving countless battle after battle. The steel-like 7 cloud steps that connected to the god region had stood for eternity, only for them to be toppled from within. Heavens! Just what is Xia Fei doing? Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing bemoaned. I'm dizzy. This is some huge trouble. Just why is Xia Fei so fond of stirring up such trouble? Xia Guanghai said glumly. Naren was not familiar with Xia Fei and asked curiously, Are you sure this is Xia Fei's doing? He could not understand why, when the 7-star steel fell, everyone was so certain that it was Xia Fei had done it. The Skywing Wolf Pack, Oro, the Aurora Clan, Fuchen, Chu Jingfeng, Yang Wang were all instantly rendered speechless. Was there even a need to ask? Something so unorthodox and outrageous, who else, if not Xia Fei, could possibly even do something like that? Having seen Xia Fei their entire lives, it was almost as if he was constantly getting into trouble, always living a life that kept going against conventions. It was just that this time, everyone was truly shocked. Not even in their wildest dreams could any of them believe that Xia Fei would actually be so insane as to topple the 7-star steel. Yeah, it must be Xia Fei. Definitely him. Just as everyone was expressing their annoyance and wonder at the same time, a deafening roar broke their train of thought. Everyone watched as a golden dragon spread its 2 wings in the distance, even as it let out a roar and swooped over. The dragon's main assault had finally begun. Nearly 2,000 megadragons were all diving into the battle. The real battle would start right from this very moment. The expression on everyone's faces changed. Everyone clutched their weapons nervously, as grim looks descended on their faces. From this point onward, the Devil Shadow Dragoon would face a true challenge. Dragoons versus dragons. This was the fight of their lives. Whoosh! Just as everyone's heart was lodged in their throats, a black figure suddenly came streaking in. It was none other than the remaining ancient apex, Autumn Erudite. Autumn Erudite had no friends left, as they had all betrayed him. They had also betrayed the Dragoons and the entire Annihilation universe. Autumn Erudite had been holding it in. He had not stayed alive for any other reason than to prove that he was not a traitor. Whoosh! Autumn Erudite came standing in front of the dragon army like a mantis facing down a chariot. One man against an entire dragon army. He was fearless. Autumn Erudite took up that weird stance and muttered in a low voice. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Life springs from emptiness. Everything falls to atrophy. As he said those words, Autumn Erudite began to unleash his strongest martial technique, absolute atrophy. This final time, he planned to use his own life to weaken the life force of the Megadragons. With a shaking rumble, the entire universe darkened. Dark clouds gathered menacingly. A warrior's ultimate weapon was not their techniques, arts, or even the energy they possessed. It was their life. The moment a peak warrior of Autumn Erudite's caliber paid the ultimate price with their life in exchange for their enemy's own, their combat strength would increase exponentially. Everyone saw Autumn Erudite's body turn ashen the moment he began using absolute atrophy. His muscles were gone. All that remained of Autumn Erudite was his shriveled body, seemingly at death's door. Yet he had shaved off the lives of the dragon warriors with his own life force. Those huge dragon bodies dulled, and even the speed of their advance was reduced quite a bit. Absolute atrophy lived up to its name, depleting all things it affected. Roar! All of a sudden, a golden and large mouth opened wide, and viciously bit down at Autumn Erudite. This was the Golden Dragon, the Dragon King, Firmament. He obviously knew countless methods to slay Autumn Erudite, yet he chose the most brutal and cruel method known and bit Autumn Erudite to death. Roar! That golden dragon was majestic, his gaze proud. It was almost as if he was declaring that he was the lord of the universe, that every living thing across the cosmos needed to prostrate before him. The draconic roar rang across the universe. The powerful Dragon King was a butcher who stood atop the biological food chain. That was when a black figure zoomed over. His speed was swift, almost competing against Xia Fei, who possessed the top speed across the entire universe. Wing. It was the broken-wing sky devil Paletith's soul familiar. Everyone watched as Wing circled around the golden dragon Firmament rapidly, while repeatedly unloading ranged attacks at him. I can't stand this anymore. You creatures of evil deserve death. All of you. Wing howled in his rage as he attacked. Wing was not alone. The soul familiars of the four great sky devils had also appeared, one after another. The four great soul familiars had been watching this brutal battle all this while, not once participating. The four soul familiars harbored great hatred toward the fiends, but they had underestimated their heritage. The four great sky devils were not devils, but the benefactors and friends of the fiends. Seeing the Devil Shadow army suffering heavy setbacks, with their warriors falling one after another, the soul familiars felt a storm of emotions surging inside them. They did not understand the reason, but they knew deep down that they were extremely upset. Wing was the one with the worst temper out of the four, and so he was also the first one to come rushing out. Friend or foe, the four did not care. They only felt that the Megadragons were loathsome, and since they loathed them, they decided to fight. The soul familiars who had succeeded the four great sky devils did not know anything like fear. They were simply working together to fight against the Dragon King Firmament. Where's Xia Fei? Why has the 7-star steel collapsed? But Xia Fei's still not out yet. Fuchen sheathed the sword in his hand and looked out into the distance, worried. Xia Fei had every intention to leave the 7-star steel, but he was stuck. It was strange. After Xia Fei brought the place down, the instant he slew the god, he found himself whisked away to the top of a white cloud, a spread of white and beautiful rainbow clouds all around him. Where's this place? Am I dead? Xia Fei and mumbled to himself as he slapped himself, making sure he was still physically real. That was when Eternity's voice rang out once more. He appeared across from Xia Fei once more and said with a smile, "You're not dead. You're merely on the ultimate road to enlightenment." Road to enlightenment? Xia Fei asked, bemused. That's right. To fly beyond the limits of the sky, cultivation alone isn't enough. What's more important is the ascension of the soul. You found yourself on this road to enlightenment the moment you killed me and toppled the god steps. Eternity informed him. It's that simple. Xia Fei simply did not believe it. Was that not too fantastical? It is anything but simple. Eternity shook his head to correct him. Think about it. How many rules have you broken all these years? All the trouble you've caused? It's so great that it could pierce the heavens. Xia Fei was rendered speechless, but soon asked, "Why does it sound like it's because I've caused so much trouble that I've ended up on the road to enlightenment?" Eternity coughed, but did not hold anything back as he laughed uproariously. "What do you mean, caused so much trouble that you ended up on the road to enlightenment? Yours is the subversion of enlightenment." Eternity waved his arm grandly and sighed. There are beings in this world who gain enlightenment through slaughter or through sheer devotion to the martial path. Some do so through self-harm. But there is definitely no one else out there that gained enlightenment through subversion like you did. This path you've taken practically overthrows every single rule you come across. You persisted until the end, where you'd even refuse godhood. It's fine if you reject it, but to even viciously lay your hands on a god and slay him? Only when doing something to the extreme will one reach enlightenment. And you've essentially subverted every single rule in this universe, leaving nothing left for you to subvert. That crazy and unconventional personality of yours is the basis of your enlightenment, which is why you're now here, acknowledged as a master of the universe. Xia Fei lowered his head and mulled it over. So what next? Next, this entire universe is yours. You're the master of this realm. But it is a pity that your enlightenment was not attained through conventional means, which is why you can't be a god, but a demon. Eternity declared, finding the situation both funny and infuriating. Then what after? Xia Fei asked again. Eternity was startled and a bit nonplussed. What? Do you not mind becoming a demon? I don't care. Be it god or demon, I am just me. I am Xia Fei. Xia Fei answered simply, his arms folded. Clap, clap, clap. Eternity could not resist applauding. Truly you're a demon who has achieved enlightenment through subversion. Just with that statement, I don't care, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the craziest of demons. This old one is utterly impressed. With a smile, Eternity leaned into Xia Fei's ear and said something that caused the latter to freeze up. He eyed Eternity strangely, only to find his figure gradually fading away like the morning fog. He soon disappeared without a trace, almost as if he had never been there in the first place. Hey, old man, you haven't told me how to get back, Xia Fei yelled, a tinge of urgency in his voice. Ha 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 ha. Xia Fei, you're already a demon and a master of this universe. How could you not know how to get back? Please, don't be so comical, can you? Eternity's voice echoed from far away, somewhat desolate, as if it came from some corner of the universe. The battlefield. The final battle to the death had just begun, and the Devil Shadow Dragoons found themselves in an absolutely passive position. It had been 3 days. The Devil Shadow Dragoons and Hell Brigade had been engaged in a fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Even the hardiest man would no longer be able to stand it anymore, not to mention the fact that the insidious Megadragons were all waiting in the distance, waiting to join in. At this very moment, the entire dragon army was fully mobilized, and the Dragoons were in full retreat. The gray Megadragons had wingspans 100 miles wide. The red Megadragons had a wingspan of 800 miles wide. The black Megadragon's wingspan was a whooping 1,200 miles wide. Then there was the Dragon King Firmament. When his wings were fully unfurled, they reached up to 5,000 miles. Restricted art, skyless discordance. Nalan Wufa's face was smeared with blood, and he flew up to the sea of stars, unleashing the most powerful attack known to the fiends. Whoosh! Countless spirits seemed to appear in the sea of stars. These spirits were black shades that let out mournful wails, rushing toward the dragons. Dragon King Firmament was presently locked in combat with the 4 soul familiars. Wing, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity had odd personalities, but they still bore some measure of sentimentality toward the fiends. After all, their creators themselves were very close with the fiends. Back when Wing, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity let Xia Fei go despite having absolute superiority over him. That had stemmed from the same mentality, but they had been unaware of it then. Now that they saw the friends of the four great sky devils and the devil shadow dragoons stuck in a desperate situation, the deep sentimentalities that the sky devils had left behind with these familiars completely erupted. The four soul familiars attacked recklessly. They refused to see the devil shadow dragoons continue in their downward spiral toward further defeat. Even the eyes of the kindly Gale had turned bloodshot. Perhaps the four great sky devils had not made any mistakes. Wing, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity had inherited that proud arrogance of theirs, but were also given their affection toward the fiends. That particular emotion of theirs did not come to bear easily, however. It was only when the fiends were truly suffering that the four soul familiars would act. Rumble. Nalan Wufa lived up to his name as the descendant of the king of fiends. With one hand executing skyless discordance, he evoked countless restless spirits to blot out the sky. This throng of restless spirits came surging in like a flood, crashing directly toward the Dragon King firmament. Roar! The golden dragon firmament could tell that the situation was taking a turn for the worse, and he immediately expanded the wings on his back that spanned 5,000 miles, opening his maw to let loose a roar. This was not any normal roar, but something that contained draconic prestige. It was filled with the tyrannic aura of the dragon. Boom. Though it was just a sound, it contained unimaginable lethality. The four soul familiars were sent flying off by Firmament's tyrannic aura. As for Nalan Wufa's lethal art, it was instantly dissipated without a trace against the roar. Cough. Many warriors found themselves stunned by that display of draconic prestige. All of them found themselves vomiting blood as their faces paled. Even the Yggdragon King Yangwang was shocked. Everyone saw an intense shudder travel all over his body, and it looked like he instantly aged significantly. He said to Nalan Wufa beside him, "Call the retreat. We are absolutely no match for Firmament. We won't." The word retreat has no place in a fiend's dictionary. Nalan Wufa shouted wildly. Though he was injured by the draconic prestige, it did not deter his fighting spirit. Yangwang shook his head and rumbled. "You don't understand. Firmament is a half-step away from reaching God tier. That tyrannic aura he unleashed moments ago was the Megadragon's golden tyrannic aura." Nalan Wufa was startled and sucked in cold air. In his surprise, he turned his gaze toward that gigantic figure far in the distance. A half-step away from reaching God tier. That meant that Firmament was already a quasi-god dragon. It was right at that moment that the Golden Dragon King Firmament proudly raised his head and spoke in a human voice. "Now that I'm already a quasi-god, is there even anyone out there that dares stand in my way in this vast universe? Who even is capable of doing so?" Before he could even finish his speech, everyone was left awestruck by the scene before them. They watched as a colorful weed somehow climbed up Firmament's body without anyone realizing it happening. Though his wingspan was a shocking 5,000 miles wide, this weed was even longer, several tens of thousand miles long. It was practically endless. The gargantuan body of Firmament was bound up, like someone had tied up a little chick. There was a tall figure on top of Firmament's golden and unparalleled frame, adopting an even prouder stance, standing tall. It was none other than Xia Fei. With one hand, he rubbed his ear and nonchalantly said, "So what if you're a quasi-god? Is there a need for you to shout so loud?" The reverberations left yours truly's ears aching. What happened next caused everyone watching to hold their breath in complete awe. They watched as Xia Fei viciously waved his arm and pounded the Golden Dragon King Firmament into the stars. He did it once, twice. He even muttered under his breath, "Roar. I dare you to roar again." Making such a din when you're just a quasi-god? As a dragon, shouldn't you watch your bearing? You've essentially thrown whatever face the Megadragons have. Quasi-god just means half-baked, get it? You're just second-rate. I'll put you nicely in your second place. Everyone was dumbfounded. From the Megadragons to the fiends, from those alive and those half-dead. Just what kind of situation was this? Xia Fei had grabbed a hold of the Dragon King, a quasi-god tier dragon, and was smacking him like he was no different from a brick. Smack, smack, smack. The entire universe echoed with the sound of Xia Fei's smackings. After some time, the golden dragon firmament was left black and blue, his lower jaw trembling with impotent rage. You're a demon? Firmament asked loudly in a hoarse voice, his golden eyes widened like saucers. With a chuckle, Xia Fei curled the corner of his lips in that smirk of his. Wrong. Yours truly is Xia Fei. Xia Fei raised his arm and stabbed his blade downward. Squelch. Golden blood spurted explosively, like a violent eruption in the galaxy. It colored the entire universe in gold. 9 minutes and 9 seconds after slaying a god viciously, Xia Fei had slain a dragon afterwards. Several days later, Xia Fei brought Avril, his Skywing comrades, fellow fiends, and the surviving brothers from the 7th universe back to the Annihilation universe. The Devil Shadow Dragoons finally officially become real dragoons, because they came back riding dragons. It helped that Xia Fei had been very violent, having taken care of the dragons by giving every single one of them a swollen bump on their heads. Xia Fei, what are your thoughts on how we should deal with the Destiny and Holy Light Dragoons? Nalan Wufa asked as he gazed out at this familiar, yet foreign universe that he had been away from for many epochs. Whoosh. Xia Fei waved his hand across his neck. Is there even a need to ask? We'll kill them all. It had been 5 whole years since that war against the Megadragons. The universe had returned back to the peace and order it had originally enjoyed, while the barriers between the universes had been removed, so humanoids, dragons, and beasts could all coexist peacefully. Without the war, the various clans and races went into a state of recuperation. Of course, there were exceptions. The Skywing clan abruptly disbanded, much to the shock of the entire universe. A host of delinquents ran off to do what they personally enjoyed doing. Even the grand ancestor Xia Guqing finally got the peace of mind to become a carpenter. Actually, it was not too bad either, and the furniture in Xia Fei's home was all personally handcrafted by him. One could find oddly shaped chairs, a rocking bed, etc. Many years later, there were many famous figures from the Skywing clan, including the painter Xia Guanghai, musician Xia Geng, and the Zen master Xia Lianing. Xia Fei knew that the Skywings were multi-talented. They were a most diverse bunch of men. What he found most astonishing was learning that the old demon Oro became a dancer. Every time he saw him perform, Xia Fei would always think of a golden-maned lion that towered nearly 10 meters tall, so there was no need to mention just how awkward he felt deep down. In any case, the universe became very exciting under Xia Fei's guidance. People could do whatever they wanted, or say whatever they wanted. It was true freedom. Of course, there was also chaos mixed in all this. Many younger descendants heard about how Xia Fei had gained enlightenment by going against all the rules of the universe, so they all wanted to break all the rules, just like Xia Fei. Xia Fei naturally suppressed these noises, and his logic behind it was very simple. Now that he was the one who created the rules, then any dissenters better shut up. There were even some that wished to reason with Xia Fei, but they of course ended up getting beaten up. That was because Xia Fei was still absolutely unreasonable. Aside from the universe enjoying freedom and unrestricted access, there was also a portion that maintained an air of mystery, and that was the 9th universe. The super-warship gods Eden floated amidst the stars of the 9th universe, facing the Chaos Gate. Xia Fei and Avril were holding hands while walking along in the garden. Avril was heavy with Xia Fei's 3rd child, but she still maintained her elegance and grace. In the distance, there was a little girl happily playing house under a banyan tree, except that the companion she was with looked very sad. Furball, why aren't you eating the cake I made? Do you hate eating cake? Then shall I make you some fried paste noodles instead? Furball was speechless. He turned to look at Xia Fei and Avril pitifully, only for Xia Fei to glare back at him. Furball hurriedly got back on the table and wolfed down the half-baked cake that the little girl made, tears in his eyes. Furball simply could not understand. All those years ago, it was Avril who kept wanting to feed him food that left him speechless, yet now it was no longer her pestering him to eat, but their daughter forcing him to eat every day. He was eating until his face turned green. Xia Fei and Avril continued their stroll, and they came across a little boy, sitting on a chair, deep in thought. Little Goldie was accompanying him, giggling the entire time. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in that chaos gate, as something unknown poked a head out of it. Enemy. The little boy that had been listless moments ago suddenly grew excited. His eyes shone with an intense fighting spirit. Whoosh. His small figure shot forth like a beam of light. He flashed a kick out right at the black head that poked out from the gate, sending the monster flying. Just like that. Whoosh. The young boy returned back to his seat and held up a book. He was sucking on a lollipop in his mouth, looking absolutely calm and relaxed, as if nothing had happened. He spotted his father and mother, and very naturally flashed them an innocent smile. Who would have believed what just happened if they had not witnessed it with their very own eyes? This child actually just killed a monster with a kick. Yet at this moment, he was acting as if that had been nothing. Xia Fei looked at his children and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Lifting his head up, he arched his eyebrow and stared after the monster that had disappeared back into the chaos gate. What? Are you thinking of leaving again? Avril asked softly. I know you're someone that refuses to stay still. Xia Fei shook his head and heaved a long sigh. I am someone that will always get into trouble. I think it's best if I remain at home by my dear wife's side. Really? Honest to God. Actually, if you wish to go, you can. Some men are just destined to never remain anchored. Are you really willing to let me go? Sure. With a whoosh, Xia Fei disappeared. It was only half a moment when the irate voice of Avril rang out shrilly. Xia, you get back here. Whoosh. And Xia Fei was back, an innocent smile plastered on his face, though his eyes would still dart toward that chaos gate from time to time, filled with expectation. 10 months of gestation, 1 day of birth. It was not long afterwards that Xia Fei's third child with Avril was born. It was a boy, with rosy red cheeks and fair skin. His eyes were large and his gaze was filled with vigor, looking very much like Xia Fei and his pretty wife Avril. Except this child did not cry when he was born. Instead, he looked at the faces of his parents and giggled, his tiny hands waving constantly, almost like he was trying to clap. Strange. Why isn't he crying? Xia Fei restlessly stroked his chin, perplexed. Babies would always cry, whether it was his oldest, Xia Xiaofei, or his second daughter, Xia Xiaowei. Both were crying when they were born. The only one different was this third child of his. Not only did the boy not cry, he was even laughing, his lips curling into a crescent moon as he let out that tinkling laughter. How he looked as his hands waved like he was dancing, as if he was celebrating his birth into this world. Father, look. The usually quiet Xia Xiaofei, who was fond of reading books, set aside the thick book titled Cosmic Chronicles Volume 7 and pointed out to the starry space outside the porthole. What is it? Xia Fei walked to his son's side and froze up. A meteor shower seemed to have broken out without any warning in the endless expanse of darkness, a beautiful sight as countless meteors streaked across space, lighting up the dark sky. Xia Xiaofei was still young, but he possessed the calm one would expect from an adult. He spoke in a serious tone. I read in the books that when there's a heavenly phenomenon upon birth, there would be an auspicious sign. There were many great people who would be accompanied by such manifestations when they were born. Xia Fei nodded and took both his son and daughter into his arms, happily saying, but of course. After all, he is my son. As time went by, the happiness that this third child displayed very quickly disappeared. In its place was a look of glumness. Xia Fei discovered that though his son was adorable, he did not have a seventh brain region. Xia Xiaofei and Xia Xiaowei both had their father's genes, demonstrating astounding talent not long after they were born. They were the fiendish Blade Skywing, inheriting the speed super ability. Yet it was the youngest who was born with no talent whatsoever, aside from an adorable smile. Xia Fei was despondent and used everything he had learned in his life to do all sorts of tests on his son's body, but everything failed. Xia Fei was unwilling to accept his youngest would be a mere mortal, so he brought him across the universe, seeking help from the fiends and the draconids, as well as all his friends. Finally, when the baby was finally 1 year old, Xia Fei helplessly admitted that out of his 3 children, there was really a mortal among them, and that he could never live a life like his, with a pair of fiend wings on his back, flying freely across the galaxy and 9 heavens. Looking at their sleeping infant, Avril showed the tenderness of a mother. Look, even when he's asleep, he's still smiling. What a handsome smile. Changing the subject all of a sudden, Avril changed her tone and somewhat reproachfully said, Even if he does not have a seventh brain region, he is still our son. And what's so bad about being mortal? You're anything but normal, and your days and nights are inundated with troubles and problems, constantly worrying me to death. Look, he's now 1 year old. You ought to give our third child a name, right? Xia Fei nodded, looking at his youngest son with gentle eyes, and said, Then, let us call him Xia Fan, in hopes that he can lead a fulfilling and normal life. Xia Fei's youngest son's first birthday was a momentous occasion. Everyone came to congratulate him, and God's Eden was crowded with all his friends. Everyone, young and old, from the Skywing clan had never been one for rules, and their casual personalities very quickly turned the party into a boisterous affair. Everyone was exchanging drinks, heartily imbibing alcohol without any restraint, acting as if they would not be stopping until they were all properly drunk. All of a sudden, someone heard a scream coming from Avril's bedroom. Trouble. In that instant, practically everyone rushed over. The banquet was trampled, and God's Eden was in a mess. Pushing open the door to Avril's bedroom, everyone saw her in a pretty white long dress, adorned with simple yet precious jewelry and makeup. As the hostess, Avril would of course have to receive guests, which was why she had put in a lot of effort in dressing up. But at this moment, the makeup on her face was already smeared, and tears were streaking down her face. Avril was as pale as fresh snow, her breathing labored. She pointed to the empty crib and screamed hysterically, He's gone. Our precious third son was gone when I left the powder room. Boom. There was a buzzing sound that echoed in everyone's head instantaneously, standing rooted to the ground, as if they had just been struck by lightning. Xia Fan was nowhere in his crib. All that was left was a set of wind chimes that hung from the cot, still softly twisting in the wind, tinkling its crisp notes. There were no good men under the dome. No one had any idea who had thrown this transparent sky dome up, but a whole host of scoundrels from all over the universe were trapped under it. At this very moment, it was already late at night. There was a machinist and a doctor sitting outside a tomb, looking up at the stars above. The machinist only had one good eye and a mechanical eye, one good limb and another mechanical arm, one good leg and a mechanical leg. Ultimately, the machinist was a half-human, half-robot monstrosity. He did not need to eat, and relied on the energy crystal embedded in his abdomen storage device to survive. In contrast, that doctor had an ashen countenance, looking sickly, skinny, and always coughing. His eyes were completely sullen, almost as if he could just die at any moment. It has been 123 years, 4 months and 9 days. How I really want to escape from this accursed place. The machinist's voice was a hoarse and electronic sounding. He did not have a voice box, and used a sonic vibrator as a replacement. Who doesn't wish to leave? The doctor retorted in an enigmatic tone. He let out a sigh. Hey, had we not let our emotions get the better of us, spurring us to capture this tomb, we wouldn't be in this state that we're in today. I'm afraid we might never be able to leave this dome for the rest of our lives. Suddenly, the machinist abruptly got up, and the mechanical eye in his left eye socket let out an infrared glare. What are you doing, robot? The doctor asked with pursed lips. I seem to hear someone laughing. Laughing? Being trapped in such a damned place, who could find it in them to laugh? The machinist shook his head. It doesn't seem to be our people. It sounds like a child. A child? The doctor coughed fiercely, of such intensity it sounded like he was about to cough out his internal organs. You must have been trapped in here too long, and problems are starting to crop up, the doctor scoffed. Why don't I make a few cuts in that half-brain of yours? You won't have any more hallucinations after I extract the neurons in your brain. The machinist shook his head again and said in a very serious tone, You murderous doctor, I wouldn't let you operate on my remaining half of my brain even if I die. Also, I'm not pulling a prank on you. There really is a child crying out there. My hyper-audio monitor can't be wrong. With that said, the machinist began to run at a shocking speed toward the darkness behind the tomb. He's gone mad, stark raving mad. The doctor got up and shook his head, muttering to himself. Well, it's good that he's gone insane. Then this doctor will be able to put his scalpel to work on his brain. It sounded like there was really laughter. The doctor was startled as he turned to face the darkness behind the tomb. Whoosh. The doctor watched as the energy thruster on that machinist's back ignited, a blue flame shooting out from its exhaust as he returned from somewhere far, far away. He was holding something in his arms, and because the nights here were very dark, the doctor could not make out quite clearly what it was, but he could distinctly hear the crisp sound of giggling. It really was a child. The machinist's voice was filled with excitement as he arrived by the doctor's side and displayed the thing that he cradled in his arm under the light. The two of them could now make out a small face wrapped in a cashmere blanket. His rosy cheeks and big eyes sparkled with awareness. Curling his lips, the baby let out a giggle, waving his arms as if he was clapping, looking absolutely excited. The machinist was so excited his entire body was trembling. A child. It's a child. He was not even in the least bit afraid when I held him as I flew here. Instead, he was laughing even more enthusiastically. Just look. The God of the universe had sent us a child. Tisk. The doctor waved his hand in irritation, but his eyes did not move even a centimeter away from the baby's face. After all, this was a child, and he had almost forgotten the last time he had set his eyes upon one. There's no such thing as a God in this universe. The doctor was resisting the urge to look at the giggling child. He turned his head toward the darkness all around the tomb and remarked coldly, "Call everyone out and search the surroundings to see if there's still anything else alive. Kill anything alive." There was a crowd thronging inside the tomb, their heads poking out to get a good look. The scoundrels who lived under the dome had all come out. There was some inexplicable force that actually made all these evildoers line up, all orderly, all for the sake of setting their eyes on the little life that had been found. The doctor was keeping things in order, letting everyone just have a minute of viewing, while the one in charge of taking care of the young one was the dancer couple. These scoundrels all had peculiar personalities and pasts, and no one had any experience taking care of a child. No one, except the dancer couple. There were no good men under that sky dome, and that couple was of course no exception. But despite how vicious they were in life, they loved each other dearly. It was rumored that they had once had a child together, and it was just too bad that it had died prematurely. How cute. Such a handsome boy. Look at how big his eyes are. Have you seen his small hands? So tender and soft. I really want to touch them. The doctor that was maintaining the order frowned inwardly. How had all these infamous scourges all turned into nice people the moment they set their eyes on a child? The chef was holding a pen, diligently taking down the instructions from the dancer couple. The chef was absolutely inexperienced when it came to what food to give a baby and what he should be making for the tot. Afraid that he might make mistakes, he had decided to write down everything that the couple told him in his notebook, nodding incessantly as he listened. After he was done jotting down his notes, the chef proceeded to rush to the kitchen in a hurry. Rat Grandpa blinked his beady eyes and asked, "Hey chef, didn't you claim to make the most atrocious food in all the universe? Won't this baby end up vomiting out all the food you make for him? How could the food I make for you to eat be the same that I make for a child? Watch your words, you old undying rat, or I'll poison you to death." The chef cursed him without even turning to face Rat Grandpa. Rat Grandpa shrank his head back in fright. He knew very well that the chef was a master poisoner. When the doctor witnessed this exchange, he could not help but feel perplexed. The only ones alive under this dome were all scoundrels and scourges, yet it was like everyone became a different person the moment this child arrived. The doctor heard the dancer couple call his name, so he went over with a stern expression on his face. "This child's surname is Xia." The couple pointed to the name that was knitted into the corner of the small blanket. "Skywing Clan, Xia Fei." The doctor read the words and furrowed his brow. "Skywing? Haven't heard of them." The doctor stood on the altar and coughed twice, signaling that everyone should quiet down. The scoundrels all went silent as they turned to face the doctor's horrific visage. The doctor looked toward the fisherman and the machinist. "Are the two of you positive that no one managed to get past the skydome?" The fisherman shrugged. "Nope, absolute nothing. My little guys have already run all over the entire Holy Tomb planet, and they have not found the shadow of a ghost anywhere." The crowd descended into a cacophony of chatter. Since the skydome had remained intact, and no one had managed to sneak their way past it, just how exactly did this child that went by the name of Xia Fei get in here? Some of the more superstitious scoundrels among them already began to drop down to their knees and pray, thanking the gods of the universe for bringing them an adorable child, so that they would at least have a bit of joy as they lived out their lives until the day they died under the dome. The doctor was expressionless. Sweeping his gaze coldly around the room, he said with knitted eyebrows, "No matter what, we've found this child, Xia Fei. So now, the question is whether he keep him or whether we kill him. After all, kids are very troublesome." The moment the doctor said this, he was astonished to find the scoundrels all exploding into an uproar. "You dare touch the child? Don't think we won't dare to kill you just because you're the killer doctor. I'll have it out with you if you dare try and kill the child." "That's right. He's just a child. He has such a cute smile. How could you think about killing him? Doctor, do you have any compassion?" "What the heck?" The doctor's face began to twitch. There were no good men under the dome, and the number of people that had died by the hands of each of these scoundrels was surely no less than his own. Yet they were actually calling him heartless? It sounded as if they were all very compassionate people to begin with. That was when someone exclaimed, "The blind man's back." The scoundrels immediately made a path as a blind old man made his way out from deep in the tomb. None of them had any idea how long the blind old man had been alive, but the wrinkles on his face were as deep as the fissures one would see after an earthquake, and his hair had turned completely silver, fluttering gracefully behind him. This blind man, who had an enormous hooked nose, came up beside the dancer couple and reached a hand out to stroke Xia Fei's face. He then looked up and said in his hoary old voice, "What a handsome child." Gurgle. Xia Fei giggled, and the blind man laughed along with him. The doctor saw that the old man's hunched back seemed to slowly straighten at Xia Fei's laughter. Zing. He was obviously a doddering blind old man, yet now he was as vigorous as a teenager. He darted over to climb up the altar and squinted his already visionless eyes. "It has been 123 years that we've been trapped here on this holy tomb planet. A whole 123 years. The blind man's voice was loud and sonorous. "In the first few decades, I even dreamed that I would one day leave this accursed place. But now," the blind man chuckled bitterly, "I do believe all of you feel the same way as I do. I'm afraid that there's no way for us to leave here in our lifetimes. We'll all end up dying here. And this child, this is heaven's bestowal upon us. Let us have a bit of enjoyment for our days while we wait for each day to pass until our death. Humans aren't afraid of much, but we do fear hopelessness. So this child is our hope. We're already very old, but this child is still young. We should keep him and earnestly teach him everything that we know, imparting to him what we've learned in our lives. One day, we'll all die, but this child will leave, and in doing so, inherit our will. After we're dead, on our death anniversary, wouldn't it be nice to know that there'd be someone out there in the world who will remember us, light some joss sticks, and pour out a glass of sake for us? Don't any of you want that?" Hurrah! The old blind man's words caused the atmosphere to erupt with excitement. The days they spent waiting for their deaths trapped under this dome had indeed been difficult, and these scoundrels were all tormented over whether they wanted to kill themselves, so they could end up living a life that felt worse than death. But now, a child had appeared. With how adorable he was, and his cute smile, he was no different from a life-saving plant that had ignited a hope for these scoundrels to live on. How could they not feel grateful for that? Thus, the scoundrels all agreed to keep the child and raise him properly, as well as impart all that they knew to him. Upon thinking about how they would be dead in the future, and that there would be someone who would still be thinking about him, these scoundrels could not help but feel uncontrollably excited. Everyone discussed this enthusiastically. There were a total of 79 scoundrels here in the ancient tomb, and each and every one of them fought to get time with Xia Fei. Given how there was only so much time each day, they nearly ended up fighting for real over it. Suddenly, just as these scoundrels were getting all excited, thinking that their lives were filled with hope once more, the dancer couple said something that was no different from pouring a bucket of ice water over them, dampening all their spirits. "This child, he doesn't seem to have a seventh brain region." Buzz. These scoundrels felt as if their brains were about to explode. No seventh brain region? Did that not mean he was ability-less? Everyone had a seventh brain region, and it was just their individual abilities and the width of their seventh brain region that differed. Only about 1 in 100 million humans would be without a seventh brain region, not being gifted with any abilities, and would be considered a born cripple. Such situations were extremely rare. Without a seventh brain region, there would not be any way for them to have special abilities, And how could Xia Fan be expected to carry their will if he did not have any special abilities? These scoundrels all dashed over, using all sorts of methods to examine Xia Fan. Xia Fan did not know the concept of fear, and no matter how these scoundrels pinched his neck or used energy to inspect his body, all Xia Fan would respond with was his giggle. Reality was cruel, and just as the atmosphere had been uncharacteristically lively before, it was now quiet. Everyone was like a deflated football, their heads drooping. There were even some who hid in dark corners, hiding their faces and crying. Grief was greater than death, and these scoundrels felt despair once again. Having lived a life suppressing this emotion for over 100 years, it was enough to force a good person into bad, and a bad person into a lunatic. It was not easy for them to gain some hope, and so quickly have this hope turned into dust. That was when Xia Fan's laughter rang through the room crisp like a silver bell. He was still very small, and was being cradled in the arms of the female dancer. He had no idea why the scoundrels were all being so depressed, and all he thought was how interesting everything was. Everyone was quiet and stony-faced. It was just too fun. That bright laughter pierced the hearts of everyone, and they could not resist looking at Xia Fan's little face again. It was such a cute little face, like a fresh red apple. The machinist was squatting down on the ground, his hands hugging his head, absolutely in tears. Boom. Suddenly, he raised his mechanical arm and slammed it forcefully on the ground. This blow broke the floorboards, and the whole altar shook from the force. "Argh," the machinist yelled. "I've had enough of this." Like he had gone mad, the machinist dashed toward the deeper parts of the tomb. He proceeded to bring out a crate which was filled with energy crystals inside, transparent like pretty crystal ores, filled with the purest natural energy. Each and every one of them were as high as grade 9 energy crystals, able to easily buy a powerful battleship from any part of the universe. This crate full of grade 9 energy crystals was enough to buy a Class A planet. Thud. The mechanist threw the crate of crystals down on the ground carelessly. He reached out to Xia Fan and declared loudly, "If none of you want to take care of him, I will. So what if he doesn't have a 7th brain region? I can just feed him with energy crystals." Back then, we joined up to assault this holy tomb, all for the sake of getting our hands on this loot, only to be trapped in here. So what if I ended up acquiring these precious energy crystals? I gave up my life in exchange for them. No more. I don't want them all. No amount of energy crystals out there could exchange for the life I lost. The dancer couple hugged Xia Fan and retreated back. The machinist reached out, yelling as if he had gone crazy. "Give Xia Fan to me. Give him to me. I'll give the portion of my energy crystal all to him. We'll use the pure energy of nature to improve his physique." With a smack, the male dancer pushed the machinist's hand away and laughed bitterly. "We have quite a sizable portion of those crystals when we divided up the spoils. Since you're willing to do so, why don't the three of us pool our crystals and nourish him with them?" There were 2 lines of crystal-clear liquid streaking down the stern expression on the male dancer's face. He hugged his wife along with Xia Fan and said, "You're right. No amount of energy crystals is enough to trade for what we've lost. From now on, this is the chance we've been given." The words between the machinists and the couple motivated everyone, and they ran toward their own rooms like crazy. Several minutes later, there were crates filled with precious grade 9 crystals heaped around the altar. The astronomical wealth on display here was gathered like common vegetables, strewn around carelessly. Aren't they just energy crystals? I don't want them either. If I give you all these crystals, would I be able to hug the child? Trust me, I'll be very careful. These scoundrels were all speaking up. After having been trapped for 123 years, they were even willing to give up these priceless energy crystals, all for the opportunity to hug the child in their arms. It could be seen just how lonely these people had been all these years. Ha ha ha. The blind old man suddenly burst into laughter. Sure enough, time changes everything. Can all of you remember how much blood we spilled for those energy crystals all those years back? There were plenty of people all over the universe that had rushed over, all in the hopes of getting their share of the treasures in this holy tomb. In the end, only the 79 of us remained. But look at us now. Those were precious crystals that we risked our lives for, but we no longer want any of them. I dare bet that no one out there in the universe knows the meaning of life better than we do right now. This child right here is our lucky star. There will come a day when we're all dead, but Xia Fan will be alive here in the universe in our place, and the life that he led will be even more exciting than any one of ours. Ever since that day, Xia Fan led a life that no ordinary folk could even imagine, becoming the shared son of the 79 scoundrels. Other children would eat rice growing up, but what Xia Fan ate was grade 9 energy crystals. Each crystal was enough to exchange for a powerful battleship, but Xia Fan would practically be eating one every day. His starting point in life was not merely high, it was impossibly high. Even unparalleled figures in the universe would not have such qualifications to feed their own child in such a way. Along with this high starting point of his, Xia Fan also grew up quickly. Though he was an ability-less individual that did not have a seventh brain region, he nevertheless managed to build up a strong and sturdy body by force through those super energy crystals. Xia Fan did not know sickness as a child and never understood the concept of fear, either. Under the Sky Dome, there was no lack of peculiar individuals. A doctor who was not a doctor, but a killer. A fisherman that did not fish, but was skilled in controlling beasts. A chef who made terrible-tasting food, but was an expert in concocting poisons. Or a dancer couple who were as elegant as nobles, when they were actually notorious thieves. In any case, no one under the dome had a name, and they called each other by their nicknames. On top of that, every single one of them were masters in an assortment of strange skills. Yet these were the people that Xia Fan grew up with, so of course he learned a myriad of strange abilities from them all. There was only one exception to that, and it was the blind old man. The blind old man was very respected by everyone, and they were all very afraid of him. Everybody obeyed him, almost as if he was the most impressive one out of the 79 scoundrels that were trapped under the dome. But he was also just a blind old man, and he had not once taught any skill to Xia Fan as the latter grew up. While this blind old man had lost his sight, he was still observing from the sidelines whenever someone was teaching Xia Fan, leaving without saying a word once the lesson ended. Xia Fan had a feeling that this skinny old man seemed to be waiting for something. He once asked the dancer couple inquisitively why his blind grandpa never once taught him anything, despite being so impressive. It had to be stated that Xia Fan would be surrounded by a whole group of people from the moment he woke up, as these scoundrels all clamored to teach Xia Fan what they knew. The chef said that as long as Xia Fan learned the art of poison from him, he would give him a delicious fruit cake. The machinist said that if Xia Fan were to learn bomb-making from him, he would make for him a very fun robot. It was only the blind old man who never said a word. Though his eyes no longer worked, he nevertheless kept observing him. The dancing couple only smiled in response. You will have to grow up as soon as possible. It isn't that your blind grandpa doesn't wish to teach you, but that he's waiting until you're older to do so. Xia Fan was ignorant, so he nodded with uncertainty. This was the kind of life he led, and in the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed. Early in the morning, Xia Fan hefted some metal alloy armor and strolled along in the deep and large ancient tomb. The weather was very cold, reaching -34 degrees. Even the air coming out from his breath was rapidly turning into transparent icy droplets. However, Xia Fan was only wearing a white short singlet as well as thin, high-strength fiber sweatpants. He wore a pair of standard combat boots and was unaffected by the cold in the slightest. The swaddled baby of yesterday was now a hale and hearty youth. Xia Fei was a bit on the skinny side, but he was muscular. His cheeks were flushed with health, and his eyes were still large. With a slight curl of his lips, he looked like he was smiling despite being expressionless. But when he really smiled, it was as refreshing as a spring's breeze. Living with the scoundrels here in this ancient tomb, no matter how tough and boring life usually was, as long as they saw Xia Fan, they would immediately be affected by the boy's sunniness, inexplicably finding themselves in a good mood. Morning, Xia Fan. Morning, fisherman grandpa. Why are you carrying the armor and not wearing it? Machinist grandpa got the measurements wrong, and there are cracks in the joints of the protective layer after wearing it for a few days, so I need to get it repaired. So I see. The machinist sure is careless. To think he would still make such calculation errors, even with that half-mechanical brain of his. Quick, go on then. Everyone that encountered Xia Fan would always greet him warmly, and Xia Fan would respond to each and every one of them courteously. Being able to greet Xia Fan early in the morning made everyone happy. Everybody carried on with their own business with big smiles on their faces. It was also all thanks to the boy Xia Fan for existing, as ever since that day he arrived here on the Holy Tomb planet, the gloominess that hung over the place gradually dissipated, and their lives were enriched with a bit of joy. Pushing open the door into the machinist's workshop, Xia Fan saw there were scattered alloy parts all over the room, while the machinist himself was using a laser welder to repair a fusion reactor in the corner. Xia Fan placed the broken war armor on the repair platform as the machinist stopped his work and made his way over. What's wrong with the armor? It's broken. Again. The machinist's mechanical eye widened, nonplussed. Rascal, did you damage it on purpose? How could it require repairing after only wearing it for a few times? Xia Fan smiled. Machinist Grandpa, this isn't my fault. Shrugging, Xia Fan took out a water-based pen and began writing on the alloy wall of the workshop. It was an extremely complicated formula, and the machinist slowly squinted, his mechanical brain quickly doing the calculations for Xia Fan's data. Look here, Xia Fan pointed at the wall filled with complicated numbers and said, this is the conclusion I came to last night. The main portions of the war armor are fine, but the metal stress has a 0.07% error with the position of the active connecting joints. Realization dawned on the machinist, and he nodded. Since you've already discovered the problem, then how do you suppose we need to correct it? Xia Fan nodded and wrote down an even more complex formula. Not only did it contain stress testing algorithms, there was even a long series of logical functions. Tossing the pen to the side, Xia Fan flashed his bright smile and said to the machinist, covering the active connecting joints with a layer of carbon could offset the impact from external environmental changes toward the metal stress. Keep up the good work, Machinist Grandpa. Your skills are the best in the field, and I'm sure you can perfect the armor even further, Xia Fan said as he flashed him a thumbs-up gesture. Child, you've sure got quite a way with words. I'll give it a shot, but I won't guarantee anything. The machinist seemed to be grumbling, though his face was already lit up with a smile. As always, the natural closeness Xia Fan demonstrated, as well as his bright voice, always made the machinist feel very at ease. Even if Xia Fan was making some harsh request, he would always be willing to help the boy see it through. Xia Fan smiled and walked away. Though the sun was gone from the workshop, the machinist could still hear Xia Fan cheerfully calling him Grandpa. The machinist could feel himself completely reinvigorated as he took apart the broken war armor and picked up his tools. That was when the room inside the workshop burst open. This was the machinist's bedroom, and he would usually be found asleep inside, guarding his pile of metal junk. A blind old man walked out from inside. Though he had no vision, he nevertheless turned his head and faced the mathematical formula that Xia Fan had left on the wall. Were his calculations correct? The blind old man asked in a hoarse voice. Absolutely, the machinist answered, stopping what he was doing. The old blind man nodded his head slightly. What are your thoughts on Xia Fan's standards right now? I'm referring to his knowledge with mechatronics, of course. The machinist replied earnestly. I'm afraid his talent is already beyond my own. As for actual operation, he would still need a lot of training, but I think we all know that I'm not the only teacher he has, so he doesn't have that much free time. Xia Fan's life was busy and intense. He would have 3 classes to attend every day, one each at noon, the afternoon, and at night, each lasting 4 hours. They would all be undertaken by different teachers, instructing him in learning different skills, which was why he did not have that much time to solely train in one particular subject. The best he could do was learn a bit of everything. The blind old man nodded and said softly, very good. With that, he began to leave. The machinist furrowed his brow and then stopped him. Blind man. Anything else? Yes. Actually, this is something that I've thought about for many years, but I still can't make sense of it. Why is that fearsome skydome able to keep us all trapped in here? The blind old man shook his head. How would I know the answer to such a thing? You ought to know. The machinist's voice grew slightly louder as he continued. Among us, though we all possess decent combat strength and skills, none of us would be targeted with such great fanfare. There's only one possibility, and that is that among the 79 of us here, someone special. This person is the one who caused this scary skydome, who must not be allowed to leave this holy tomb planet no matter what. The moment this person makes his or her way out and into the universe, they will bring about a great catastrophe. That is why the skydome exists. The reason isn't to trap us all, but to trap someone among us, and you ought to be well aware who this person is. If Xia Fan was still here, he would definitely be extremely shocked. This huge skydome was of unparalleled strength. Could all that just be for the sake of trapping one person? Was there such a need to create such a scary skydome, all for the sake of one person? The blind old man shrugged and did not give an answer, choosing to continue to make his way out. Please consider. Xia Fan is already ready. The blind old man paused in his footsteps and said without even turning his head back, whether Xia Fan is ready or not. Your words don't count. Only I can decide. With that, the blind old man walked away. He had no eyes, yet it seemed like he was able to see everything clearly. He very easily made his way through the room, despite the messy clutter of metal parts everywhere. That old monster, the machinist sighed as he picked up the war armor Xia Fan had left behind. With the cold winter over, a spring breeze picked up. The tender grass saplings began to grow in the wilderness outside the ancient tomb. Even further out in the mountains and forests, the ferocious beasts had ended their hibernation and began to come out and search for food. Whether it was the squirrels in the forests, the wild rabbits, or even the sour fruits found in the wild, the beasts were not picky after suffering for a whole winter. All they wanted was to fill their bellies. On this spring day, the 79 scoundrels who lived here in the ancient tomb were planning to throw a coming-of-age ceremony for Xia Fan. They had no idea when his actual birthday was, so they picked that night when they first found Xia Fan as his birthday. In many places of the Ashen Moon universe, 16 was the custom day when they were acknowledged to be as adults, where relatives and friends would attend and give their congratulations, along with gifts. Until now, Xia Fan had been living under one roof with the dancer couple, and they had been taking care of Xia Fan's daily living needs. But now, with him becoming an adult, it was tradition for him to begin living independently from today onward. The room where Xia Fan would be staying had already been completed. It was right in the middle of the ancient tomb, not far from anyone else's places. Such an arrangement was so that it would be more convenient for Xia Fan to visit the homes of the others. Other things like food and things had long been arranged by the rest, and as the only child, it was hard to list out every preferential treatment Xia Fan had received. In short, he was completely doted on by everyone, in every way possible. Xia Fan changed into a set of new clothes and left the ancient tomb. Though there were not many people who lived under the sky dome, there were lights all around, and it was very lively, all for the sake of Xia Fan's coming-of-age ceremony. Everyone was already long prepared. Xia Fan greeted everyone warmly. The dancer couple even shed quite a few tears, knowing that he was about to move out of their place. The female dancer went on about just how small Xia Fan was back when, and that in a blink of an eye, he was now an adult. Similar, she was older as well. Truly, time was a knife that only urged people along toward old age. Xia Fan consoled the female dancer and lifted his head up toward the sky. Last night he had seen an extremely bright star up in the night sky, and that aroused his keen interest. That is no star, but a chaos stargate. Rat Grandpa stroked his beard and explained. Come to think of it, it's about time. The Holy Tomb planet orbits around the chaos stargate, coming in close proximity to it every 15 years. In about 2 months' time, you'll be able to see the true face of the chaos stargate. It's a spectacular sight. An extremely huge gate that's even larger than an entire galaxy, and right in the center is a dazzling gleam, looking like a lake filled with colored gems. Xia Fan was startled. To think there's such a thing in the universe? I wonder just how a thing like the Chaos Stargate came to be. Rat Grandpa was unamused. The universe is vast and filled with wonders. It's just a pity that we have this dome that restricts our freedom, so there's no way for you to see the vast and wondrous world that lies beyond the Holy Tomb planet. As for the Chaos Stargate, I can't really explain it clearly, but just know that it is a very ancient existence. It seems to be even older than the Ashen Moon universe. It's even said that if anyone were to make it through the Chaos Stargate, they would enter a different realm. But from what I know, there's a powerful barricade on the Chaos Stargate, and no one has been able to get through it. Xia Fan felt a little disappointed. It sounded rather fun to be able to visit another universe and have a look around. But since no one had been able to get past it, there was nothing he could do about it. What are you asking all this on such a joyous occasion? Rat Grandpa asked, narrowing his eyes. Xia Fan smiled. Nothing. I just have a sort of strange feeling toward it, that's all. What sort of feeling? Rat Grandpa asked. It's nothing, really. Xia Fan waved his hand dismissively. Look, Machinist Grandpa is calling to us, so let's hurry over now. On the clearing outside the ancient tomb, a large stone table and many chairs had been laid out. The chef was moving along, giving everybody their breakfast. While others ate roasted meats and bread, oatmeal and fruit salads, only Xia Fei was eating a huge bowl of noodle soup. These are longevity noodles, made specially for you. I have been busy since the early hours of the morning making it. The chef patted Xia Fan on his head with his greasy hand affectionately. Xia Fan lifted his head up and flashed him a bright smile. Thank you, Chef Grandpa. Good boy. What a good boy. The corners of the chef's eyes brimmed with tears. He wiped them with his hand and said, slightly choking up slightly, it was worth all the effort just seeing you so happy. You're about to become an adult, and so you must remember from today onward, don't end up being like us. You must be a good person, the chef lectured him. I will remember that. Xia Fan nodded vigorously. The situation was just that weird. They were very clearly a bunch of notorious scoundrels who were living in the ancient tomb, yet they wanted Xia Fan to become a good person that could hold up the heavens no matter what. It was perhaps the shared wish that all parents alive had. Good, good. The chef hugged Xia Fan's shoulder. I still have to stay here to prepare for the banquet tonight. I won't be going for the hunt later, so take care of yourself. If you really can't do it. Xia Fan carried on his words. If you really can't do it, then use poison to kill them. I know. What a good boy. The chef shook his head with a sigh and left. After they were done with breakfast, the doctor got up and looked all around. If there's nothing else, then let us head off now. The fisherman is already ready. According to the rules, when a boy becomes a man, 10,000 beasts will kneel. Xia Fan today will take on 10,000 beasts today, and none of you are allowed to help him. After all, he is now a real man. The old blind man also got up and said the final words, then go. Don't let the fisherman wait in anxiety any further. The scoundrels and Xia Fan got on a mid-sized shuttle that the machinist had retrofitted and soon arrived at the edge of a forest far away from the ancient tomb. The shuttle came to a stop and everyone disembarked to find the fisherman sitting on a large slab of granite, holding a wooden fishing rod in hand. Though there was no lake or fishes here, the fisherman nevertheless adopted a posture like he was fishing. Fisherman Grandpa. Xia Fei ran over and smiled at the fat and squat fisherman, saying, Thank you for all your hard work. For the sake of my coming-of-age ceremony, I'm afraid you haven't slept all night, have you? The fisherman rubbed Xia Fan's sturdy arms softly as he made light of the fact. It's no problem at all. Grandpa doesn't feel it's hard work at all, though my little ones have been busy the entire night. The doctor also walked over, lifting that metallic eye upward. There's no need to be so troublesome in the first place. All you needed to do was find an enemy that is a match for you, and then proceed to fight them in a ring. When a warrior comes of age, they have a great battle. That is tradition. Unfortunately, we couldn't find a suitable opponent under the dome, which was why after much discussion, we got the fisherman to use his beast control technique to gather a group of ferocious beasts as your first fight when you came of age. Xia Fan nodded and clenched his fists, already raring to go. The doctor asked the fisherman, So, how's the situation? The fisherman twisted his lips and answered, There's not much to hunt in the early spring. The wild beasts could barely endure their hunger and are at their most savage. I did manage to gather 10,000 beasts, but I'll be honest. I'm afraid the difficulty of this challenge is higher than what we anticipated. Everyone was silent. The reason why they had gathered 10,000 beasts was actually a private decision among the scoundrels. They felt that it would be cooler if they did it on such a grand scale, and given how much everyone adored Xia Fan, all of them of course hoped that the first battle he got into would be a spectacular one. But hearing what the fisherman said, all of them began to worry. What if the challenge was too great and Xia Fan was injured? That would be terrible. Everyone was wondering if they should reduce the challenge's size when the blind old man suddenly lifted his head and said, We have faith in Xia Fan, so let us begin. The fisherman froze up, then nodded with a furrowed brow. The scoundrels were all afraid of the blind old man, and since this was what he had said, no one would dare refute him. All they could do was tell Xia Fei to take care of himself. Wearing the metal alloy armor that the machinist HD newly made for him, Xia Fei stood by the tree-line of the forest, holding the thick-pronged war trident that he usually trained with. Here they come. The machinist pointed out into the distance, and they promptly saw the taller trees deeper in the forest sway vigorously. Everyone could hear the trembling of the ground growing in intensity. It was a beast pack. The beast controller fishermen had driven over an astonishing amount of wild beasts who were going to be Xia Fei's enemy today. A green-faced saber-toothed tiger was the first to pounce out from the trees. Its eyes were blood-red. Its killer gaze locked onto Xia Fei where he stood. The wild beast let out a bestial roar and charged towards Xia Fei. The beasts on the Holy Tomb planet were vicious and spent most of their time during the year fighting with one another. Many of the beasts had old battle scars, and this saber-toothed tiger had plenty all over his body too, an indication of the many battles it had fought over the years, where it had been a kingly existence on this planet. Suddenly, everyone saw Xia Fei let out a soft laugh and gathered strength to his legs. He exploded from the ground, dragging the war trident behind him, charging forward so he could meet the ferocity of the wild beast head-on. He, who usually had a bright smile ready, had now turned into a different person, engulfed in a fierce and ferocious demeanor. He has a speed of 113 meters per second. That's at the advanced starlight rank. The machinist yelped in excitement. His electronic eyes had a full display of Xia Fei's data. Oh my, advanced starlight rank. That's amazing. Even if hasn't opened his 7th brain region, Xia Fei is seriously amazing to be able to reach such extraordinary speeds. The scoundrels were cheering enthusiastically, each of them trembling in their exhalation. Just what did it mean to have a top speed of 113 meters per second? It meant that Xia Fei could cross 6.78 kilometers in 1 minute, which was 428 kilometers in 1 hour. He could clear a little over 10,000 kilometers in a day. That was comparable to the speed of a hovercar fitted with a jet engine. More importantly, Xia Fei did not have any special ability, and he could already reach such a terrifying speed through his powerful physique alone. It just went to show how well developed his muscles, motor nerves, and bone structure was. Xia Fei instantly closed the distance between him and that saber-toothed tiger. The beast's eyes nearly fell out of its eye sockets from its shock at how fast he was moving. But the beast could never have imagined that given how fast Xia Fei's movement speed was, the tempo of his attack was even greater. Drag blade style. A powerful force of strength broke out. Strength was applied to the back of the blade. Squelch. That was the only sound made, and the head of the green-faced saber-toothed tiger that had just made it out of the forest went flying upward. The cut was as precise as if it was made with a surgical scalpel, perfectly slicing through its neck. It died right there, without even making any sound. An explosive strength reaching 563 kilograms. Advanced starlight rank. The machinist read out Xia Fei's data yet again. The scoundrels simply could not believe their ears. Xia Fei, a boy without any superpowers, had achieved strength that had reached advanced starlight rank. A single pass of his weapon and more than half a ton of force was applied. Adding to the force of the impetus from his high-speed charge, the damage he could cause was frightening. Less than a second had passed since Xia Fei first took action, and the saber-toothed tiger that could easily kill 7 or 10 adults turned into a corpse under Xia Fei's war trident. However, what the scoundrels found even more incredulous was that it was only the start. As the saber-toothed tiger fell, ever more ferocious beasts came charging out from the forest. The border that divided the plains and the forest was like Xia Fei's defensive line. Any beast that drew near would be subjected to Xia Fei's unhesitating assault, slaying them on the spot. His smile remained etched on his face, but his attacks were as sharp as ever. There was not a hint of doubt in his actions, the epitome of the term decisive killing. In the blink of an eye, there were corpses of beasts strewn everywhere, the blood he spilled forming a river. The scoundrels were all stunned. None of them had expected Xia Fei's performance to be so insane. Training and battle were two different situations, and though Xia Fei had undergone strict training in the past, he had not once taken part in a real battle. This was his first battle, the first time he had seen so many blood and corpses, yet he appeared as if he had never known the concept of fear and was completely absorbed in the fight. It had been several dozen minutes since the beast pack began their stampede, and Xia Fei had maintained his own defense line, not retreating even an inch. No matter how many beasts came rushing out from the forest, they were all slaughtered at Xia Fei's hands. 8,000 killed, 2,000 killed, 3,000 killed. The machinist was adept at keeping statistics and kept reporting Xia Fei's kill count. Everyone was cheering at Xia Fei's performance. Suddenly, just as everyone was feeling happy for Xia Fei, something unexpected happened. Right about the time a slant-eyed coyote fell, everyone heard a crisp sound. Xia Fei's thick-backed war trident had split right down the middle. The constant fighting had broken Xia Fei's weapon. This is bad. Machinist, why didn't you make an even better weapon for him? The machinist clutched his head in his two hands and yelled. I did. But Xia Fei said he's more used to that trident he has been training with. I had thought that routing the beast pack would be enough, so who would have thought he would actually be slaying all these beasts? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A warrior losing their weapon was no different from losing an arm. The situation was dire. The female dancer grabbed the fisherman and yelled, "End this battle right away." No one does anything. This time, it was the blind old man who shouted a stern order. This is Xia Fei's coming-of-age battle. Do all of you want him to lose his honor? Besides, this is also a choice he has made. A choice he has made? No one understood what he meant and turned to the fisherman. The fisherman shrugged, helplessly saying, Could none of you tell? I am no longer controlling the beast pack anymore. It is Xia Fei who's in charge. It was as if everyone had been struck by lightning. They had nearly forgotten that it was not just the fisherman who knew the beast control technique. Xia Fei had learned it as well. He had long since replaced the fisherman and was now in control of the beast pack. A closer inspection, and they saw that there was a slight smile on the corners of Xia Fei's mouth, but his tongue was also a little curled, giving out a high-frequency sound wave that humans could not hear. There were several war beasts deep in the forest that the fisherman had trained, and that high-frequency sound wave was giving orders to those war beasts, commanding them to keep the beast pack surrounded, and subsequently force them towards Xia Fei. Xia Fei might have lost his weapon, so he would just use the broken weapon. If he could not slay them from a distance, then he would dash right up to them and engage in melee combat with those ferocious beasts. He stabbed the broken war trident into the head of a beast. The scoundrels were all so stunned that they stood there as dumb as wooden chickens. That was because this was not a fight, but a one-sided massacre. When the broken weapon in his hand was also ruined, Xia Fei simply resorted to using his fists, his two arms, his knees and elbows. He did everything possible to kill the wild beasts that were being driven toward him, leaving not one alive. The scoundrels could feel a chill run through their insides. It appeared as if Xia Fei had this innate disposition, an indescribable temperament toward insanity. This big boy who always had a sunny disposition and a ready smile transformed into a reaper the moment he was in a battle. It was just a pity that none of these scoundrels had ever seen Xia Fei's father, or they would not have been so flabbergasted by what they had just witnessed. After all, no matter how bright a smile Xia Fei had, he was ultimately a demon-sealing fiendish blade. No one had any idea how much time passed, but the battle finally concluded. Xia Fei threw the final carcass of a beast down on the ground and sat down on the ground with a heavy thud, breathing hard. That was when thousands of rats came running out from the forests. Each of them had sharp fangs and steel-sharp claws. Their black beady eyes stared ahead, looking extremely vicious. But those vicious rats only surrounded Xia Fei obediently and proceeded to stand on their two hind legs as if they were human. They clasped their front paws together, almost as if they were offering their congratulations to Xia Fei, giving him their best wishes on his birthday. Xia Fei laughed, radiant as the sun. He reached his hand out over the heads of some of Th0se rats and gave them a petting, muttering, "Thank you all for your hard work, truly. I'm now an adult, so all of you must do your best from here on out. Oh, you're pregnant? Your husband has done a good job then. Be sure to take care of your baby together in the future." The scoundrels were once again dumbfounded. The fisherman shrugged and said with a hint of grievances, "I can't even tell these war beasts apart, but Xia Fei can recognize each and every one of them." Honestly, though they are my war beasts, they are more willing to be with Xia Fan, and they take his orders. After Xia Fan greeted and praised the several thousand tiny war beasts, the vicious rats ran happily back into the forest. It appeared that earning Xia Fan's praise and encouragement was a very important matter to them. That was when Xia Fan finally got up, turned around and revealed that resplendent smile of his to the very astonished scoundrels. The hearts of these scoundrels softened. All of them felt that even while Xia Fan's style of fighting was a little too much, he was still that Xia Fei they were familiar with at the end of the day. All their worries and shock dissipated with a simple smile from Xia Fan. Xia Fan did not seem to care despite his wounded body and fighting exhaustion. He made his way toward the scoundrels, and they all promptly felt that Xia Fan had truly grown up. Furthermore, he was even more outstanding than anything they had hoped he would become. His sunshine disposition, with plenty of skills under his belt, along with his determined perseverance and accompanied by that slightly crazed fighting style. Even if there came a day when Xia Fan left the Holy Tomb Star and joined the more complex society outside, he ought to still be able to put up a good fight and would not be a pushover. 11,305 6 dead. The machinist let out a low whisper. That's too incredible. Xia Fan has accomplished a 10,000 kill. Hearing this statement, the blind old man's ears pricked slightly, though the expression on his face remained calm as ever. That was when a blue electric light flashed across the sky without warning, a piercing glare that could be seen over the entire planet. The blue light was gone in a flash, and everything around them grew darker. The scoundrels all looked up to the sky, only to find dark clouds gathering outside the skydome. The sunlight was already gone, and in its place was a gloomy sky. The change in atmosphere was so swift that it left everyone tongue-tied. Seems like a cosmic storm is about to spread to the Holy Tomb planet, the machinist stated after observing with his electronic eye for a while. Looks like there's another dome over the planet, but it's not really anything bad. Ignore it. Today is a joyous occasion, and the chef has already prepared a good meal tonight. We won't stop drinking until we're all wasted. That night, in the open plains outside the ancient tomb, a not too grand but very lively coming-of-age banquet was held. Everyone had plenty to drink, and quite a lot of them even ended up somewhat drunk. Meanwhile, Xia Fan received the most gifts and congratulations in his entire life so far. The scoundrels were all elated to see Xia Fan officially reach adulthood. That night, the drunk scoundrels slept with great satisfaction. When the next day arrived, they walked out of the ancient tomb, only to find that the sky was still as gloomy as before, and there was a streak of blue lightning constantly circling the sky. It crackled loudly, but no rain fell upon the land. When the third day came, the lightning still remained, and instead looked even fiercer than before. By now, even the most optimistic person began to sense that something was off. An entire week had passed, and that lightning outside the ancient tomb was still crackling. The black clouds looked ominous, and the terrible weather got everyone feeling very depressed. Today, finally, under the blind old man's behest, the scoundrels gathered at the altar of the ancient tomb for a meeting. The altar of the Holy Tomb was made of gold and was 99 meters wide. All around, there were 12 golden holy monuments, each bearing no words or lettering, and all that was on it was a large eye. In truth, there was neither a single character nor word found in this entire tomb or even the entire planet that they were on. The only thing carved anywhere was the shape of an eye, whether it was the moss-covered tablet in the forest or the hanging mural on the cliff walls. This image of the eye was everywhere, yet none of the scoundrels could make sense of it at all or of what it symbolized. Everyone present, including the scoundrels, discovered that the person taking charge of the meeting was not the doctor, but rather the ever-mysterious blind old man. The machinist had brought a seat over, allowing him to be seated on the altar. "Is Xia Fan still training?" asked the blind old man in his hoarse voice the moment he opened his mouth. The fisherman nodded. "He's practicing his stealth skills by the lake. My little creatures are accompanying him, so if he's making his way back, I'll know." The blind old man heaved a long sigh. "It's about time. Today, I shall tell you all something very important, but you must keep this a secret from Xia Fan." Only after all the scoundrels nodded in agreement did the blind old man continue. "We don't have too much time left, So as fantastically as what I'm about to tell you, I guarantee that it's nothing but the truth. 138 years ago, a group of vicious criminals who had come from all over the Ashen Moon universe gathered together to barge into this place in hopes of finding the treasure rumored to be hidden within and get rich. Those people were you all. These scoundrels felt the words that the blind old man had used were very odd. He was also someone who had come here, hoping to strike it rich, but the way he had just spoken sounded as though he had nothing to do with any of that. The blind old man swallowed. Back then, while all of you joined hands to get into the Holy Tomb planet, you actually didn't know one another. Even now, you use aliases and don't divulge your real names, nor do you wish to do so, much less reveal your true identities. And that's because most of you are fugitives. At this point, I'd like to ask everyone, do any of you remember seeing me when you first gathered? The scoundrels under the altar discussed this among themselves for a bit. Some said that it had been too long for them to have a clear recollection of what had happened then, while others replied with a no. There were some who seemed to recall that they had. One even said that it was impossible for them to remember everyone's faces, given that hundreds had originally gathered then. Hearing all these words, the blind old man chuckled. You people are really audacious to the extreme. Did you all dare to plunder this place without knowing where it's even? I'll be honest, when you all gathered to set off, I wasn't among you. Shock. These scoundrels nearly exploded. None of them could guess where this blind old man had come from since he was not actually one of them when they had first assembled off-planet. He could not possibly have jumped out from a crack in the land. Could he have? When the scoundrels displayed flabbergasted looks over this revelation, the blind old man looked very satisfied and laughed. This place is obviously my tomb, and all of you woke me up with your arrival. Later, everyone began killing each other, all for the sake of profiting the most, which I found to be very interesting, so I stayed around to enjoy the show. Who knew that all of you would fight and kill until no one wanted to carry on anymore? The doctor voiced that there's no longer any meaning in continuing the slaughter and that everyone might as well divide the energy crystals equally. During that time, I happened to be sitting at the side, and you all thought that I had come along with you, so I was included in the division. Back then, I was practically laughing until my belly ached. All of you came to steal my things, only to end up presuming me to be a fellow compatriot. Split part of the spoils with me? That's definitely the greatest joke in the world. Shock. Extreme shock. The color on these scoundrels' faces got drained. The ancient tomb had become so silent, everyone could hear their rapidly beating hearts. As a killer, the doctor furtively reached behind his back and touched his silver surgical scalpel. If this really was this blind old man's ancient tomb, then there was no way anyone could say what would happen next. The doctor's killer instinct told him that the situation was about to take a turn for the worse, which was why he had decided to make the first move. Quite a few shared the same idea as he had. Since they were notorious scourges from all across the universe, not one of them was obviously averse to the deed. Boom. Just as the scoundrels were undecided, the blind old man suddenly looked up and opened those two eyes, which had supposedly already lost vision. At that instant, a mysterious golden light burst forth from his eyes. All the scoundrels were enveloped in that golden light. They felt their bodies lift from the ground as this unparalleled force pulled them up in the air. Each one of them felt like they were being stifled, unable to breathe, while the blood in their veins was seemingly flowing in reverse. The agony they felt was akin to having their entire body be cast into hell itself. The torturous pain made these scoundrels wish that they could scream. Alas, no sound would come out. Terror. Absolute terror. The scoundrels felt so terrified they wished for death. Puff. However, it was at that moment that the blind old man shut his eyes again. The mysterious golden light disappeared along with it, and the scoundrels collapsed heavily on the ground, every cell in their bodies racked by extreme pain. Now, do you all believe me? The blind old man chuckled. He then spoke in this somewhat sheepish tone. I've been badly influenced by that rascal, Xia Fei. I clearly wanted to threaten all of you, but I ended up not being able to hold back my laughter. Oh well, so be it. Time has already changed everything. While I am the owner of this ancient tomb, I don't have any plans of killing you, and that's because you've all brought me plenty of joy over the years. In terms of combat strength, each of you is scum, and all you know are some random tricks and skills. I've been asleep in this tomb for too long. So much time has passed that even I forgot how many epochs there have been. It's why I was not only not mad when all of you barged in here, I even felt slightly amused. It's also because I felt too lonely. And when all of you gave me a share of the energy crystals, I decided to join in, but I didn't dare to reveal my eyes, as I would then be discovered by you all, which caused you all to begin calling me blind man. Unfortunately, interesting days can't continue forever. When all of you discovered that you'd been trapped under the sky dome, everybody became sullen and depressed, sighing and frowning. It's only upon Xia Fei's sudden arrival that this place found itself renewed with life. Why are you telling us all this? Could it be related to the constant thunderstorm happening outside? Shouted someone from among the scoundrels. The blind old man nodded. I already told you all, we don't have much time left. There's a powerful old nemesis nearby. What all of you see as a thunderstorm is actually a warning from my nemesis. Everyone below the altar was in disarray once more. The enemy of the blind old man was about to come? Just how scary would that person be? The blind old man spoke as he recalled things. I've told you not just once before. A day will come when all of us will die. That's because this is a forbidden area of the Ashen Moon universe. Since you came, none of you shall leave with your lives. Everything I've told you today is done on the account that we've spent all these years in peace with one another. I'll be giving you all some time so that you can prepare your last affairs. I've already been alive for a very long time, so death means nothing to me. But while I am fine with dying, I don't wish for Xia Fei to suffer the same fate as I do. He's still young and has a great future ahead of him. That's why I'll use up all my strength to send Xia Fei away. As for the rest of you, I'm sorry. The strength I have left is only enough to send him alone. Okay, that's what I wanted to tell you all. None of you must leak a word of this to Xia Fei. When he returns, I'll be sending him off, so if you have any words you wish to relay to him, do so soon. As for whether any of you understand why I'm doing this or not, I'll be honest, I don't care. While everyone was still in shock, the blind old man stepped down from the altar. All of a sudden, someone grabbed him by his shoulder, and it was the dancer couple. The two of them appeared to be very excited. Did you just say you'll be sending Xia Fei away from this place? The blind old man furrowed his brows slightly, and then nodded. That's marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. The male dancer felt so excited he was nearly in tears. He turned to his wife and said, Quick, let's go and prepare something for Xia Fei to take with him. This is the day I've been looking forward to all these years. The blind old man was nonplussed. I'll just be sending Xia Fei alone. The rest of you will be staying here, awaiting death. We know. The female dancer had a kindly smile on her face. Xia Fei is like a son to us, and there's simply nothing else we could ask for than him being able to leave this place and lead a proper life. With that said, the dancer couple actually knelt on the ground at the same time and kowtowed deeply to the old man. Blind man, no, Grandmaster. Please accept our gratitude. Please accept our gratitude. We are truly thankful. If there's such a thing as a next life, I'll be willing to be your cow or horse. The scoundrels all gathered around the altar and bowed to him in unison. Even the usually ruthless doctor was no exception. The blind old man was startled. A dawning realization then appeared on his face, and he mused. So I see. Xia Fei isn't just some child. He's a child we all share. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs, and no matter what evil things you've all done in the past, the love that you have for Xia Fei is as true as that of actual parents. I'm very touched that you all think like this. Unfortunately, I really can't save any of you. Except for Xia Fei. Even I will be dying this time as well. No matter. We've always remembered your words. The fisherman stood up and said with a straight face. A day will come when we will all die, but Xia Fei will inherit our will, live on in this universe, and that is already enough. Xia Fei ended his afternoon lesson and returned to the ancient tomb. It was a little strange today. That group of rats the fisherman raised kept accompanying him everywhere. No matter where he went, the rats would all follow him, unwilling to leave his side, all the way until he reached the tomb. The rats were very quiet, and their eyes carried with them some sadness. They looked like they were unwilling to part from him, and Xia Fei found this to be very curious. All these years he spent learning the beast control technique. This was the first time he had witnessed such a situation. Oh, everyone's all here. Xia Fan saw all the scoundrels surrounding his room outside and exclaimed in surprise. The female dancer walked up and took hold of Xia Fan's hand. It looked like she had just been crying, as there were traces of tears that had streaked down her cheeks. She handed Xia Fan a bundle and said in a scratchy voice, "There's a pair of boots inside, called Light Cloud. It is frighteningly light, and it won't even disturb the clouds if you step on it. Back then, it was all thanks to this footwear that we could steal things everywhere. Today, we'll be giving it to you." Giving it to me? Xia Fan was beside himself with happiness, but soon he asked, puzzled, "On my birthday several days ago, didn't you already give me a gift?" "Don't ask so many questions. Just take it. In the future, just be sure to remember the two of us." The female dancer forced that pair of light cloud boots into Xia Fan's hands and then crumpled into her husband's back, suppressing her soft sobbing. The male dancer gave her a hug to console her. "This is the little robot that I've promised to give you all this time. Unfortunately, there aren't that many materials in this ancient tomb, so I wasn't able to give it any powerful capabilities. I could only record the voices of everyone here." The machinist gave Xia Fan a little robot with a somewhat simple appearance. It was no bigger than Xia Fan's palm and could move as well as mimic everyone's voices. "I actually don't know how to fish, so this fishing pole is my gift to you. It's made of ebony wood, and the thread is nightshell cicada silk. Perhaps you'll be able to use it in the future." The fisherman handed Xia Fan his precious fishing pole. Everyone gave Xia Fan a gift, and each of these was the most treasured possession of every individual present. After everyone was done, the doctor patted Xia Fan on his head. The man who had never once smiled was now showing a wide smile on his face, and it was a smile that revealed indescribable relief and reassurance. "These are your things. We already helped you pack everything. Quickly go see your blind grandpa. He has something very important that requires your doing." The doctor told Xia Fan this. With that, the machinist handed over a box, and inside were the clothes that Xia Fan usually wore. The scoundrels all surrounded Xia Fan and walked with him toward the deeper parts of the ancient tomb, carrying the box and all the gifts that everyone gave him. "Blind Grandpa wishes to see me, so why aren't we heading to his room?" Xia Fan asked inquisitively when they passed the entrance to the blind old man's room. "Don't ask too many questions. You'll know the answers soon enough." The female dancer cajoled Xia Fan. The path kept leading deeper down until they reached the bottom floor of the tomb. There was a room here that had been kept sealed off all year round, its heavy metal doors bolted tightly with an enormous golden lock. Xia Fan remembered that this was a room that had always been shut tightly. According to the machinist, this golden lock was extremely sturdy and was so ingenious, so he wondered if there was anyone out there that could even unlock it. However, to Xia Fan's astonishment, this golden lock, which was said to be impossible to be picked, had actually opened at this moment. Entering through the mysterious golden doors, Xia Fan saw the blind old man, as well as a series of majestic sculptures. These sculptures were carved from pure white jade, but their eyes were all made of gold. They were all very lifelike, their gazes piercing. There were tens of thousands of them, and it was almost as if each and every one of them was staring right at everyone. Right in the center of this mysterious room was an altar, though this one was a lot smaller than the other, somewhere between 7 to 8 meters wide. Similarly, 12 of the sacred sculptures with the golden eyes were all around the altar. A grade 9 energy crystal was slotted between the eyes of each one, and in that way, the 12 sculptures and 12 pairs of golden eyes formed an array. Could this be a formation array? Xia Fan was immediately shocked when he saw this scene. "Blind Grandpa, where is this place?" Xia Fan asked the blind old man with a smile, his heart filled with curiosity. The blind old man did not answer him. Instead, he pointed to the altar in the center and said, "Good boy. First, I want you to stand up there, and then I'll tell you everything." Xia Fan promptly got up the altar and stood there, while the blind old man addressed the scoundrels behind him. "Bring me everything." The scoundrels handed over Xia Fan's luggage, as well as all the gifts they had prepared for him, to the old blind man. As the blind old man took them one by one, he flicked his right wrist and rubbed the golden ring on his hand lightly. Each and every item mysteriously disappeared, almost as if it was being sent into the ring. Xia Fan watched this, wide-eyed. It was such a tiny ring, and he found it far too amazing that it was actually able to fit so many things. Lastly, the blind old man took a book from his bosom, a thick and ancient tome bound with animal leather, and placed it into the ring as well. It must have been the gift the blind old man was giving to Xia Fei. After everything was done, the blind old man took off the golden ring he wore on his right pinky and strode up to the altar, grabbing Xia Fei's right hand and personally helping him put it on. Xia Fei could clearly feel that the blind old man's hands were trembling as he did that. Blind grandpa, Xia Fei could not help but blurt out. He really wanted to make sense of what was going on. Suddenly, something he was not expecting happened. The blind old man thrust out both of his hands while Xia Fei was not paying attention to himself and grabbed Xia Fei's head. He forced open Xia Fei's eyes to meet his already blind eyes. As their eyes aligned, the blind old man opened his eyes. He had peculiar golden eyes. The glaring light that shone forth carried with it a powerful energy pulse at the same time. Twin golden pupils, open, the blind old man exhorted, and his eyes shot forth two beams of golden light. This dazzling light penetrated through Xia Fei's own eyes and went straight into his head, then to his brain. It rapidly gathered in his body, becoming an unstoppable torrent of energy. This energy torrent was akin to a river bursting its embankment. It rushed through Xia Fei's body and surged right for Xia Fei's brain. In an instant, Xia Fei could feel as if a wall in his brain had been washed away by force, forming a small and special region inside his brain. This feeling was indescribable. It was like the blind old man had helped Xia Fei open a door to a whole new world. The years of grueling training on top of the nearly limitless amount of energy crystals had given him this sturdy foundation, allowing Xia Fei to gain a physique that was far superior to the average human. But at this time, what he was feeling was a pain similar to that of being tortured in jail. He wanted to scream in agony, yet he was unable to make a sound. When Xia Fei next opened his eyes, he discovered he was sprawled on the altar. The blind old man had already stepped away with the help of the scoundrels. He was seated on a chair that had been prepared prior, appearing to be very tired. Xia Fei was shocked to find that the blind old man was looking right at him with a kindly gaze. He was not blind at all. All these years, he had been lying about that the entire time. But for some unknown reason, the blind man's eyes had already returned back to their original color, white eyeballs with black pupils. He looked no different from the others, though Xia Fei could distinctly recall that his eyes had been golden just now. They had even shone brightly. "Blind grandpa," Xia Fei shouted. He dashed toward the blind old man, but it was like he ran into a formless wall. The repelling force from it sent him tumbling back onto the altar. He looked around and saw that the grade 9 energy crystals fit onto the 12 holy sculptures were all shining. Furthermore, as time passed, the glow from the crystals was growing even more glaring. He had no idea when the formation had become active, trapping him inside the small altar area. The blind old man saw that Xia Fei was awake, and he smiled. "Truly you're a child who had been fed energy crystals growing up. To think you'd wake up so fast after receiving my golden divine talent." "Blind grandpa, everyone. Just what exactly is going on?" Xia Fei asked anxiously. "Why am I trapped in this formation array? And why are all of you looking so sad?" The scoundrels were hesitant to speak. They all turned to the blind old man, who looked around and softly answered, "These sculptures are the ancestors from my clan, the twin golden pupils. This here is my clan's ancestral hall, and I am the last living descendant from my clan." With that said, the blind old man chuckled bitterly. "It's just a pity that from today onward, the twin golden pupil clan will be eradicated. I've already used my golden divine talent to create a 7th brain region for you, and I no longer have the power." "Indeed, you heard me correctly. I created one. I managed to create a 7th brain region for you, someone who did not have it. In this way, from here on out, you'll be just like us, becoming an ability user, and will become a true ability warrior. I really wish I could see just what your ability will be and accompany you as you grow up, but alas, that isn't something I can do. My nemesis will not allow me to leave." As the blind old man said this, everyone could hear a clap of thunder, and the entire ancient tomb began to shudder and rumble. During this last week, lightning had been striking constantly, but now, the force from the lightning seemed to have been strengthened. Despite being in the deepest floor of the ancient tomb, everyone was still able to hear it loud and clear and feel just how fearsome that power was. The blind old man pointed upward. "Look, speak of the devil. Perhaps he has already sensed that I've lost my golden divine talent and will no longer be a match for him, which is why he no longer hesitates to launch his attack." The scoundrels were all in shock. "The enemy's here? Then what shall we do? The transportation array has only just been activated. Xia Fei has yet to leave. We'll stop them even if we have to put our lives at stake. At the very least, we must hold them until Xia Fei can safely leave." The blind old man waved his hand lightly at them. "No need to worry. Believe me, there's no way he can stop this transportation formation." Xia Fei panicked. "No, I don't want to leave. I want to stay with everyone." The blind old man shook his head and said in a morose tone, "Remember, you must live well from here on out. If you have the time, read that book I gave you, but make sure never to mention its existence to anyone. Go on, my child. What must come will come in the end, and those who ought to depart will do the same. There's no such thing as a banquet that does not end, and I hope there will come a day when you will find your biological parents, the clan known as Skywing. But it's really too bad that none of us have ever heard about just where that clan is. While I'm unwilling, it seems like the fate we share ends here today." Xia Fei watched as the blind old man slowly shut his eyes as he said his final words. After exhausting his lifelong cultivation to help Xia Fei create a seventh brain region, as well as send him away from the Holy Tomb planet, it seemed like he had finally run out of fuel. The scoundrels hugged each other, tears flowing freely as they bade Xia Fei farewell. "Remember, don't be like us in the future. You must be a good person. If you ever miss us, just hear the voices the machinist has recorded of us. You'll forever be our child. Our only child." Sentimental emotions rapidly swept up those in the final tomb of the twin Golden Pupil clan as the formation array gathered in strength. In a blink of an eye, Xia Fei could no longer see the blind old man or the scoundrels. The white light surrounding him was like a wall that separated Xia Fei from them, and he was no longer able to see or hear any of their voices. After a short while, this spatial barrier made of white light turned golden. Finally, the light reached its peak and the space began to change. An endless channel opened up and Xia Fei was drawn into it. At the very last moment, Xia Fei seemed to make out a strange voice that was filled with resentment echoing, "Undying old man, hand over the law of gold." Planet Brenia, belonging to one of the three major federations in the Ashen Moon universe, Starcloud Union. Here on this night that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history, by the shore of a lake that was far away from a city, a weak glimmer of light flashed past. After that glimmer of light dissipated, a young teenager appeared. He had a thin yet powerful physique, and with a slight curl of his lips, he looked like he was smiling even when he was not. This teenager was none other than Xia Fei. Sitting down in a daze by the lakeside, Xia Fei did not cry. He was never one who cried to begin with, as he was used to facing everything in life with a smile. Whether it was tough training or learning obscure scientific principles, Xia Fei would face them all with a smile. Even today, when he had to say goodbye to the scoundrels that had watched him grow up on the Holy Tomb planet, he was still smiling. This was not because Xia Fei was callous, but rather that it was how he was born. All he knew was bottling up the pain inside him and showing to the world the best side of him, no matter what. After spending some time, Xia Fei finally figured out that the ring the old blind man had given him was a spatial ring, with an astoundingly large storage space inside that measured 1,000 cubic meters. He took out the woolen blanket that had his name embroidered on it and wrapped it around himself. This was the only remnant he had that identified who he was, something he had kept underneath his pillow, which he had a habit of holding when he was falling asleep. Xia Fei next took out the robot that the machinist had given him. It was a very small thing, no bigger than his palm. All it could do was perform countless simple motions, but it could imitate the voices of everyone from the ancient tomb. Hearing their voices was like having the scoundrels that he had spent his days and nights getting along with still by his side. In the middle of the night, Xia Fei took out the book that the blind old man had given him. He opened it, only to find that not only were the pages in front of him devoid of words, it was an entire wordless tome. How strange. This was clearly a tome that did not have a single word on it. So why would this be the parting gift the blind old man gave him? With an additional reminder to Xia Fan to read it often? Xia Fan thought of that voice of his nemesis, asking for the blind man a book called The Law of Gold. Xia Fan had no idea if this was the very same, but he remembered clearly how the blind old man solemnly instructed him to not mention a word about the book to anyone else. Laughing to himself, Xia Fan stored the wordless tome away and laid down on the grass with his eyes shut. He felt very sad and depressed. The familiar faces were forever etched in his memories one by one. Those scoundrels had told Xia Fan to forget about the ancient tomb and everyone in it. But how could Xia Fan just do that? Though Xia Fan was well aware that there was no good person living under the dome, be it the chef or the doctor. Each and every one of them was notorious across the Ashen Moon universe as culprits who had committed unforgivable crimes. But in Xia Fan's heart, each and every one of them were nothing more than his loved ones. Hate. Xia Fan hated that he did not have the power to protect his loved ones. As sleep took him, he found himself waking up again and again during the night from the nightmares that haunted him. Xia Fan felt that if he could cry, perhaps it would alleviate the hurt he felt. But no matter how hard he tried, tears simply would not come out. For 3 whole nights, Xia Fan did not eat or drink. He struggled with his pain and memories, like an injured beast, hiding by the lake as he licked his wounds. Leaving the ancient tomb and losing his loved ones, Xia Fan felt that his life was bleak. He had no idea where he was, nor what would his future bring. The only thing he could call fortunate was that he could feel a mysterious energy in his brain, stored at the place called the 7th brain region. The energy there ought to be a special ability, a precious gift that the blind old man had helped create in exchange for his life. As Xia Fan grew stronger, the width of his 7th brain region should increase, and the rank of his special ability should also grow higher and higher. What sort of special ability do I have? Xia Fan could not help but wonder as he curled up. He set up a simple campsite by the lake. Hunter Grandpa had taught Xia Fan wilderness survival skills, and they finally came in handy. The camp was beautifully built. Situated between 2 big trees, Xia Fan used the method of binding tree vines to build the frame, and then layered it with soft branches so as to keep it hidden and warm. Sustenance was fish that he caught from the lake, or the wild hares that ran about the forest grounds. About 27 kilometers south of the lake was a small farm. There lived a kindly old couple, and Xia Fan used the materials that he hunted to exchange for salt and other condiments from them. This old couple operated a roughly 4,000 hectares automated farm. They thought Xia Fan was a vagrant, which was why the childless couple invited Xia Fan to stay and help them with the work. In exchange, they would provide Xia Fan food and a living wage. However, Xia Fan rejected their offer because he now had an even more important matter at hand. He added the leftover grilled fish from last night into a pot of water, along with the wild oats he had collected from the forest to cook himself porridge, and so made his breakfast. After he was done with his meal, Xia Fan stood by the lakeside and faced the grass fields that stretched out as far as the eye could see, muttering to himself, "Don't you all worry. No matter how tough it's going to be, I'll surely live on properly." These words were of course spoken for the sake of his blind grandpa and all the other scoundrels. Even if they could not hear him, Xia Fei still proclaimed that to motivate himself. The dead would not be forgotten. Xia Fan was gradually coming to terms with it. Rather than wallow in his depression, it was better to like out his life to the fullest. After all, this was the biggest wish the people in the ancient tomb had for him. They would be looking after him from the heavens, and Xia Fan did not wish to disappoint them. After sorting out his feelings, Xia Fan began a set of exercises. This was the Star Tip Mantra, a required course that every special ability user needed to perform. Though Xia Fan did not have any special abilities in the past, the scoundrels had nevertheless taught him this introductory exercise. 30 minutes later, he concluded the warm-ups. Xia Fan let out a sigh and proceeded to lean down on the ground, one hand pressed against the ground, adopting a rather strange starting stance. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fan directed strength to his legs, and a powerful explosive force traveled through his thighs down to his toes. Boom! Xia Fan's entire body shot forth. In the blink of an eye, he reached the incredible speed of 153 meters per second. Yes, a speed-type special ability. This was the special ability he had acquired after his seventh brain region had been activated. With the wind whistling in his ears, the trees at his sides quickly faded from his sight. Xia Fei was like a sharp arrow piercing through the sky. Just 2 weeks ago, his top speed had been just 112 meters per second. Now it was already over 150 meters per second, achieving the standard of Starbase Rank 1. It had taken Xia Fei more than a decade to reach 112 meters per second, and that had been thanks to eating an astronomical amount of grade 9 energy crystals. But now, the moment this mystical seventh brain region was opened, Xia Fei's speed was climbing as madly as if he was a rocket. In just 2 weeks, he had already advanced to Starbase Rank 1. Every day his speed steadily increased, growing faster and faster. Every minute he could clock 9.18 kilometers and 550 kilometers in an hour. Xia Fei was advancing crazily. Though Xia Fei was far away from the Skywing wolf pack, the blood of the fiends still coursed through his body. At high speeds, it was as if his back had grown wings, flying through the galaxy and 9 heavens. Any male from the Skywing clan with the surname of Xia had always been tyrannical. In a situation where he lacked the support of more techniques, Xia Fei's training method was very simple. He would just run with all his might until he became exhausted. Then he would rest where he ended up and then make his way back to his little campsite by the lake. This was his daily routine, monotonous and tireless. Xia Fei sniffed as he was sprinting and could smell an unsettling stench in the distant air. Xia Fei was startled. He immediately shifted diagonally and accelerated, running in the direction of where the smell was coming from. A minute later, Xia Fei saw an area of scorched land. Right in the middle were several parked hovercars, and one of them was an ambulance. A doctor and 2 nurses were in the process of lifting their patient onto the ambulance. Xia Fei was anxious and sprinted right over, rushing in from several hundred meters away. "It's a speed ability user," a male nurse exclaimed in shock after he spotted Xia Fei. As he approached, Xia Fei pushed the bespectacled doctor away from the suspended stretcher and pulled a needle out from the patient. "That's the 3-inch skull. A lethal venom." Xia Fei spoke rapidly as he examined the patient. The male doctor that had been shoved aside by Xia Fei was originally annoyed, but his eyes were now widening in bewilderment. This young man could tell what the poison was just by how the patient looked? Was this young man not too incredible? But who would have thought that in the next second angrily yelled at the doctor? "You'd actually inject detoxifying serum on someone who has been bitten by a 3-inch skull. Who's the teacher that taught you this? Are you trying to get him killed? What else are you supposed to do other than detoxify snake venom?" That doctor retorted stubbornly. "Are you the doctor, or am I? Have you gone to medical school?" Xia Fei could not be bothered to argue with him any further. With a light brush of his finger over his spatial ring, he took out a jar of black salve and took out a measured spoonful worth of it, opened the patient's mouth and stuck it inside, and washed it down with water from his water bottle. The doctor panicked. He went up and pushed Xia Fei away, only to find that he was completely unable to make Xia Fei budge. "Go away. Who's going to be responsible if you interrupt his treatment? Call the cops. Report him to the bureau." The nurse and ambulance driver, as well as 2 passerbys watching this scene unfold, all took out their phones to call for help. But before any of their calls connected, they saw the patient suddenly cough violently and spat out a large amount of black liquid. Xia Fei tore off part of the patient's pants and sucked on a light wound on his calf. He spat out the black venom he extracted and then rinsed his mouth with clear water. "That's highly venomous poison. You actually sucked it out with your mouth?" A blonde nurse gasped, her hand on her chest. Xia Fei shrugged somewhat noncommittally. "Snake venom is just protein to begin with, and as long as it does not get into my blood, it isn't harmful at all. Don't you know this?" Xia Fei had learned toxicology from Chef Grandpa and wondered why the foundational knowledge of these healers outside the ancient tomb were so terrible. A doctor that would medicate so carelessly, and a nurse that knew nothing of the chemical makeup of snake venom. Just how were these people working in a hospital? The people present were all dumbfounded. They could very clearly tell that Xia Fei was still very young, yet he was lecturing the doctor and nurses like they were children. Continuously feeding the patient his black salve to induce vomiting, the liquid vomited out became lighter and lighter. The pallor of the man turned from black to normal, but he still remained immobile with his eyes shut, not waking up. "Water! I needed a lot more water. Xia Fan shouted out to the people around. Without even realizing it, Xia Fan had become the main character, and everyone hurriedly gave him bottle after bottle of water. Xia Fan forced the water down the patient's throat, and everyone could see his stomach bloat rapidly. Xia Fan then lifted this patient with one hand, and with that man's head facing down to the ground, he used his other hand to push hard against the stomach. Bluff! With a sudden surge, the patient vomited violently, practically spilling his guts out in the process. This scene scared everyone and the doctor, but between their gasps of shock, they also heard a long sigh escape from the patient's mouth. He's coming around. He really has regained consciousness, the blonde nurse exclaimed excitedly. The doctor was shocked to witness the scene. Xia Fan's emergency treatment measures were nothing he had ever seen in medical school and went completely against any medical sense. Okay, his life is finally saved, Xia Fan sighed in relief. Give this man some alkaline solution and have him avoid eating anything for the next 3 days. Stick to only clear water. With a whoosh, a hovercar came speeding in from afar. Inside were a man and a woman, the latter looking somewhere in her early 20s, with chestnut-colored hair and a svelte figure, while the former was about 30, with high cheekbones and a piercing gaze, looking very astute. They are special ability users, Xia Fan thought to himself, startled. This is the one. The doctor came rushing over, pointing at Xia Fan as he complained. This is the person who leveraged his special ability and got in the way of saving the patient. Quickly, apprehend him. The man with the astute eyes gave Xia Fan a once-over and pursed his lips. He took out a shiny silver badge from his bosom and flashed it before Xia Fan's eyes. Hello, we are investigators from the Union Special Bureau. Brinia's capital, Mirror Sea City, Special Bureau Station. Xia Fan was locked in an interrogation room, with nobody entering to interrogate him for several hours. He had no choice but to peer through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows and stare out into the sea beyond. There were no waves in this sea. It was as calm as a mirror's surface, thus the name of the city. There had been several shallow lakes on the Holy Tomb planet, but this was actually the first time Xia Fan had seen a sea. Gazing out over the sea that stretched far into the limitless horizon, he felt a sense of excitement rising in him. Someone abruptly pushed open the door to the interrogation room and entered. It was none other than the female investigator with the chestnut hair. She entered the room with her face lowered, looking at the file she had in hand. Sit. She pointed at the chair across from her. From the badge hanging around her neck, Xia Fan saw that her name was Cheyenne, a novice investigator. Xia Fan sat down and asked with a smile, has the uncle who someone tried to murder gotten past his critical condition yet? Cheyenne, who had been reading the file suddenly, slammed it shut and stared at Xia Fan. How did you know he was targeted for assassination? According to the records, the doctor and nurses all testify that you only arrived at the scene afterwards, and that you were nowhere around when it happened. Xia Fan shrugged nonchalantly, thinking nothing of the comment. It's very simple. That man was wearing reinforced fiber sportswear, and there were clear traces of sweat on his back and chest. He even wore a motion recorder on his wrist, which means that he ought to have been doing some jogging training when he was attacked. The location of the attack was 47.6 kilometers away from the city. No normal being would run so far to exercise or train, so it is highly probable that that man was a special ability user. Furthermore, the grass around the location where he was ambushed was scorched black, covering an area about 182 square meters and shaped in a circle. This means that it was not a naturally occurring fire. It was when the man attempted to retaliate after discovering that there was a highly venomous snake, hoping that his flame ability could scare the snake away. Unfortunately, the man had no idea of the strength of the 3-inch skull or even what kind of snake had attacked him, which was why he chose to use fire. If I had been in his shoes, I would have chosen to remain calm and deal with it. After all, once fire burns, your vision would be hindered and will make it harder to keep track of the snake. The only explanation is that an assassination of the man had been arranged. The killer clearly knew the lifestyle habits of the man and was already hiding nearby, waiting for him to appear, and controlled the snake to attack him. Cheyenne grew more astonished the more she listened. Without even realizing it, her mouth was slowly hanging wider and wider. Very few people in the bureau knew that the inspector had been attacked, and that definitely did not include Xia Fei. It was very obvious he had concluded all that from his own observations. Finally, Xia Fei stroked his chin and chuckled as he said, "The killer nearly succeeded. Had I been a minute later, just that stupid doctor's usage of anti-venom serum would have cost that man his life." What a close shave. Cheyenne slowly shut her mouth and wrinkled her forehead. She watched Xia Fei with a strange expression for quite a long time before finally saying, "Your conjectures were all correct, but it's a pity that you didn't manage to save the man. He passed away in the hospital 2 hours ago." "The man passed away?" Xia Fei was startled. "That's impossible. I clearly cleared out 99.7% of the venom from his body, and what trace toxin remained could be completely neutralized with alkaline compounds in the next 3 days. How did he die? Did the doctor not do as I instructed?" Cheyenne could not explain with words the strange sensation she was feeling right now. Backing his strong logic was knowledge of toxicology that was well beyond a highly decorated doctor that had graduated from medical school. When retrieving the doctor-patient records, though the doctor had expressed a strong distaste for how Xia Fei had intervened in his work, he also admitted that what Xia Fei had done was correct, and he was the one who had saved Inspector Roten. Looking no older than 17 years old with a sunny disposition and smile that could light up a room. Just where could a young man such as himself learn so much from? Suddenly an idea popped into Cheyenne's mind, and she asked Xia Fei, "Do you have a good knowledge of toxicology?" "Not really, but I do know a bit," Xia Fei replied humbly. He was not lying. Compared to Chef Grandpa whom he had learned toxicology from, Xia Fei was indeed lacking. Cheyenne did not ask any further questions. She got up and proceeded to leave the interrogation room. She soon arrived at Chief Jerry's office, knocked on the door, and entered. Special Bureau Chief Jerry was a bespectacled and fat old man. Known for his chubby cheeks, everyone familiar with him knew that while he was the man who wielded the most authority on Brenia, he had a genial personality and enjoyed sweet treats. He always treated others kindly and was not as strong or capable as any member of the Bureau. He was just a typical amiable old man. Jerry was drinking a glass of warm chocolate milk when Cheyenne entered. He smacked his lips as he listened to her report. "Oh, he's that young man whose identity isn't even registered, right? He's actually such an interesting person." Jerry was shocked after he heard everything. Cheyenne furrowed her brow. "I don't find him just interesting." When he mentioned Inspector Roten, he was very serious. "You'll understand when you view the video from the interrogation room." With that, Cheyenne gave the chief a video recording of the interrogation that had just happened. After watching it, he said with a smile, "He's good. His speculation is consistent with Qin Zimo's conclusion after his investigation." Inspector Roten was indeed ambushed while he was out for his morning run. Suddenly, Jerry wrinkled his forehead. A union inspector getting ambushed and dying is already bad enough. What makes it worse is that Roten's family wields great power within the union, and they are now exerting great pressure on the Special Bureau headquarters, demanding we crack this case as soon as possible. Giving the matter some thought, Jerry placed his glass of chocolate milk down and said, "I will allow Xia Fei to join the investigation. Bring him to have a look at the scene of Inspector Roten's attack. Given his understanding of toxicology, perhaps he might be able to catch details that we've missed out on." "Understood." Cheyenne answered in the affirmative as she rose. Union Inspector Roten had died as a result of organ failure due to toxins found in the body. Originally, he had been injected with a large amount of active alkali when he was first brought to the hospital and managed to regain consciousness. However, all of a sudden, the situation took a turn for the worse and his body had convulsed violently. Foam frothed from his mouth as his face turned blue, and in a matter of minutes, the doctors announced that they had failed to save him and pronounced him brain dead. On the journey to the hospital, Xia Fei questioned Cheyenne closely, wondering just what sort of organization the Special Bureau was. He discovered through her explanation that while there weren't many members in the Special Bureau, each and every investigator assigned to the Bureau were special ability users. In the StarCloud Union, special ability users were not as common as vegetables on the roadside, so why would the Special Bureau be completely composed of special ability users? The answer Xia Fei got shocked him, as it turned out that the full name of the Special Bureau was the Superpowered Crimes Special Investigation Bureau. It was an organization that wielded the highest status in the Union. They were none other than a specialized group of people who were charged with investigating and capturing criminals who committed crimes with their special abilities. It was no wonder why when the doctor and nurses saw that Xia Fei had a speed-type special ability, they did not call the police first, but the Special Bureau. Within the entire StarCloud Union, the Special Bureau was the organization with the greatest authority, second to none. The Union was made up of many different countries, and the investigators of the Special Bureau could enter any country and investigate whenever they liked. They were not restricted by any laws, and when necessary, could even mobilize the weapons of the country. The authority they wielded was essentially greater than any single head of state of the various countries that made up the Union. It was thus no wonder that when Xia Fei first met Cheyenne and her colleague, who went by the name of Qin Zimo, with his high cheekbones and stern face, he had felt that they carried themselves with unusual prestige. It turned out that their status in society was so high that the flash of a Special Bureau investigator's badge could make even the chief executive of the planet Brenia shudder. The hovercar stopped outside the hospital. Cheyenne brought Xia Fei to the emergency room that Inspector Roten had died in, with many police standing outside the cordon. The moment they saw Cheyenne arrive, these policemen hurriedly formed up in a row before bowing to her. At the same time, all Cheyenne did was offer them a slight nod and walk in with Xia Fei. The policeman pushed the door open for Cheyenne and Xia Fei, flashing her a smile of adulation. Because Xia Fei was with Cheyenne, these police thought he was also a Special Bureau investigator and were careful to smile at him, too. It feels rather good to be respected by everyone everywhere I go, Xia Fei thought to himself. The body had already been sent to cold storage, and there was no one in the room. The equipment used to save his life was still there to preserve the scene, so everything was as it had been. This is where Inspector Roten died. We've done our detailed investigation, but found nothing suspicious. Every corner of the hospital has security camera coverage, and that includes the emergency room. After checking the footage, we also found nothing suspicious, Cheyenne told Xia Fei. Xia Fei shook his head. I am very confident that I've already removed all toxins from the man's body, so there must have been another attempt after he left my care. Cheyenne was a little annoyed, wrinkling her nose to say, So are you implying that the Special Bureau has done a poor job investigating? Shush, Xia Fei ignored her, going as far as to make a gesture asking for her to be quiet. Cheyenne's face lost its color. She watched as Xia Fei closed his eyes and then sniffed the air. The scent of your shower gel hangs around you, Orchid. You haven't washed yourself thoroughly. It's not good for you to overwork your body when you're on your menstrual cycle. Cheyenne was originally angry at Xia Fei, but her face turned scarlet red after hearing his comment. Not only did he manage to smell out her body's situation, he had even caught on that she did not finish bathing properly and had to rush from home after receiving the Bureau's emergency call this morning. It was absolutely embarrassing. Xia Fei's nose was even more sensitive than a dog's. However, Cheyenne's mortification soon turned into shock. Just how did he do it? 2 male doctors, one over 60 and the over very young, not even 30. 3 nurses, young women all. They sprayed the disinfectant last night, which is why it is so mild now. The air purifier system has expired, which is why the residual smells are so strong. The doctor did indeed administer a large amount of active alkali compounds to the man as I prescribed, with distilled water as the neutralizing agent. The scent of grass and human sweat hanging in the air means that the man not only was sweating profusely before he died, but he also became incontinent. The toxin attacked swiftly, causing his 2 major detoxifying organs, the liver and kidneys, to overwork themselves, ultimately causing them to be the first to fail. Thus it can be seen that the man did not die from the 3-inch skull this second time around, but an even more acute synthetic poison. The first assassination attempt, the killer wanted to fake matters, making it seem as if the man had been attacked by a venomous snake and died naturally. But upon learning that it failed, the killer threw caution to the wind and must have gone with a synthetic toxin that was sure to leave a residue. With that, Xia Fei opened his eyes and laughed at the dumbfounded Cheyenne. Better have the major space and airport sealed off. That killer used a synthetic toxin and it will definitely be detectable, and a conclusion of murder easily be drawn. He could very well be seeking to escape before a test can be concluded. Cheyenne could feel her mouth dry up and her heartbeat quickening. She was looking at Xia Fei with an incredulous expression on her face. It was correct. It was absolutely correct. He had even guessed the number of healthcare professionals who were present when attempting an emergency treatment of Roten, and their ages were all correct. No, he did not guess. He had actually relied on that unimaginable sense of smell he possessed to come to that conclusion. It was far too amazing. Cheyenne really wanted to scream out loud. As an investigator of the Special Bureau, Cheyenne had undergone years of strict training, and she had seen plenty of high-level investigators in the Bureau, but Xia Fei had completely subverted everything that she knew in the short time she had known him. This teenager with the most radiant smile, standing in front of her, was practically an omnipotent monster. That was when the communicator that Cheyenne wore around her wrist suddenly vibrated. She lifted her wrist and looked at the display screen, only to find it was a message from the autopsy laboratory. The cause of death for Inspector Roten had been confirmed. A synthetic toxin with a level 5 lethality. Sure enough, it was a man-made synthetic poison. Cheyenne gritted her teeth and darted out of the room, yelling to the police outside. Inform all points of port. From this point onward, do not allow any special ability user to board. Furthermore, investigate all the surveillance records in the hospital for the past 24 hours. Investigate any and everyone suspicious. Understood. The policeman ran off in a panic after getting their orders. Returning back to the emergency room, Cheyenne saw Xia Fei was stroking his chin thoughtfully with one hand, almost as if he was somewhat dissatisfied with how she handled the matter. What? Cheyenne asked him. Xia Fei smiled. Monitoring and investigating is too slow. This hospital compound covers 14 hectares, with a construction area of 16,830 square meters. It also has 2,350 cameras. Checking everything would take far too long a time. Plus, since this killer of ours possesses the ability to control beasts, there's no need for him to do the poisoning by himself. He could just use some small creature to do the poisoning. If a small creature were to come in through the pipes or ventilation system, I'm afraid just checking the video surveillance will be pointless. Cheyenne heard what he said, and her eyeballs nearly fell out in shock. This person actually managed to calculate the amount of cameras and the construction area of the hospital? Was he even human? After finally regaining her composure, Cheyenne asked curiously, "What suggestion do you have?" Xia Fei thought about it. "Indeed, I do have a faster method. Go find some snacks, peanuts or candy, that sort of thing." Cheyenne was startled. "I can get someone to buy from the vending machine in the corridor, but what do you want them for?" Xia Fei squatted down on the floor and flashed Cheyenne a mysterious smile. "You'll know soon enough. Also, don't be afraid no matter what you see later. And don't make a sound, either." With that, Xia Fei began to dismantle the cover to the floor drain in the room, as well as the cover from the vents. He then opened his mouth slightly, lightly rolled his tongue, and like he was blowing a whistle. Though it looked like Xia Fei was blowing a whistle, Cheyenne could not hear a thing. Could he be making ultrasonic waves? Cheyenne was stunned. She could feel a buzz in her brain, and she immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. As an investigator of the Special Bureau who had seen plenty of the world, Cheyenne had naturally heard of ultrasonic waves. People who had trained for an extended period of time could make those sound waves, using them to stimulate the brains of beasts so as to establish a magical connection with them. This technique was called the beast controlling technique. Anyone who possessed this skill would be called a beast tamer. The controlling of beasts through sound waves was different from the beast control special ability. The latter relied on telepathy to communicate with the beasts' minds and hearts, while controlling beasts with sound waves was a long-known and more technical method. Every technical method shared one commonality, and that was the threshold was very high. After all, everyone required plenty of training to grasp a profound technique, and would need to seek out a proper teacher. That was also why those who could normally control beasts with sound waves were gray-haired older folks. Xia Fei was so young, yet he had already grasped such a transcendent technique? How was that possible? Unfortunately, Cheyenne had forgotten that there was never such a thing as impossible in this world. Not only was Xia Fei versed in controlling beasts through sound waves, he was even an expert at it. Very soon, faint sounds could be heard coming from the ventilation shaft above the ceiling and the pipe that led straight to the sewers. At first, some small rats poked their heads out vigilantly, but soon could no longer resist the draw of the sound waves and began to make their way to Xia Fan's side. Like a group of servants bowing, they held their heads low and laid down on the ground before him. Cheyenne felt as if she had difficulty breathing, aside from being afraid to make a noise and slightly alarmed by the appearance of these rats. It was the remarkable performance that Xia Fan had shown her that left her breathless with admiration. Besides his frighteningly keen reasoning and analysis ability, he had a sense of smell that was even more sensitive than a hunting hound's, a deep understanding toward toxicology, as well as an almost fantastical ability to control beasts through sound waves. Each and every one of these supernatural skills was possessed by the very young Xia Fan. This young man was simply inconceivable. Of course, this was on top of the fact that according to first-hand witness reports, Xia Fan himself was a speed-type special ability user. Opening the bags of snacks, Xia Fan poured out sugared peanuts, chocolate waffle biscuits, sandwich cookies, and cream pies to feed the little rats. Xia Fan even carefully broke up these snacks into small pieces so that it was more convenient for the little rats to eat. Seeing these rats that liked staying in the dark corners of the hospital becoming happy and enjoying the feast, Xia Fan did not miss out on the chance to ask a few questions. "Ah, how scary. Are any of you hurt? Wow, it must have been really hard for you. Do any of you know where it went? So I see. Did anyone see what that person looked like?" Using sound waves to control beasts was not a special ability, which was why there was no way for Xia Fan to directly communicate with them through their consciousness. Only by posing questions could he help the little rats understand the situation and provide him with the information he needed. The rats crawled, rolled, dipped their tails in a bit of water, and began drawing on the floor. They used all sorts of methods to answer Xia Fan's questions. "Thank you everyone for your hard work. Finish eating what you can and hurry back. Bring whatever's left with you and store it, so you can stave off going hungry in the future. Remember, be careful." As a woman, Cheyenne hated mice and such rodents, but Xia Fan instead treated these rats like they were friends, hearing their complaints and warning them to take note of their safety. Perhaps it was why Xia Fan had managed to grasp the ability to control beasts with sound waves at such a young age. His attitude toward those small lives was essentially that of kinship. After some time, the rats all left down the pipes, bringing away the leftovers in their paws or stuffed in their mouths. Some even dragged them with their long tails, carrying what they could back to their nests. Meanwhile, Xia Fan lightly waved goodbye to them, a bright smile on his face. After the rats left, Xia Fan replaced the vent and pipe cover, saying to Cheyenne, "I've already gotten a good sense of what happened." The killer took control of a very small golden thread snake and entered via the sewers. While the staff was not paying attention, it released the poison into a glass of water. Mr. Roten drank a glass after his condition improved and then died of the poison. With that, Xia Fan pointed to a paper cup in the rubbish bin. "If you take that cup to the laboratory, you'll be able to pick up traces of the toxin's residue." Cheyenne nodded and had the piece of evidence sealed in a plastic bag and made ready to bring it to the laboratory. Those little guys were not trained, so the information they could provide was limited. Xia Fan then whispered, "The only useful information they told me was that the one controlling the golden thread snake was a bald man." Bald? Cheyenne was startled, but promptly picked up her communicator and left the room to make a call. The rest was left to the police to handle. Cheyenne and Xia Fan made their way to the hospital car park and drove the hovercar up to the highway, their destination being the airport. "Will the killer be caught?" Xia Fan asked Cheyenne. Cheyenne let out a light sigh. "That's hard to say. After all, the manpower of the Special Bureau is limited. Brinia has a population of close to 3 billion, and there's only our chief and 4 official investigators in the Special Bureau. Even if we were to include the logistics and support staff, there's still just barely 24 of us. So few." Xia Fan was shocked. Cheyenne chuckled. "We make it work. After all, there's only about 1 in every 10,000 ordinary folk that have special abilities, meaning there are fewer than 30,000 special ability users on Brinia. A good half of them work for major corporations and won't stay locally. After you eliminate those that are still too young, there's only several thousand young adult ability users left." That makes sense. The Special Bureau's main purview are criminals with special abilities, and you won't be involved with public security cases. Xia Fan nodded along. So, where are we off to now? The airport. Mirror Sea City's airport is one of the 3 largest main ports on Brinia, so we're off to try our luck. The hovercar quickly left the city as they took the highway. The view was pretty as they traveled along the coast, with the sea spanning endlessly outward to their left and a nature preserve to their right. Xia Fei sat quietly in the passenger seat and admired the view. Suddenly, the hovercar display screen flickered on and beeped warningly. Cheyenne's fingers tapped on the screen lightly, and she said rapidly, "The police searched for a bald man according to the description we provided and spotted someone suspicious, but he ran off." "Which direction did he run in?" Xia Fei asked after a pause. For him to run away after the police sought to question him, he's surely suspicious. "It just so happens that it happened somewhere to our right, about 40 kilometers away," Cheyenne replied. Xia Fei watched as she pushed a button to activate the hovercar's flight mode. The vehicles that the Special Bureau had access to use had been specially modified, so while it normally looked no different from any ordinary hovercar, it could actually take flight in times of emergency, and even had the capability to travel underwater. Whoosh! Blue flames shot out from under the hovercar as the vehicle lifted up into the sky. It then did an emergency turn in midair, flying over the highway's side barriers and entering the sparse jungle area. It flew low, just above the canopy line, headed in the direction of the tracking signal the police had put up to search for the suspect. Xia Fei could see 3 unmanned reconnaissance drones further in the distance that were presently making an aerial search of the place. "We got him!" Cheyenne shouted suddenly. Cheyenne actually drove rather aggressively for a woman. The moment she saw a dark figure on the ground running between the trees below, she immediately put the hovercar in a dive. The vehicle's engines let out a screeching roar as they went swooping down. "Oh no!" Xia Fei yelped. Just in the moment their hovercar made its descent, Xia Fei saw a large hunting falcon come hurtling toward them, its head pointed directly at the front of the hovercar. It was clearly under the control of the killer, with only the thought of causing mutual destruction in mind. Hurtling along at high speeds was very scary, and the moment a plane took off, due to the great speed they would be going at, even a tiny sparrow colliding with it could very well cause the aircraft to lose control. Obviously, there was no need to mention just what would happen if an adult falcon that weighed over 20 kilograms was on a collision course instead. The impact from receiving such a head-on collision at such speeds would be akin to taking a cannonball straight on. The hit came too suddenly and at too great a speed, so even though Cheyenne had turned in the opposite direction as much as she could, it still seemed there was no way to avoid a crash. Jump! In the nick of time, Xia Fei suddenly used his strength to fight against the momentum and slapped the red emergency ejection button in the center of the hovercar, while also reaching out to unbuckle the safety belts he and Cheyenne had on. Bamf! A dull sound echoed out as the transparent sky roof over Xia Fei and Cheyenne popped off. The two leaped away and out through that opening just as their seats began to shoot upward. It was also at that moment the controlled falcon smashed right into the windshield of the hovercar. The windshield immediately shattered, and while the falcon was dead upon impact, its body nevertheless continued forward with its inertia and smashed into the interior of the car. Kaboom! Xia Fei had Cheyenne in his arms. She watched the flaming wreck of the hovercar after it exploded, a sense of having escaped the clutches of death coming over her. The greatest strength of the speed special ability was not their combat strength, but more importantly, the super-fast neural responses that were necessary to allow anyone to move at such high speeds. They could save lives by being able to make decisions at crucial moments and completing actions that would allow them to escape from death, things other special ability users could not achieve. Taking off their seatbelts, popping the skyroof of their hovercar, and leaping away from the car, Xia Fei had taken just 1.3 seconds to execute those actions. If Cheyenne had been alone, she would probably still be struggling with getting her seatbelt off right now. Thud! Xia Fei landed on the ground with Cheyenne, leaving 2 knee-deep pits in the ground from the impact. Xia Fei not only possessed the advantage of superior speed, but thanks to his consumption of grade 9 energy crystals growing up, he also had a very sturdy physique. He was able to land from a height of nearly 100 meters and come out unscathed with hardly a change in his expression. "Stay here, you're no match for him," Xia Fei said to Cheyenne. "I'm no match for him." Cheyenne felt extremely annoyed after hearing that. After all, She was the actual investigator, yet the younger Xia Fan said something so unbearable. It was like he did not show her any face at all. But it was too bad. Before she could even snap back, Xia Fan had already dropped her on the ground and sprinted off. Speed. Full speed. Clocking a top speed of 153 meters per second. That was a speed of over 550 kilometers an hour. Xia Fan was like a cloud of dust hurtling right for that shrouded figure. He was closing in very rapidly. Xia Fan could finally make the person out, and the killer was actually not alone. He was still controlling a spotted cheetah, which was protecting him and watching his surroundings. Boom. There was an explosion in the sky. Xia Fan lifted his head to look. 3 unmanned reconnaissance drones were in the middle of being attacked by more falcons. Falcons were known to be some of the fastest living creatures, and the cumbersome quadcopter drones were completely incapable of avoiding the falcons' attacks. The drones came crashing down from the sky quickly, so there was no way for the police to get an accurate position of the killer. Even worse was the fact that the killer was actually controlling a total of 4 falcons and a spotted cheetah, which meant he was at least a Starbase intermediate rank user. People who possessed the special ability to control beasts at the Advanced Starlight rank could control up to 3 beasts, going up to 6 beasts once they reached Advanced Starbase rank. A clear indication of higher cultivation would be reflected by more beasts being controlled. This was clearly an enemy that was of a higher rank than Xia Fan. Just as Xia Fan was about to catch up to the bald killer, there was a sudden change in the sky. After the 3 falcons took down the drones on their trail, they all began to execute a dive, with Xia Fan as their target. At the same time, the spotted cheetah by the killer's side also came to an abrupt halt, turned around, and charged at Xia Fan, flashing its sharp fangs and claws. 3 from the air and 1 on the ground. Xia Fan suddenly realized that he had been surrounded on all sides. Full speed ahead. On discovering that he had been surrounded, the first reaction Xia Fan had was not to retreat, but to speed up even more. The corners of the lips of the bald man curled into a smirk. In the same moment, the 3 airborne falcons also sped up, diving to the ground at reckless speeds. The momentum of this action was great, and the falcons, their minds completely under control, did not fear that they would be smashed into pieces upon impact. Their only goal was to ambush Xia Fan from the air. Meanwhile, that cheetah that had been eyeing Xia Fan ferociously also charged forward, opening its jaws menacingly. Not good, Cheyenne shouted inwardly. She had tried to catch up with Xia Fan from far away. One of the strongest points a beast tamer had was how they could activate the latent potential of their beasts. Take the spotted cheetah, for example. Originally, even if it had run with all its might, there was no way for it to catch up to Xia Fan's speed. But a beast tamer could make them spend their very life force to grant themselves explosive speed and combat strength that surpassed their own limits for a short period of time. Such a forceful activation of the beast's potential would put great pressure on these beasts, overloading their internal organs and bringing about irreparable damage to their bodies. Simply put, the moment these beasts made the exchange of their life force for greater power, the wild beasts would put themselves on a clock and die in a matter of minutes. Despite how diabolical this method was, the beasts would be granted strength several times greater than they naturally possessed, and it was this very situation that Xia Fan found himself facing. While he was a speed-type special ability user, at this very moment, Xia Fan and his speed of 550 kilometers per hour did not hold an advantage in any way. The 4 ferocious beasts closed in on him at crazy speeds, the spotted cheetah snarling while the falcons had their sharp talons on full display, ready to deal a killing blow to their enemy. Go to hell, that bald ability user bellowed to himself. He did not care if some beasts died. If they died, he could just as easily find a few more to take control of again. In any case, he happened to be in a nature preserve, a region that was teeming with plenty of savage beasts. The bald man already had his eye on plenty of choice targets. Seeing the beasts pouncing on him from 4 different angles and having him surrounded, Xia Fan was sure to be subjected to a fatal assault. But it was at that point something unexpected occurred. Xia Fan suddenly rolled up his tongue as he maintained his full sprint, and from his mouth came an ultra-high-frequency sound wave that humans could not hear. The bald special ability user never expected that the young Xia Fan was actually also a beast tamer. While the beast tamer Xia Fan did not have a special ability in this venue, and was instead controlling the sound waves that were a bit weaker than special ability, it was the moment when Xia Fan suddenly let loose that ultra-frequency sound wave that troubled these beasts greatly. It was as if the brains of these four wild beasts were now hearing completely different voices at the same time. One was stronger than the other. The intelligence these beasts had could not compare to humans. Having these two voices echo in their heads at once caused them to freeze up for a crucial moment. But for a speed-type special ability user, freezing for a moment was already time enough. Suddenly, Xia Fan executed a seemingly impossible tilt of his body and accelerated in an oblique path. Everyone was well aware that it was very difficult to overcome physical limitations during high-speed motion. But Xia Fan was a skywing. While he did not receive a day of education from his father, the blood of the fiends ran in his very essence. This super difficult oblique acceleration was practically his innate talent. There was no need for anyone to teach him this. Xia Fan already knew it from the moment he was born. Accelerating from an angle allowed Xia Fan to inexplicably evade the encirclement from four sides. On top of that, he even took the opportunity to cut that spotted cheetah. The set of thin scalpels that Dr. Grandpa had gifted Xia Fan had no name, but it could be said to be top-grade surgery scalpels that were not only sharp, but extremely hidden and sinister. The sharp edge slashed across the spotted cheetah's throat, but the beast did not react at all. Its head was promptly separated from its body without any drop of blood leaking out. It just went to show just how sharp the scalpel was. After all, the blades that came from Dr. Grandpa, someone who was acknowledged as a notorious apex killer in the Ashen Moon universe, were not used for surgery in the first place, but used to slice at his enemies' throats. In the next second, Xia Fan's figure blurred like he was a ghost, and he proceeded to appear on the left side of the bald ability user, hurtling right toward him like a cannonball that could turn. The bald ability user originally thought that victory was within his grasp, but at this moment, his eyes were wider than saucers, his mouth hanging completely agape, and his heart was beating rapidly. Speed ability users were natural-born killers. The moment a speed ability user closed in and brought the fight into close quarters, the outcome could be foretold. The superhuman speed they had meant that there was no way they would let their opponents have even the slightest opportunity at all. The speed special ability was simply too tyrannical. In the span of a second, Xia Fan stabbed that bald man several dozen times. It would be hard for him to stay alive. At the last moment, the bald man let out a cry of despair. He did not dodge, but instead adopted a desperate stance, opening up his arms to launch a counterattack on Xia Fan. Whoosh! Xia Fan saw out of the corner of his eye that two very small snakes had suddenly come flying out from the man's sleeves. One was a 3-inch skull, having a white pattern on its head that looked like a skull. The other was the extremely venomous golden thread snake. There was a golden line running across its belly, which was its poison sac. The moment its golden liquid was mixed into blood, even an immortal could not be saved. This man had 6 beasts. It turned out that he had actually already reached advanced starbase rank, while Xia Fan was just at primary starbase rank. The gap between the two was huge. Furthermore, the courage of this bald man was even greater than Xia Fan had expected. Xia Fan was already about to reach him, but he still dared to risk it. If Xia Fan's scalpel cut past, this bald man would surely die, but if Xia Fan ended up bitten by those 2 venomous snakes, he would also die. This was mutually assured destruction. A real killer would never be caught. Even if they found themselves with no escape, they would rather bite down on the hidden cyanide pill in their molars so as to preserve their final dignity. This was clearly the decision that the bald man had made. Danger was imminent. The sharp fangs of the venomous snakes were already less than a meter away from Xia Fan's shoulders. It was at this critical moment that Xia Fan's arms suddenly moved. His arms pushed upward sharply. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of silvery bullets shot forth. At the last second, Xia Fan had tossed out the entire set of scalpels, big and small alike, that the doctor had given him, like they were flying daggers. Xia Fan's speed had originally been at its max. The explosive force from his arms was added on top of that. Those scalpels essentially went blasting out like they had exploded. It was like he had just unleashed a mass of silver lasers. Amid the rich flora and fauna around them, the silver beams flashed past. The two venomous snakes were caught in the deluge, as well as the bald ability user. Like being sliced with a knife, the body of the bald man was nothing more than tofu after the blades found their mark. Squelch. Cheyenne was pale. She was panting hard, but she had still failed to catch up to Xia Fei. Lifting his head up, she saw the bald ability user laying on the ground, his head and body skewered with dozens of scalpels of varying sizes, quite dead. Meanwhile, Xia Fei's actions left Cheyenne absolutely astounded. He was digging a hole, helping to bury the two snakes and the cheetah. He then covered them with a layer of soil and stuck a wooden stake on top of them, turning the hole into a grave. Getting up, Xia Fei held both hands together and shut his eyes, silently murmuring some words. "What are you doing?" Cheyenne asked, perplexed. "Offering them prayers. It's a pity that they died," Xia Fei replied as he smiled at Cheyenne. "Praying for the beasts." Cheyenne was bewildered. Xia Fei nodded earnestly. "But of course. They were innocent and only attacked me because they were under his control. These beasts were like that bald ability user's weapons. Weapons don't kill people. People kill people." Cheyenne gulped. Not only was young Xia Fei's background strange, even his way of thinking was strange. Weapons don't kill people. People kill people. What a philosophical mindset. Could he be a philosopher? Cheyenne wondered. Seeing how young Xia Fei looked, and how radiant a smile he had, Cheyenne swore that she had never once met someone as strange as him, not even in rumors. Xia Fei told Cheyenne what had happened during the battle, and she agreed with his killing of the bald man. After all, during such critical moments when lives hung in the balance, Xia Fei completely had no choice. Had she been in his shoes, there was even a possibility that the result would have been worse. No matter what, at least Xia Fei had managed to keep his life intact. The police arrived only after some time. After them came Cheyenne's partner, the Special Bureau member Qin Zimo, the seemingly unsmiling man with his high cheekbones. The body of the killer was sent to the Special Bureau's laboratory, where he would undergo an autopsy to determine his identity so as to find out who his employer was. "Sorry, I still can't let you leave. Special ability users in the StarCloud Union need to be registered. It's a rule of the Union," Cheyenne said to Xia Fei. After all, the number of cases of supervillains has intensified. With their choice to leverage the special privileges they possess and their powerful combat strength, many special ability users end up doing whatever they want, oppressing and killing poor ordinary folks. In order to stop such things from happening, it is imperative for special abilities to be registered, all for the sake of containing potential criminals. Though that was what she said, Cheyenne's attitude towards Xia Fei had changed a lot from when she first met him. She admired him, and she also found that genial smile of his very friendly, feeling that he was someone easy to get along with. "All right, looks like I don't have any other choice," Xia Fei shrugged with a chuckle. The chief's office. After returning to the station, Cheyenne reported everything that had happened to Chief Jerry. This fat man with the sweet tooth kept gasping in shock as he listened to Cheyenne's report, all while licking the chocolate ice cream he was holding in his hand. Once he was done with her report, Jerry broke into a wide smile. "Cheyenne, you've been with the Bureau for 3 years already, and this is the first time I've heard you praise someone so much." Cheyenne replied in a serious voice, "Chief, what I spoke is just the facts, and there was no exaggeration on my part. Xia Fei is really impressive. He dug a grave for the dead animals and fed the rats in the hospital, even praising them. It can be seen just how kind he is as a person. That is why, Chief, I feel that even if Xia Fei has an unknown background, it shouldn't bring too much of a threat to the Union. Don't you think we can forgive him and not send him to the concentration camp?" In recent years, the supervillain situation had been a huge threat to society. Everyone in the Union was extremely wary towards a special ability user like Xia Fei, who had an unknown background. They had constructed quite a few concentration camps to contain them as a result. If they were to follow standard procedure, Xia Fei would have to be sent to one such camp and subjected to strict investigation and re-education, only being released after they could confirm that he would not be a threat to society. This process would take 1 or 2 years at the shortest, extending up to 8 or 10 years at the longest. Xia Fei was still young and was in the prime of his youth. Cheyenne was simply unwilling to send him off to a concentration camp and waste his precious time. Jerry heaved a sigh and said sorrowfully, I don't have such authority. Actually, what's even more troublesome isn't whether we're sending Xia Fei off to a concentration camp, but the death of Inspector Roten. I've only just learned this myself, but since Roten was of the Rowe family, the people there are already making their way to Brinia, and will be here at any minute. Cheyenne was stunned. Rowe family? Which one? Jerry spread his arms. Which other Rowe family could it be? Member of the Generational Union, the Inferno Rohan clan, of course. Why else would the headquarters put so much pressure on us to crack this case? Cheyenne sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and her expression changed. So it's someone from that family. Well, looks like we're really in trouble now. Right? Jerry picked up the chocolate ice cream cup, half of it still left. Xia Fei can't leave until the people from the Rowe family arrive. Cheyenne could not let Xia Fei leave, but she still did what she could within the scope of her authority to arrange better care for Xia Fei, allowing him to stay in the dormitories prepared for their staff. The work hours in the special bureau were erratic, so the station had plenty of temporary accommodations. The moment an investigator or staff found themselves unable to return home, they were allowed to rest in the dormitories. After all, they were the organization that wielded the greatest authority in the Union. So while the dormitories of the Special Bureau were incomparable to those of a luxury hotel, they did provide first-class facilities, with beds that were soft and comfortable. Knock, knock, knock. In the middle of the night, Cheyenne was awoken by Xia Fei knocking at her room's door. She was very responsible, and she had not returned home for several days straight. She saw Xia Fei holding a thick stack of books in hand, smiling as he asked Cheyenne, Sorry for bothering you when it's so late. I'm done with the books, so do you mind lending me some more? Cheyenne was startled, asking somewhat incredulously, Those are the 7 volumes of the comprehensive history of the Starcloud Union. You actually read them all in 3 days? That's well over 7,000 pages. I would need at least a year to read them all. Xia Fei shrugged. It's not just 7,000 pages. If I haven't remembered it wrongly, this set of books has a total of 8,639 pages, if you include the introduction and appendices. It's not like I have anything else to do anyway, so I read these a little faster. Cheyenne eyed Xia Fei like she was seeing a monster. A little faster? It's practically the efficiency of an automatic reader. Come to think of it, can you really remember everything since you read them so quickly? No way. Xia Fei shook his head repeatedly. Cheyenne sighed, thinking to herself, Sure enough, this boy must not be that interested in history. All he did was flip them through and found them boring, so he came over to ask for new reading material. That was when she heard Xia Fei continue. I only remember like 97% of it. Cough. Cheyenne nearly coughed out blood. 3 days to finish reading 8,639 pages and remembering 97% of it? Was this boy still human? Cheyenne simply could not believe it, so she randomly asked him a few questions, only for Xia Fei to give her the textbook's own response. Cheyenne was only satisfied after that, turning to look at her own room and telling him, Because this is just a temporary accommodation, I don't really have many interesting books here, aside from that set. All that's left are books pertaining to legal, as well as other professional books related to the Special Bureau, investigative references, and the like. That's fine, Xia Fei nodded. It's not like I can do anything else while being locked up here, and I can't even connect to the internet. The training that I was originally doing had to be put on hold too, so all I can do is stay in my room and repeatedly do the start it mantra. I might as well read, so I can at least learn something. Cheyenne felt a bit sorry for Xia Fei after hearing what he said. He was clearly very decent, but he had to wait till the people from the upper echelons of the Union came and investigated him. Meanwhile, she could not be of much help to him because the influence that the Rowe family wielded was simply too great. She had no idea if they would end up taking out their anger on him. All right, I'll go get some new books for you, Cheyenne said to Xia Fei. Be patient a little while. The Rowe family will be arriving the day after tomorrow. They are coming all the way from the capital planet of the Union to Brinia, and that's very far away. It was soon the early morning of the day after. There was a very somber atmosphere that hung over everyone in the Special Bureau on this day. The minute it passed 9 in the morning, Chief Jerry, accompanied by several men dressed in black, entered the station with a serious look on his face. The chief himself had personally headed to the airport to receive their guest, which went to show just how distinguished this person from the Rohan clan was. Cheyenne and Xia Fei were waiting in the interrogation room together. Upon seeing the chief opening the door and the person from the Ro clan with him, Cheyenne asked in great surprise, "How did the chief return so soon? Didn't you say you'd be heading to the hospital to identify the body first?" That was when the accompanying morose elder with a white beard answered, "The man is already dead, and we'll be retrieving the body immediately later. He'll be brought back to the clan cemetery and be laid to rest, but right now, we are interested in finding out just who killed the murderer." Cheyenne took a step back and gestured to Xia Fei. "I see. He is called Xia Fei. He assisted the special bureau in locating the killer, and was also the one who killed him off. As someone who witnessed it firsthand, I dare guarantee that it was all thanks to Xia Fei that the Special Bureau managed to crack the case so quickly. Plus, he killed the murderer solely out of self-defense. After all, the enemy was of a much higher rank than him, and Xia Fei really had no other choice back then." The white-haired elder's sharp eyes glanced at Cheyenne. "You're being very protective of him, but I would like to hear him speak for himself. Just because you're from the Ro family, do you think you can act so high and mighty?" Cheyenne was feeling disgruntled deep down, but upon seeing that the chief was practically pleading at her with his eyes, she held back and did not actually say anything. Waving a hand, the elder asked the people that followed him everywhere to leave. Cheyenne and Chief Jerry were no exception. Helpless, Cheyenne exited the room and went to the window. She watched the elder representing the elder from the Ro family ask Xia Fei several questions, and he answered each and every one of them with a smile. Because she could not hear them, Cheyenne had no way of knowing if the elder was satisfied with his replies. The questioning lasted longer than expected. It continued for more than 2 hours, when finally the elder waved his hand, indicating that everyone could enter. "I will guarantee with my name that Xia Fei is a good person, so there's no need to send him to a concentration camp. He won't do any harm to the Union, and would instead be a great help to it." Cheyenne crossed her heart and puffed out her chest, addressing the elder from the Ro family. "Who said I was going to send him to a concentration camp?" the elder asked back. Cheyenne was speechless. Her mouth hung agape in shock. The elder spoke with a straight face. "We of the Inferno Rohan clan are known for our strictness, and we don't enjoy joking around with anything. However, perhaps it is because of how strict we are that everyone forgot our other creed. The Rohan clan have always been people who ensure our vengeance will be repaid, and kindness would be met with kindness." Standing up, the elder from the Ro family bowed deeply to Xia Fei and said, "I am Ro Tenkai. On behalf of the Inferno Rohan clan, I thank our benefactor." This was the distinguished Inferno Rohan clan. Ro Tenkai's actions left Chief Jerry and Cheyenne absolutely stunned. Instead, it was Xia Fei who acted neither humbly or arrogantly, chuckling as he helped Ro Tenkai upright. "Granda Tenkai, you'd be embarrassing me for saying that. I'll be frank. Ever since I was young, my grandparents all taught me to be a good person that could shoulder the heavens. That was why if I were to ever get into a similar situation in the future, I still will not hesitate to act. It doesn't matter if their family is with your clan or not." Actually, Xia Fei had only told a half-truth. While those grandparents of his did hope that Xia Fei would become a good person, they themselves were not good people themselves. They were a bunch of scoundrels notorious throughout the universe, and there was no end to the list of crimes and bad deeds they had done. But after they were trapped under the Sky Dome, the experience made those scoundrels see the error of their ways. Had it not been because of their greed in the first place, perhaps they would not have been subjected to their lonely fate, which was why they refused to let Xia Fei go down the same path they had, even if it meant their deaths. The scoundrels treated Xia Fei as their own flesh and blood, and in this world, no matter how evil parents were, they also held the hope that their own child would be able to make something out of themselves. That was nothing but human nature. Chief Jerry and Cheyenne were absolutely stunned. How did Xia Fei end up calling this elder Grandpa Tenkai so quickly? It sounded as if they had quite the bond, and were even rather close to each other. Ro Tenkai patted Xia Fei heavily on his shoulder. Well said indeed. Justice should not discriminate, whether it is someone from the Inferno Rohan clan or not. It is only right for people to pursue justice for the deceased. Turning around, Ro Tenkai said to Jerry, As an important organization that specifically deals with the offenses made by special ability criminals, it would be great if the Special Bureau was also filled with young men with such a strong sense of justice, like Xia Fei. Jerry stammered in a soft voice. Elder Rowe, you might not be aware, but Xia Fei comes from an unverified background and has no identification. Forget the Special Bureau. I'm afraid he might not even have an easy time getting past the investigation as an unknown super ability user. Who says his identity is unverified? Rotenkai exploded in anger. Hasn't Xia Fei said that he had been living in the mountains with several elders who were tragically killed recently, which was what made him leave and return to society? See with your own eyes. He's just barely 16, yet he's already a beast master, a skilled doctor, and someone who possesses the speed special ability. Had he not been nurtured by these extraordinary experts since young, could he be so skilled? Xia Fei, what rank are you at now? I just reached primary star base rank, Xia Fei replied with a smile. Rotenkai looked at Jerry again. You heard it yourself, primary star base rank. You couldn't possibly be unaware of the saying that the speed special ability is the hardest special ability to cultivate, right? Xia Fei is just 16, yet he has already reached primary star base rank. Those grandpas of his must be foreign experts, no doubt. Perhaps they had discovered since young that Xia Fei was someone with amazing potential, and that was why they made the forceful decision to bring him deep into the mountains and undergo intensive training. Just look at his physique. Have you ever seen anyone that managed to cultivate such a powerful physique at the young age of 16? The people inside the interrogation room were wide-eyed right now. How could Xia Fei's body not be well-developed, given that he had subsisted on a diet of grade 9 energy crystals? In any case, Rotenkai really liked Xia Fei and guessed that his grandparents were all foreign experts who had raised Xia Fei in the secluded mountains, all for the sake of him becoming someone outstanding in the future. Your grandparents, how did they pass? Rotenkai had a preconceived notion that the men who had raised Xia Fei must surely be no small fries, which was why he had addressed them so respectfully. If Rotenkai were to learn that the grandparents Xia Fei had been referring to were actually just a bunch of scoundrels, the elderly man might just find himself speechless to the point he was left breathless. They were a group of bad people, yet they distinctly hoped that their own child would be a good person. Such a situation was simply inconceivable. Upon recalling his grandparents, Xia Fei's eye could not help but turn a little red. But he did not cry, and instead continued to smile. It's because enemies came looking for revenge, and for my sake, they staked their lives to hold the enemy back, buying enough time for me to escape. Rotenkai immediately felt his heart soften and let out a pained sigh with Xia Fei. As for Xia Fei's smile, Rotenkai understood it was a young man's show of fortitude. Even though his kin had died, Xia Fei still smiled against adversity. Without even realizing it, Rotenkai found himself becoming even more fond of Xia Fei. Strange things happened every day, and today was nothing special. In any case, it felt as if Rotenkai and Xia Fei were fated to meet and get along very well with each other. How about this? Rotenkai said after some thought. I'll deal with Xia Fei's identity. As for what happens from now onward, just let him stay in the Brinia branch to get some experience doing field work. By the time the official examination for the Special Bureau opens up, let him register and become an official investigator. FCK? So this is another way of doing things. Chief Jeff and Cheyenne mentally gasped in astonishment at the same time. The Special Ability Evaluation Center in Mirror Sea City. Professor Morris was a slightly chubby middle-aged man. He was dressed in a white lab coat scientists often wore and had a pair of thick-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He led Xia Fei over to an oval sleeping cabin and said, "This is the waveform machine that we use to examine your 7th brain region. There's no need to panic. Just lie down inside for a bit, and we can begin our evaluation of your 7th brain region. The entire process will barely take a handful of minutes." "Okay," Xia Fei answered and took off his shoes. He laid down in the cabin, while Professor Morris shut the door on him before turning his attention to the background monitor. Cheyenne and Special Bureau Chief Jerry, as well as Rotenkai, were already waiting there for Xia Fei to be tested in the evaluation center. That was the request that Rotenkai had, since he needed various types of information on Xia Fei in order to help him get registered in the Union Census Registry. Let us begin. Let's see just what level Xia Fan has achieved, Rotenkai said. Professor Morris expertly pointed at a spot between the brain and the cerebellum, a region that was so small it barely registered to the eye, and said, "This here is the wondrous seventh brain region." The data indicates that Xia Fan's seventh brain region is perfect, regularly shaped, and demarcated clearly. The shape of the seventh brain region and whether it was defective played a very important role in the potential of a special ability user. It was comparable to a human skeletal structure. If someone had a diminutive skeletal structure, then no matter how much they grew, it would be impossible for them to grow into a big and burly man. Since the shape of Xia Fan's seventh brain region was perfect, that surely meant the potential he held for the future was high. Cheyenne was happy on Xia Fan's behalf. Suddenly, Rotenkai asked a curious question. Why is it that I feel that the color of Xia Fan's seventh brain region seems a little strange? Is it? Morris was slightly taken aback by the comment. Usually, he would interpret the data he obtained from the machine and would not actually examine the brain itself in detail. When Rotenkai made his comment, he placed his hand on the ball-shaped adjuster and magnified the image. As the image became clearer, Xia Fan's seventh brain region was on full display on the screen. Everyone's mouths were agape. None of them could believe what they were seeing. Golden. Xia Fan's seventh brain region was actually golden in color. Could this be the legendary golden brain Begion? Rotenkai's voice trembled with excitement. Cheyenne was also intrigued, asking in puzzlement, "What is a golden brain region? Shouldn't all special ability users' seventh brain region be red?" "Huh." Rotenkai did not explain, but just burst into laughter. Given how boisterously he laughed, it was as if he had discovered some amazing treasure. He merely muttered, "No comment. Golden brain region. So Xia Fan has a golden brain region. No wonder he was secluded in the mountains by those elders since he was young. After all, he has this major secret in him. It is completely understandable why they were being so cautious." Rotenkai's gaze suddenly turned sharp, causing everyone once seeing it to feel the hair on their neck to stand up. He intentionally coughed twice and said in a suppressed voice, "This is very important. Do not leak even a single word of what we've seen here today to anyone outside. Otherwise, I can guarantee you, you won't live to regret it." Chief Jerry was startled and swallowed hard, nodding his head in a hurry. Xia Fan entered Professor Morris' office. The professor took out a set of papers he had printed with complex data on it that most people would not be able to understand. Professor Morris addressed Xia Fan. "These are your test results. The test indicates that your seventh brain region is perfect, and you're at the primary starbase rank. As for the type of special ability you possess, you're rather unique in this aspect. Aside from having the speed special ability, we also discovered that your sense of smell, a form perception type special ability, is superhuman. You can control your olfactory special ability, attuning its sensitivity when you require it. The chance of having special abilities is 1 in 10,000. At the same time, the chances to have two different special abilities are 1 in approximately 10,000 as well. That essentially means that only 1 in 100 million will possess two different special abilities like you. Congratulations. As for the golden seventh brain region matter, Professor Morris acted according to Rotenkai's wishes and kept it hidden from Xia Fan. Xia Fan was at first startled, but soon smiled brightly. "I was wondering why my sense of smell had gotten so keen lately. So it turns out I've inadvertently gained an olfactory special ability." Inadvertently? Professor Morris was speechless, thinking to himself, "Isn't this far too inadvertent of you?" As a distinguished clan of the Union that had existed for generations, there were plenty of people under the Inferno Rohan clan, and the power they wielded was beyond imagining. Rotenkai made 2 calls to the clan, and in a matter of hours, Xia Fan's identity had been confirmed, as well as a confirmation letter to grant him the qualifications of a trainee investigator. Both documents had already made their way to Chief Jerry's desk. Rotenkai patted Xia Fan on his shoulder and said with a tinge of emotion, "There's no banquet that doesn't end, and it's about time I head on back and escort Roten's body to the family graveyard. Putting him to rest is my responsibility." Xia Fan smiled. "It's a pity that you're leaving so soon. I am reminded of my own grandparents when I see you, and truly, I am a little unwilling to see you go." Xia Fan was not lying. He had been raised by a bunch of elderly old men since he was young, and so Xia Fan had a particularly fondness for older people. Rotenkai laughed amiably. I don't wish to compare myself to those higher beings you call grandparents, but I am quite delighted to hear you say that. Are the old men from the Holy Tomb planet considered foreign higher beings? Xia Fan tilted his head and wondered, feeling that the scoundrels did not seem to match the part. Roden, come here, Rotenkai called over another elderly individual. Though this person was old, his back was still straight, and he was dressed meticulously. The leather shoes he wore shone brightly, and he had been holding a huge case in his hand the entire time. Rotenkai said to Xia Fan, Roden is a caretaker from our clan. I believe you are probably without any kin and all alone in the Union. So let Roden here take care of your food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Please, be rest assured, Roden nodded. Xia Fan hurriedly rejected the offer, but Rotenkai simply did not give Xia Fan the chance to. Realizing that there was no way for him to say no, Xia Fan had no choice but to reluctantly agree to have Roden stay by his side until he got himself settled. Then Roden would return to Rotenkai's side. After sending off Rotenkai at the airport, Roden told Xia Fan that he was off to get ready, and promptly disappeared. It was early in the morning the next day that Xia Fan saw him again in the Special Bureau's dormitories. Roden looked exactly like he had yesterday, wearing the well-ironed suit and his leather shoes brushed till they shone. Though his hair was already gray, he still had it combed tidily, with not a hair out of place. Return home. Xia Fan gasped as he looked at Roden. Roden nodded. That's right. The dormitories are just a temporary housing solution. I've already found you a home in the city overnight, and am now awaiting for the young master to move in. This efficiency, his housing problem got settled overnight. Xia Fan was dumbfounded. He heard sounds, and saw Cheyenne, who was staying beside him, had poked her head out from her room curiously, wondering what was going on. She was also stunned to learn about how efficient a caretaker Roden was. Curious, Cheyenne and Xia Fan both left the dormitories and headed downstairs, where Roden made Xia Fan wait as he headed to the garage and drove over a black Polaris luxury hovercar. Where did this car come from? Xia Fan scratched his head, puzzled. Roden was wearing a pair of white gloves as he opened the door for Xia Fan. I've rented it from a rental car company, of course. Whoosh. The Polaris luxury hovercar sped down the wide marine boulevard. Roden's style of driving was very different from Cheyenne's, calm and controlled. Anyone seated in the car would feel like they were riding on a cloud, not feeling themselves sway at all, even when making turns. Cheyenne gasped in her shock. Your driving skills are very amazing, Elder. It feels very comfortable sitting in a car you drive. Oh, Roden replied. I once worked full-time as part of the state guest motorcade team. State guest motorcade team? That's so impressive. Anyone with qualifications to ride the state guest motorcade team must be important figures, right? Cheyenne asked, even more surprised. Roden nodded. Our clients are mainly ambassadors of other countries, as well as the members of the upper and lower houses of the Union. The house that Roden had rented for Xia Fan was located in a premier high-end community in Mirror-Sea City called Jadewater Nimbus. The house covered an astounding area of 460 square meters, and every room faced the boundless sea. The living room had a luxurious 180-degree view of the sea, as well as a terrace where he could host small parties. Walking into the bathroom, Xia Fan touched the soft and comfortable white towels and ran over to the bathtub to try it out for size. The tub was so big that he could swim in it, and there were even 36 water jets that came along with a water massage function. Oh my God, this is far too ridiculous. Cheyenne was bug-eyed as she toured the various rooms. This was what it meant to be spotless. Even the door gaps and under the beds, there was not a mote of dust to be found. They had no way of knowing how Roden kept the place clean, and she wondered if he mobilized an entire platoon to do it. Young master, please enjoy some breakfast, Roden called out from the dining room. Xia Fan and Cheyenne entered the dining room and saw that scrambled eggs, turkey ham, toast, and thick mushroom soup were on the table. There were even 4 different kinds of fruit spreads: strawberry, avocado, apple, and peach. There were also 3 different juices: watermelon, mango, and plum. Xia Fan had grown up in the ancient tomb since he was young, so of course he had never stayed in a place as luxurious as this, or eaten such a sumptuous breakfast. He sat down at the table and simply could not believe his eyes. Roden had even folded the napkins into the shapes of swans, and Xia Fei could not even bear to unfold such an exquisitely folded napkin. This thick mushroom soup is too delicious. Cheyenne had taken a spoonful, and her eyes sparkled. How did you make this? How are you able to make such delicious food, Elder? Cheyenne marveled. Roden smiled slightly. Oh, I was once a head chef in a 5-star hotel. Cheyenne was so thrilled that she shouted loudly. Grandpa Roden, with how deliciously you've cooked the food, whatever will I do if I can't ever eat the delectable food that you cook? Roden bent slightly at the waist. Oh, you're welcome to come often as a guest. In any case, it is the young master who will be taking care of all expenses. Zing! Just as Xia Fei was stuffing a slice of turkey into his mouth, he froze up. He choked on the spot, mistakenly thinking that this luxurious mansion and delicious food had been Rotinkai's gift to him. He was still expected to pay for everything himself. Roden left the dining room and soon returned with a fine sandalwood box, and he retrieved a thick stack of bills from inside. Young master, this is the bill for the rent, signed for a year, the equivalent of the 65,000 Union dollars. This is the bill from the rental car company. This is the bill from the food delivery company. This is the bill from the cleaning company. This is the bill for furniture. This is the bill for the carpet. They are all there. Please view them. As for my wages, I'll be billing the young master at the month's end. Xia Fei was stuck in the pose of putting that turkey into his mouth, his entire body rigid. Cheyenne took some bills and casually glanced at some, before sticking out a tongue very quickly. Xia Fei, I'm afraid you'll need to declare bankruptcy. Xia Fei was very depressed. He, who had just left the ancient tomb not too long ago, was first acquainted with just how important this thing called money was. Actually, Xia Fei was not penniless. There were grade 9 energy crystals inside the spatial ring with almost 1,000 cubic meters that the blind old man gave him. There were plenty of things that the scoundrels had given Xia Fei that were worth a lot, but Xia Fei had no plans to sell any of those precious gifts away. They were the only memories he had of his past, and more than a decade of his life. Cheyenne ate her breakfast so quickly like she was a tornado that had visited town, patting her stuffed belly at the end. After some thought, Cheyenne then told Xia Fei, actually, if you need money, it's not that there isn't a solution to it. What can I do? Xia Fei asked, curious. Be a bounty hunter. Cheyenne winked mysteriously as she lifted a cup of milk coffee and took a sip. Whoosh. The hovercar from the Special Bureau was flying through the air at high speeds. A little over an hour later, Cheyenne and Xia Fei arrived at a mountain villa located in Cosmo Valley. The villa spanned a large area, yet it gave off an atmosphere of neglect. The courtyard looked like it had been a long time since anyone did any cleaning, and withered yellow leaves littered the ground. The grass had grown wildly, and was even taller than a man, while the high brick walls were overgrown with moss. The hovercar was parked in the yard of the villa. Xia Fei and Cheyenne got out, with the latter looking around and saying to the former, "This is the crime scene of the infamous corpse dismemberment case 4 years ago. One of the victims was the granddaughter of the villa's owner. Because the case was never closed, the villa owner has a reward of 10 million Union dollars for the apprehension of the murderer, dead or alive." Xia Fei nodded slightly after hearing her overview. What Cheyenne meant by being a bounty hunter was to become a private investigator. The Special Bureau was in charge of cases that involved criminals with special abilities, and they were hardly bothered with the murder cases of commoners. That meant cases like this one, where there was someone offering a reward to crack the case. As long as Xia Fei could successfully find the culprit, he would be given the reward. Meanwhile, as a trainee investigator for the Special Bureau, it was very easy for him to gain the trust of the owner. The doors of the villa opened up, and an elderly couple came walking out. They seemed to be the caretaker and maid of the villa's owner. It was actually quite clean inside the villa, but there was an inescapable air of gloominess hanging over the place. Perhaps it was the corpse dismemberment case that had left the villa with no guests, resulting in the depressed atmosphere. Jiang Chunwen was a thin but energetic old man. He was paralyzed, sitting on a hoverchair as he personally received Xia Fei and Cheyenne in the living room. "I won't die." Once the topic arrived at the death of his precious granddaughter, this old man's tone turned harsh and spiteful as he declared, "I don't care if it takes a decade, or even 2. As long as the day when my granddaughter remains unavenged does not come, then I won't die. I must stay alive, live on until the day the truth of that day comes to light. Xia Fei was somewhat taken aback. He was very impressed by the determination this paralyzed old man demonstrated. Though those were the words he said, Xia Fei could tell from his observation that he probably did not have much time left in this world. Cheyenne nodded. Best if we head to the scene of the crime and take a look first. Jiang Chunwen agreed. Sure. Everything in the basement had been preserved as it was. My caretaker will lead you two down. With that, he seemed to be a little tired, so he slowly shut his eyes. The old maid quietly went over and tucked him in. Caretaker Feng brought Cheyenne and Xia Fei down to the basement of the villa. They could tell that it had once been a child's playroom, where children could play hide and seek, and even had a trampoline installed. There was even a small pool and a fireplace. A thick layer of dust covered the basement, and the trace of blood on the floor had already been imprinted onto the carpet, turning it a dark red. At Jiang Chunwen's vehement insistence, everything in the basement had been preserved as the scene of the crime from 4 years ago. Nothing had been touched. Cheyenne said to Xia Fei, "This is the place." On a summer's day 4 years ago, Jiang Shaohan hosted a party with 37 of her classmates. It was raining heavily that day, so they decided to head down to the basement and play. Deep into the night, everyone slept here in the basement, and because these kids did not wish to disturb the adults, they shut the door to the basement. The next morning, when caretaker Feng was delivering breakfast, he discovered there were 38 children, aged between 7 to 8, all in a pool of blood. Their bodies were dismembered, and each of them had a limb or an organ removed. The coroner affirmed that when all 38 organs and body parts were put together, they would happen to form a complete human body, and among them all, it was Jiang Shaohan's head that was missing. Xia Fei felt a chill run over him despite there being no wind. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a depraved person in this world, cruel enough to slay 38 children and then construct a complete human body from the body parts and organs of those killed. This murderer was not only a sociopath, he was a pervert, too. Were there no clues found? Xia Fei asked. Cheyenne shook her head. Nothing. They spent half a year doing a large-scale investigation, but they still came up empty-handed. There was no traces of the murderer's DNA anywhere, and no eyewitnesses. It seemed the video recording was also ruined due to the heavy storm. Xia Fei nodded. I understand. You may leave first. Cheyenne left and closed the door to the basement behind her. Xia Fei was now the only one left in the room. Glancing at the already dried blood on the floor, it was as if he was witnessing the scene from 4 years ago, where a group of innocent children were all drugged unconscious, and their organs cruelly removed while still alive. Xia Fei squatted down and muttered, "Olfactory senses, enhance." Who? After taking a deep breath, the olfactory factors of the room entered Xia Fei's nostrils and were instantly transmitted into recognizable signals to his brain. Xia Fei possessed a sense of smell that was classed as a type of perception special ability. Normal people might think that a highly developed sense of smell would not be a particularly powerful special ability, but the reality was just the opposite. A developed olfactory sense allowed Xia Fei to capture a lot of special information that others would never be able to understand, allowing him to conduct a deeper investigation. It had been 4 years. A very long time had passed, and so any lingering smells would be extremely mild. Xia Fei needed to work extra hard to differentiate just what the smells were. Slowly, a miraculous image of the dead children appeared in Xia Fei's mind. While they were having peach pie for dinner, some of the little girls had worn perfume, and he could smell the scent of the silk fabric of their pajamas. It was as if Xia Fei was there that night 4 years ago. Everything that happened that night gradually formed in Xia Fei's mind through the reorganization of the smells he had picked up. This smell is strange, Xia Fei furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, it seems like it's coming from the sea, but we're in the mountains right now. The nearest sea would be over 1,000 kilometers away, so why would the smell of ocean fish appear here? Nothing that the children ate held the smell of fish, so this smell could not have originated from any of them. So, could this scent be from the killer? For the smell to be so distinct even after 4 years, it must definitely be a special kind of pickled fish. Not too long later, Xia Fei left the basement and returned to the living room. He related what he had learned to Cheyenne. a special kind of pickled fish that has a very distinct smell. They should have added plenty of lemon in the process of pickling it, so as to preserve the freshness of the fish. Perhaps it is an acquired taste of the fishermen somewhere around here, Xia Fei told Cheyenne. Cheyenne nodded. She was no longer surprised by just how sensitive Xia Fei's sense of smell was. I'll go check. The Special Bureau has an artificial intelligence analysis system, Cheyenne said. She sat down on the couch and switched on her portable tablet computer, which had access to the Special Bureau's intranet. Xia Fei paced aimlessly about the living room. A painting drew his attention. The little girl depicted must be the victim Jiang Shaoan. She had a swan-like long neck and a sweet smile, looking like a very adorable child. The little girl was sitting upright with her hands on her knees, looking like a little lady. A sapphire pendant was hung around her neck, shaped like a key. Caretaker Feng heaved a sigh from behind Xia Fei. This is the last portrait of the young miss. The old master had bought a strangely shaped sapphire pendant from an auction that the miss really liked. She wore it around every day, and even found a portrait artist to have this portrait of her done. But who would have guessed the second day after this portrait was completed, such a tragedy would happen? Oh, Xia Fei blinked. So do you mean to say that the young miss was murdered not too long after she received that sapphire pendant? About a week after. In the past, the old master would attend the summer auction of the Qinghai auction house every year, and this sapphire was on auction 4 years ago. He spent approximately $8.5 million alliance dollars to acquire it, which was considered fairly expensive. However, the old master always had a shrewd eye, and he felt that the sapphire itself was not worth much, but rather the fact that it naturally formed into a shape of a key, which made it rarer. After the killer murdered the young miss, he stole that sapphire as well. Meanwhile, the classmates of our young miss were all from the local wealthy families, and they also lost a lot of valuables. However, the police surmised that the thefts were secondary, while the real cause of death was the killer's perverse nature. Xia Fei nodded. He seemed to have thought of something, so he quickly walked over to Cheyenne and said, I want the details from the summer auction of the Qinghai auction house 4 years ago, including the names of the people who participated in the auction at all levels. What do you want it for? Cheyenne asked, puzzled. Xia Fei replied coolly. Don't ask so many questions just yet. On top of that, I need you to research the origins of that key-shaped sapphire. The investigation very quickly hit a roadblock. The information showed that practically all the coastal cities and islands on Brinia had the habit of pickling their fish with lemon. This style of lemon pickling was a planetary speciality and was used as natural food preservation. There was no way for them to narrow down the possible suspects from that point alone. Xia Fei and Cheyenne left the villa and traveled to a mid to large-sized city over 200 kilometers away named Luanzhou. In the city center, they located a supermarket that specialized in various sea products. Entering the supermarket, a quick sniff of his nose and Xia Fei promptly led Cheyenne to a corner, an open counter that was dedicated to the sale of pickled fish. There were pickled fish in glass cans on display, each no bigger than an adult's finger. The packaging indicated that these were small pickled short-tail flyfish. This is the fish, Xia Fei informed Cheyenne. Cheyenne renewed the search with further perimeters, and soon she was reinvigorated as her expression turned stern. Look, the region where these small pickled short-tail flyfish are the most popular are concentrated in several northern cities and islands. This here is Camelback Island, and the islanders have the tradition of eating those small pickled short-tail flyfish. Meanwhile, the sapphire that Jiang Shaoan wore is called the Ocean Code, and was also salvaged from the same island. The sequence of events was gradually becoming clearer. Xia Fei smiled and quickly left the supermarket with Cheyenne, getting in their hovercar. Take the name list of those who participated in the summer auction 4 years ago and cross-reference with the population of Camelback Island for the last 5 years, Xia Fei directed her after some thought. The hovercar switched into auto drive and flew toward Camelback Island, which was located off the northwest coast. Xia Fei admired the view from the window before turning to stare at Cheyenne. Staying on the barren Holy Tomb planet since he was a child, Xia Fei had never seen a young woman before her. The youngest woman in the Holy Tomb planet was the female dancer, but in truth, she only looked good thanks to her cultivation and advanced technology. Her actual age was already over 100 years, and no matter how well she maintained her skin and complexion, The crow's feet in the corners of her eyes simply could not be masked. While Cheyenne was just a little over 20, her skin was fair, and her body possessed the vitality of a young woman. Her long chestnut-colored hair draped over her shoulders, and Cheyenne was hugging her tablet computer, hard at work. Actually, she was definitely pretty enough to earn a living through her looks alone, but she ultimately became a special bureau investigator despite the extreme danger. In that aspect, Xiao Fan admired her greatly for exuding the heroic, valiant aura unique to female warriors. "We've got the results." Cheyenne lifted her head and met Xia Fan's gaze. There were no residents from Camelback Island that attended the summer auction 4 years ago. Xia Fan nodded. "That means to say that the culprit is very much likely not a local, but a temporary resident, like perhaps a tourist." Cheyenne knit her eyebrows together. "Why do you think that the culprit is targeting this sapphire pendant? If all he wanted was the pendant, there were thousands of ways to get his hands on it. Is there a need for him to have killed so many innocent children, and even extract their organs afterwards? It has to be said that such a complex act of killing would surely delay them for longer. The longer a culprit remains at the crime scene, the more likely they would be discovered, no?" Xia Fan non-committally expressed his doubts. "I don't think so. The removal of the organs and being able to rebuild another human would affect the investigation work greatly. The focus of the police would be completely focused on the cruel methods that the killer used, and they would ignore the essence of the matter. Hunter Grandpa once told me a story about a beast called the snow ape. It was very hard to capture them, because they were far too clever. Anyone who wished to catch one would first have to grab one, then create the impression that it had been beaten by savage beasts to act as bait, and then be tossed near the habitat of the snow apes. The moment the snow apes saw that a fellow ape had been killed, they would become enraged and begin killing the beasts around indiscriminately, searching for the one that had killed their own. That would be when these snow apes would be the most distracted, and you could proceed to capture the real goal, the snow ape queen. The moment the queen was captured, no matter how clever the snow apes were, they would all be in a rush to surrender. That was the method used to capture an entire community of snow apes without wasting much effort. In any case, when it comes to hunting, the most important factor is to study the habits of who or what you're up against, and then proceed to lie. I believe the killer shared the same idea as well. Seeing just how cruelly he butchered the kids, the police would all be completely agitated and would be misled into thinking the culprit was a killer. But it is in my view that not only was the killer a deviant, he was also very calm and smart. The reason why he acted with such violence was all for the sake of shifting the investigation's focus. Cheyenne stayed silent. She was already aware of how different Xia Fei's thinking always was compared to her own. As for the grandparents that he often spoke of, Cheyenne had already thought nothing of it. After all, according to Xia Fan's own words, he had grown up in a large family. After a long journey, the coastline of Camelback Island appeared in the distance. This was a large island with an area of 1,400 square kilometers, with tens of thousands of residents living there. There was a mountain that looked very much like a camel's hump on the island, which was where the island got its name. The hovercar parked near the foot of the mountain. After Xia Fan got off, first he looked all around his surroundings. Then he curled his tongue up and let out that ultra-frequency sound wave. He hailed the wild beasts from all over the mountain. Before arriving at Camelback Island, he had even bought 2 big bags of food, most likely in preparation for these animals. In no time, Xia Fan found himself surrounded by hundreds of wild beasts of all sizes. Among them there were even a pack of terrifying mountain jackals, the sort that would mobilize in a pack and enjoyed scavenging rotted carcasses. They were ferocious by nature, yet they appeared to be as docile as a domesticated dog under Xia Fan's control. Even more shocking was the fact that there were also wild hares next to Xia Fan, right beside the jackals. The beasts did not attack one another despite their food being so close, and even the mountain cats, rats, and other small beasts like macaques were all behaving obediently in front of Xia Fan. Xia Fan sat on a big rock and distributed the food to the beasts who had turned up. Meanwhile, the beasts were acting like they were one big family, getting along with each other as they ate the food Xia Fan had brought. Xia Fan smiled as he asked the animals questions, even telling jokes and having a blast with them. His questions ranged from understanding how the situation in the mountain was, whether they could evade the hunters, and if they would go hungry during the winter. Cheyenne shook her head and sighed. Xia Fei was the only weirdo that could communicate so enthusiastically with a bunch of animals, even treating a venomous coral snake as a scarf as it coiled around his neck. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was not in the least bit afraid, only commenting that the snake was making him feel itchy. Time passed, and Xia Fei had the animals scatter. All that was left was a gray macaque. The monkey leapt onto Xia Fei's shoulder, his hands holding onto peanuts. I figured it out. In the summer 4 years ago, there once were 3 strange men that lived in the mountains, but the animals say that they disappeared into the deep and seemingly bottomless bat cave and never returned, Xia Fei told Cheyenne with a smile. Cheyenne nodded. So, shall I inform the police and begin a large-scale search of the place? Xia Fei waved his hand to the negative. There's no need for that. For years has already passed, and while we have no idea where they went, we might be able to find clues if we head to the bat cave and take a look around. Okay, Cheyenne agreed after some thought. The macaque led Xia Fei and Cheyenne to a mountainside near Hump Mountain. There was a sudden split in the cliff wall there, forming a crevice in the rock. It was very narrow, only big enough to fit one person passing through, and the insides were dark and gloomy, leaving it impossible to know where it led. The macaque began to act jittery and afraid when they reached the place, and was unwilling to enter the place no matter what. Xia Fei had no choice but to let it go, handing over the last of his food to it. The monkey carried the woven shopping bag away as it made its way back to the forest. Taking a strong sniff with his nose, Xia Fei shrugged. The mix of odors is too much, and is filled with the stink of bat guano. I really can't get any trace from 4 years ago, so if you're not scared, we can go in and take a look. But I need to state this before we enter. I won't be able to control the bats inside. The best I can do is get them to settle down, so they don't end up attacking us. And here I thought you could control any animal out there. Cheyenne was startled to learn about Xia Fei's limitations, as if she had discovered new land. Xia Fei shrugged helplessly. I only know some techniques to control animals, and they are not like a special ability that controls beasts. There are plenty of creatures that I can't control, so there's nothing strange about it. There were survival packs and a medical kit in the car they had taken from the Special Bureau. Cheyenne had made sure to bring them along when they began their ascent of the mountain just now. And so she took out 2 mounted lamps that they could wear on their heads, and they began to make their way into the crevice. After covering a distance of approximately 1 kilometer, the way ahead began to open up, and the crevice widened, turning into a huge cavern. Using their headlamps to look up, they saw countless black things hanging from the ceiling. They were bats, and in numbers ranging to the tens of thousands. Because Xia Fei was maintaining a low whistle to keep them calm, the bats were not disturbed by them. The path they were taking was soft because of the shocking amounts of bat guano that had collected over the years. There were plenty of insects of all sizes there, living off the guano. There were also plenty of snakes hidden in the cracks along the rocky walls. It was no wonder the monkey was unwilling to enter the place. It must have been afraid of the bats and snakes. Cheyenne was already as white as a sheet, but she did not say a word as she followed in Xia Fei's footsteps. Xia Fei had found a snake to lead the way, so the path they took had fewer insects, but the smell was still something that Cheyenne had a hard time ignoring. Finally, Xia Fei and Cheyenne made it past the bat's sleeping cave. The path ahead narrowed again, only able to fit 2 people standing side by side. The ceiling was also a lot lower, making it so that an adult would have to stoop lower in order to continue forward. It was here where Xia Fei and Cheyenne began to find traces of people having lived here in the past. The person who had lived here had constructed an alloy mesh which prevented the bats, snakes, and insects from the bat's cave from entering, essentially partitioning this cavern into 2 parts. With a bang, Xia Fei kicked the alloy mesh away, bent his head, and entered. Look here, there once was a fire here. Xia Fei pointed to the charred pieces of wood on the ground and said, from the accumulation of ash, we can tell that they lived here for up to half a year. There are even empty cans, a portable gas stove, vacuum food packaging, and empty mineral water bottles. Why would someone want to live in such a wretched place? Cheyenne asked, a little disgusted. I don't know, but they must be doing something very important, which is why they persisted and stayed despite such atrocious conditions, Xia Fei replied. There was a stack of empty cans and bottles in the corner. Xia Fei picked one up and pointed his light at it. Sure enough, it's pickled lemon fly fishes. It has quite the pungent smell. Xia Fan turned around and looked at the alloy mesh that he had kicked down. The situation is getting more and more interesting. The mesh was still up and intact, which means the three did not return the way they came in, but went even deeper into the cavern. The animals told us that none of them know how deep this cave goes. It has been 4 years, so I believe there must still be ways out even deeper inside. Since the three have not left after making it so deep, we ought to go and take a look too. Cheyenne nodded with a furrowed brow. The two continued to head deeper into the cave. The path they took would occasionally widen and also narrow up. At its crampest, they needed to have both hands on the ground and crawl like animals. In fact, the deeper they went, the damper the air in the cave grew. Gloomy and cold, the sound of echoes traveling in the space were spooky. Suddenly, Xia Fan came to a halt. He picked something small up from the ground and examined it before passing it to Cheyenne. "It's a button," Cheyenne said after she could tell what it was. Startled, she added, "A pearl button. So small, it must be from a child's shirt." Xia Fan nodded. "Perhaps we're already getting closer to the truth now, but there's still something I can't make sense of. From the point we entered the cave until now, we've already moved in an arc for approximately 17.32 kilometers. According to the average slope of the cave being at 21 degrees, we ought to be at least 3 kilometers below sea level right now. Those 3 suspects who entered this cave before us, just how did they leave?" Cheyenne found it strange too. Could this cave lead to the mainland, or to a different island? Xia Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The shortest distance from Camelback Island to the mainland is at least 134 kilometers away, and the closest island is 229 kilometers. The likelihood of it is rather low. Cheyenne did not say another word. Xia Fan had only glanced at the map once, and he already committed the surroundings of the island to memory. Considering how he was able to remember a good deal of what he read, that was not exactly surprising. The only question was, why were these 3 potential suspects headed so deep into the cave? Were they so deep in the mountain before or after they attacked the children? No matter the case, Xia Fan and Cheyenne were left befuddled. The actions these suspects had taken already exceeded their understanding. Just what could be their purpose for killing a bunch of kids and then holding themselves up in such an accursed palace? Cheyenne gathered her wits and said to Xia Fan, "It doesn't matter. We're still going to continue our way ahead." It might be because of how peculiar this case felt, but Xia Fan began to pick up his pace. Cheyenne was also a special ability user who had received formal training, so she was still able to barely keep up with Xia Fan, despite not having the speed special ability. After about another hour, the way ahead gradually opened up and the ground became a lot flatter. Suddenly, Xia Fan came to a stop yet again. He turned his light toward the wall and asked Cheyenne behind him, "If I'm not mistaken, Camelback Island should have formed after a volcanic eruption, and it only has a history for 2,000 or so years." Cheyenne checked the data on her tablet computer and confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." "Then what's with these murals here?" Xia Fan pointed to the wall. "I dare bet that these carvings on the wall are not merely 2,000 years old." Cheyenne turned to look at the cave wall. Sure enough, it was just as Xia Fan had said. There were plenty of carved murals on the wall, depicting a group of arrogant-looking special ability warriors. They were all wearing armor and holding weapons in their hands. There were even 2 elders who had glowing halos depicted over their heads beside them. "That's Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon," Xia Fan said in a deep voice. "Are you sure?" Cheyenne was shocked, a measure of surprise in her voice. Xia Fan softly answered. In the addendum of the 5th volume of the Cosmic Chronicles, there were details that described Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. According to the legends, the 2 were the 2 strongest factions before the universe joined civilization. Their strength was far greater than any of the special ability users today. The reason is because they possessed a godlike strength that surpassed the combat system of today. Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon were said to be unparalleled existences, and the Ashen Moon universe was so named due to these 2 major warriors. It was just too bad that the people from both Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon later ended up disappearing for no apparent reason. Xia Fan's memory was truly something. Despite having only joined civilized society not too long ago, he could already recite the history of the universe. This crazy learning ability he had was a point of both admiration and envy to Cheyenne. As the saying went, comparing yourself to others would only anger yourself. This was truly the case with Xia Fei. Not only did he possess a top-tier special ability, what mattered even more was that he was a conscientious student and excelled in a variety of things. It was really quite ridiculous. Cheyenne checked the communicator on her wrist and frowned. We no longer have a signal, so there's no way for us to contact the bureau or call for help. Xia Fei nodded. It's fine. So what if it's Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon? It's not like they have 3 heads and 6 limbs. They were also humans, just like us. Follow me. Have no fear. Cheyenne was clearly 5 or 6 years older than Xia Fei, but at this moment, it felt like Xia Fei was the elder brother, comforting his younger sister. The path gradually flattened out. It did not seem to be an accidental phenomenon, but was excavated by the hands of ancient humans. It was only after being battered by the elements all these time that it became barely recognizable. One could easily imagine that this ought to have once been a wide underground passage that could contain 2 hover cars passing side by side. This path extended further down, all the way until they were 100 kilometers under sea level. The air had not turned turbid, indicating that there had to be some kind of ventilation system that was still working, despite how many years it had been. Finally, just as Cheyenne's patience was reaching its limit, the path finally came to an end. In front of them was a dragon floodgate. This floodgate was constructed from thick metal alloy. There was no way for anyone with ordinary human strength to open it. 5 shiny jewels were inlaid in the top of this gate. 3 were shining dimly, while the other 2 might have been damaged, for they did not give off any light. There were carvings on the gate and on the 2 sides of the gate. They were still depicting Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon, the 2 bands of super warriors who had made up the historically strongest factions and the forms they took. This is Koro metal. Xia Fei smiled as he stepped forward to push the broken dragon gate. He jokingly commented to alleviate Cheyenne's nervousness. This metal is very valuable. We'll be rich if we can bring it back. Just as Xia Fei said that, something neither of them expected happened. They watched as the dragon gate that weighed who knew how many tens of thousands of tons let out a creaking noise as it miraculously lifted upward, revealing a path that extended onward. What did you do? Why did it open? Cheyenne asked, her eyes wide in bewilderment. Xia Fei scratched his head innocently. I didn't do anything. All I did was push at it lightly, and the gate automatically opened on its own. Automatically? Cheyenne stroked her chin. That was when Xia Fei suddenly chuckled and dragged Cheyenne by the hand, leading her onward. Well, since we're already here, let's go and take a look. After all, this was once the base of the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. Sooner or later, your curiosity will be the death of you. Though Cheyenne was voicing her displeasure, she did not actually put up any resistance. The 2 of them made their way past the dragon floodgate. All of a sudden, Xia Fei felt a wind blow from behind him, and he hurriedly turned back, accelerating, but the dragon gate had already slammed shut behind them at an astounding speed. Without giving Xia Fei or Cheyenne a chance, the floodgate dropped down with a loud boom. Ka. Almost immediately, countless spotlights along the 2 sides of the path switched on, illuminating the underground corridor brightly. Look there. Cheyenne grabbed Xia Fei by his arm with one hand as she pointed to somewhere above the gate. They saw that there were also 5 jewels at the top of the gate, except this time, they were all lit up. Xia Fei laughed. The animals told us that 3 suspicious characters had come here, and adding the 2 of us now, that just so happened to make up 5, matching the 5 jewels above the dragon floodgate. Don't say such pointless things. The suspects came here 4 years ago, so even if they failed to get out, they would be nothing more than corpses right now. Let's concentrate on how we can survive and get out of here. Without a working communicator, that means no one will come save us, Cheyenne said worryingly. The lights were blindingly bright, and after they continued on for about another kilometer, a second gate appeared. After making it past the second gate, Xia Fei and Cheyenne found themselves in an underground jungle, with a view of a world that they could never forget. The fluorescent sun lamps that hung from the ceiling maintained the vibrancy of the underground jungle, allowing the plants to photosynthesize. There were many streams running through the jungle grounds. Reaching a hand into the water, it was icy cold to the touch, and ought to have been some groundwater being introduced somewhere. In any case, here in this mystical underground world, an artificially constructed ecosystem of plants, animals, insects, and fishes existed. Cheyenne pointed at the edge of the jungle and said, "There are traces of humans living for an extended period of time here. They once started a bonfire and even had grilled fish to eat. There are plenty of fish bones littered on the ground, and the cores of fruits that most likely came from wild fruit. This is evidence that the three suspects might very well have been here before." Cheyenne excitedly exclaimed to Xia Fei, proud of her deduction. But just as she was done, she heard was Xia Fei's answer. "There's no need to analyze any further. Not only were the three of them here, they are actually still alive and are hiding in the jungle right in front of us." Xia Fei then raised his voice louder. "Well, since we've already spotted you, you might as well just come out." It was not too long before they heard the sound of rustling leaves and bushes, and three savage-looking men walked out from the jungle. The three of them had unshaven beards, and their eyes were bloodshot. They were completely scruffy and dirty, their skin festered with mosquito bites, looking like it had been a long time since they left civilization. Among the three was a tall and lanky man, with sunken eyes and a pale face. One was fat and had fairly white skin, looking very much like he had led a pampered life, but there was an awful stench to him. The last individual was also the most unique, as he looked like a golden lion, his gold beard hanging limply to his chest. He was short and stout, and carried a bamboo basket on his back. When Cheyenne saw them, she immediately tensed up, clenching her fists. But Xia Fei maintained that big grin of his, addressing the three individuals of unknown origins. "How coincidental. How did the three of you find your way here?" That fat and pale elder seemed to be the leader of the trio, and he sized up Xia Fei and Cheyenne. "You're asking us? Who are the two of you in the first place?" Just as Xia Fei was about to reply, Cheyenne suddenly took a step forward and commanded loudly, "Enough talk. Union Special Bureau, all of you get on the ground and put your hands on your head." Xia Fei wanted to stop Cheyenne from revealing her identity, but unfortunately, it was already too late. All he could do was shake his head slightly and crack a bitter smile. Meanwhile, the expressions on the three's faces changed drastically the moment they heard the two were investigators from the Special Bureau. With ferocious gazes, the golden, bearded man among them even sneakily reached a hand into the bamboo basket behind him. This slight motion was, of course, still seen by Xia Fei. The elder very calmly said, "Special Bureau? So what? I'm afraid you'll be in the same boat as us. You found your way in, but there's no chance of you finding your way out." His gaze turned to Xia Fei and curiously asked, "How did you discover that we were hiding in the jungle, rascal?" Xia Fei laughed. "It's very simple, really. Because you guys are too unhygienic. The smell coming from your bodies are far too powerful. No matter how skillfully you hid yourselves, there was no way for you to mask that smell. My colleague has already told you, we're investigators from the Special Bureau, and we need you three to follow us back. There's a case you need to assist us with investigating." "Ha!" The three men exchanged looks and burst out laughing at the same time. The man with the full golden beard remarked, "Twerp, your sense of smell might be pretty sharp, but you're a bit dull in the head. Did you chase us all the way here without even knowing what this place is? I'm afraid you won't even know how you died later." The fat elder rolled his eyes, then extended his hand to stop his companions from taking another step forward. He said in a grave voice, "I won't deny it. This is the trial grounds that the unparalleled factions of Ashen Dragon and Hidden Dragon constructed. Back when me and my brothers had discovered this place, none of us could have imagined it would be a trial ground, and 5 warriors made up a standard combat squad. That was the usual fighting method that the factions used, and there were only 3 of us, so there was no way for us to trigger the conditions of the trial ground. But now that the 2 of you are here, that makes 5, and the trial ground is finally in operation. According to the rules, all 5 of us have to survive the trial, and if one of us dies, the remaining 4 will immediately be executed. As I said before, becoming a member of Ashen Dragon Hidden Moon wasn't easy, and this trial ground here is a place that requires its participants to put their lives on the line. That is why there's no way for us to return with the 2 of you for your investigation, because no one can leave until the trial is done. Whether you're an investigator of the Special Bureau or not, right now the only thing you can do is cooperate with us." Xia Fei was startled. Hearing the tone of the elder, he did not think they were lying. The 5 lights above the dragon floodgate also backed the claim they were making to a certain degree. Just as Xia Fan's brain was racing, thinking of a countermeasure, he had no idea why Cheyenne today was acting so agitated. She yelled spitefully, "You want us to work together with you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're wanted suspects of the Union. There's no other outcome, aside from being sent to the execution block." So she actually recognizes these 3 people. Xia Fan was shocked after hearing Cheyenne's words. That was when he suddenly sniffed the air deeply, and his expression changed. In the next moment, Xia Fan grabbed hold of Cheyenne, tucked her under his arm, and began sprinting off. Something's coming. Speed ability, activate. Xia Fan began sprinting off with Cheyenne in tow, putting distance between them and the 3 strange men. "What are you doing? Let me go? I can walk by myself." Cheyenne was in a terrible posture, being wedged under Xia Fan's arm, yelling at Xia Fan in great annoyance. But her complaints quickly stopped. She had noticed that huge numbers of strange beasts were flooding out from the jungle. The beasts did not have any muscles or skin, nor blood vessels or nerves. All they had were skeletons. It was a horrifying scene. The bone monstrosities let out a series of roars as they came charging after Xia Fan, while he ran away, and they also chased the 3 suspects. No, the monstrosities were not just bones. They actually had muscles. It was just that for some unknown reason, their flesh was transparent. Cheyenne was shocked to realize that these bone monstrosities had visible eyeballs, hanging suspended in their eye sockets. The eyeballs were still rotating and moving, showing that their flesh was indeed transparent. Xia Fan sprinted away as he rolled his tongue to unleash the skill fisherman grandpa had taught him, the high-frequency sound waves that could control beasts. Unfortunately, Xia Fan failed. The bone monstrosities were unaffected by Xia Fan's high-frequency sound waves. It was not hard to tell by how bloodshot their floating eyes were that these wild beasts might already be in a state of madness. Xia Fan's beast control skill could not control enraged beasts. The sound waves were usually more effective when used on small beasts, or herbivores that were naturally docile, as well as animals with higher intelligence. If they were ferocious beasts, there were certain criteria that needed to be met. For example, a female wolf was easier to control than a male wolf, and an average wild wolf was easier to control than the leader of a wolf pack. The same went for a well-fed wolf when compared to a hungry wolf. These frightening bone monstrosities did not comply with any criteria for his beast control technique, no matter how he looked at it, and so he failed, despite how amazing his beast control technique was. Several dozen minutes later, having reached a small stream far away from the jungle, Xia Fan set Cheyenne down and took out the scalpel that Dr. Grandpa had given him and swiftly dissected one of the bone monstrosities. The monster was one that Xia Fan had taken down as he was escaping, and he had dragged it along with them. None of the bone monstrosities appeared to be nearby, but Cheyenne was still pale from fright. In contrast, the younger Xia Fan was still as calm and composed as ever, his hands steady as a slight smile hung on his face. "I understand now. For some unknown reason, the skin, muscles, and organs of these beasts have all turned transparent. Look, I don't appear to be holding anything in my hand at all, but really, this is that monstrosity's heart. It is just that our eyes aren't able to see the outline of the heart," Xia Fan explained as he weighed the transparent heart in hand. His hands were coated in blood right now, but unfortunately the blood of these beasts was also transparent. "Why are they like that?" Cheyenne asked, confused. Xia Fan answered earnestly, "I suppose it must be to stop their metabolism." "What has their state got to do with metabolism?" "Everything, of course," Xia Fan replied quickly. "According to biology, metabolism is what causes living creatures to age and is the real cause of death. If anyone manages to stop their metabolism, or if they could develop their metabolism only toward its positives, they would essentially gain immortality and never die, whether they were human or beast. The reason why these creatures have blood and muscles that turn transparent is based on the idea of cutting out their metabolism, and in doing so, allowing these creatures to live forever. There once was a passage describing this in the Cosmic Chronicles Volume 17. According to the relics that we excavated of our ancestors, after Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon became known as the strongest factions, they once sought a method to attain immortality. This could very well be one of the reasons why Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon suddenly disappeared from the universe. Since even the animals that Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon had controlled could achieve a disrupted metabolism through transparent flesh, my guess is that the strongest warriors of the universe might have been able to live forever by becoming transparent people. Cheyenne still did not understand, so she pressed, "Then why do the animals' bones and eyes not become transparent?" Xia Fei shook his head. "I don't really know myself. But according to the principles of optics, the moment their eyes turn transparent, then there would be no way for them to gather light, making it impossible to see anything. As for the bones, it might be because the calcium content is too high, and they may hold trace amounts of metal elements. No matter the case, right now isn't the time for us to discuss this. We must first ensure we survive and get out. So I'll go save those 3 suspects." Cheyenne was startled and grabbed hold of Xia Fei's arm. "They are very dangerous. They are wanted criminals of the Union." "I know, but if they die, we'll also be trapped here," Xia Fei replied calmly. Instantly, many inexplicable thoughts ran through Cheyenne's mind. If there was no way for them to get out, would that not mean that the 2 of them, being single people, would end up trapped in this underground world and give birth to a bunch of children? How are you going to save those 3? Cheyenne shook her head vigorously to clear her mind of those stray thoughts. "Very simple. I'll just kill them all," Xia Fei said with a bright smile. Zing! Pumping strength into legs, Xia Fei shot forth from Cheyenne's side and instantly reached his top speed of over 150 meters per second. No one had any idea when, but a long and slender sword 2.2 meters in length was already in Xia Fei's hand. The sword's name was Skypiercer, and was the parting gift blacksmith grandfather had given Xia Fei. Though it looked slender, it was extremely sturdy, but because it was just a thin blade, it had an amazing degreeness of suppleness. Speed was the sharpest weapon. Xia Fei dashed back into the jungle like a bolt of lightning, with Skypiercer dragging behind him. Like a beam of light, Xia Fei swiftly twisted and turned his way through the complex jungle. Every time he flashed past a bone monstrosity, he would apply an oblique cut with Skypiercer. The slight brush with his sword would cut off the monster's necks. Xia Fei had no weapons during his coming-of-age ceremony, yet he could already accomplish the astounding feat of slaying 10,000 beasts back then. Now that he was at an even higher level, he was much faster and stronger. He was therefore all the more powerful when facing the bone monstrosities. One by one, the bone monstrosities fell in rapid succession. It was like Xia Fei was harvesting wheat and reaping their souls. Speed allowed Xia Fei to be invincible. Though these monsters were vicious, no amount of ferocity mattered when they could not even keep up with Xia Fei's tempo. By the time any of the monsters pounced over, Xia Fei's shadow was no longer even there. All it took was a moment of negligence and Xia Fei would come slashing in from some inexplicable angle, giving them a single cut across the neck. Speed was the most unreasonable special ability. Forget a group of bone monstrosities. Even powerful warriors 2 ranks above Xia Fei would be rendered helpless against him. It was fine that he was fast, but Xia Fei had also inherited a good tradition of the Skywing clan, rarely ever taking a straight path and constantly attacking from slanted angles, so it was impossible for his enemies to predict just where he was coming from next. Such an innovative use of positioning on top of his speed practically made Xia Fei the nightmare of the bone monstrosities. Facing an enemy that was not particularly intelligent, Xia Fei was not assassinating them, but ruthlessly crushing them. Leveraging his fast speed, nimble physique, and sharp weapon, Xia Fei was like a crashing wave from the raging sea, slaying layers upon layers of the beasts. It was not long before Xia Fei managed to advance on the 3 suspects. He saw the 3 of them had their backs pressed together and were defending against over 100 bone monstrosities that had surrounded them. Xia Fei's arrival greatly eased the quandary they found themselves in, but Xia Fei did not directly lend them a hand, merely watching them from afar. The tall, lanky man wielded the strength special ability. He was very strong, and any of the bone monstrosities that were on the receiving end of one of his blows would immediately let out a mournful cry, their internal organs collapsing from his attack, falling to the ground, and dying. The pale-skinned fat elder's special ability, seemed to be some form of all-around sensory perception, letting him preemptively learn the exact position the bone monstrosities were pouncing from. His warnings allowed the lanky warrior to prepare himself in advance and focus all his attention on attacking. Xia Fei could not understand the power of the warrior with the golden beard. He did not make a move at all, merely clutching the bamboo basket carried on his back. There was a tightly woven lid on the basket, so Xia Fei could not tell what was being stored inside, but he could sense that it probably contained something fairly valuable. Out of the three, one was in charge of fighting while the other two were acting as support, so it was really no wonder that the three of them had been surrounded and were in such a terrible situation. The last bone monstrosity was finally killed by a single punch from the lanky man, and the jungle returned to quiet. Xia Fei came walking out from the jungle smiling, his arms crossed. "I feel that you three might have a hard time leaving this place." The golden-bearded warrior instantly went red. He was disgruntled and wanted to say something in anger, but the fat elder stopped him. As such, all he could do was angrily stomp his foot and keep his mouth shut. Xia Fei kicked away a dead body on the ground and observed, "These animals are not just bones and eyes. Their skin, hair, muscles, internal organs, and even blood are all transparent, which is very strange." The fat elder snorted coldly. "Perhaps you are not aware of this, but we are close to the biggest secret in this universe. Why the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Move disappeared so abruptly. According to the legends, they obtained some sort of technique that could allow a human to become immortal, but there was a price they had to pay for it. You've seen these beasts now, but they are nothing more than semi-finished products. Perhaps the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon did not disappear at all, but used some amazing technique that caused them all to become invisible. It would be not like these monsters, but a complete invisibility where even their eyes and bones would not be seen. As investigators of the Union's Special Bureau, have you ever wondered why there are so many cases that the Bureau could not solve all year round?" Xia Fei was a little taken aback. This fat elder had made a very bold guess. If the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon had not disappeared, but instead became a group of invisible people, then they would practically be gods in the Ashen Moon universe. They had already been the most powerful warriors in the universe, so if they had obtained a technique that allowed them to become invisible, there was no way anyone would be their match. Perhaps they were currently hiding somewhere in the dark, controlling everything in the universe, and the people living here had no clue at all. The fat elder smiled. "I can tell that your interest has already been piqued by my words. If you want to learn the truth, we'll first have to get out of here and arrive at the final location of this trial ground. Aside from working together, you have no other options. Only we know the way out of here." Xia Fei thought deeply for a moment, but soon nodded with a smile. "Okay, let's put this matter aside for now and focus on getting out of this accursed place first. Tell me, where are we going next?" The fat elder looked around. "I have no idea, but the first floor of the trial grounds has already been cleared out, and a passage that heads down to the second floor beneath us should open. We need to find that passageway and continue on down." Xia Fei asked further, "How many floors are there to this trial ground?" The fat elder pondered for a moment. "That I have no idea of either. All I know is that there are 3 different tiers to the trial grounds: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The primary tier consists of 3 floors in total, while the intermediate spans 6 floors, and the advanced has 9. I hope that we are not in an advanced trial ground, because if that is the case, then that is reserved for peak rank special ability warriors. Even if you are a rare speed ability user, you'll also die here." The passageway leading to the second floor of the trial ground was soon found. There was a pond filled with lotus leaves in the middle of the jungle, and after all the bone monstrosities were eliminated, a device similar to an elevator rose from the center of the pond. At the same time, a pontoon bridge leading from the shore to the elevator also lifted into position. Xia Fei had the 3 suspects wait by the shore as he went to pick up Cheyenne from where he had left her. "How did you recognize them?" Xia Fei asked after meeting up with Cheyenne again. Cheyenne ground her teeth. "It's very simple. That golden-bearded man has a tattoo on his neck, the mark of wanted criminals in the Union. Anyone with said mark is without a doubt a criminal that had once committed heinous crimes. The lock-shaped tattoo meant they should be permanently sealed in a space cryogenic station. The only reason why they were not sentenced to death was to store their DNA. A criminal who was subjected to permanent cryogenic storage has now appeared on Camelback Island, so it is obvious that he must have escaped from their cryogenic cell in space, and must be a very dangerous individual. Xia Fei nodded slightly. There were not that many special ability users, and the Union would not automatically kill off all special ability users who had committed crimes. Instead, they had established some remote cryogenic stations out in distant star systems, and threw the convicts into cryogenic storage in space permanently. That way their DNA could be extracted where a need were to arise. That golden-bearded man was actually a fugitive from a cryogenic station for criminals. That was something Xia Fei had not expected. People who had been subjected to cryogenic storage had committed very serious crimes, and yet the man did not take any actions, even at the end. Xia Fei had no idea what his special ability could be, or how high-ranked he might be. This could very well be trouble. Reuniting with the three men by that elevator, Xia Fei said with a laugh, "Me and my colleague will be in charge of clearing the way ahead, while you three need only follow behind us." "What do you think?" Cheyenne was startled. Clearing the path was more dangerous, so she had no idea why Xia Fei would choose that option. However, just as Cheyenne was about to object, she saw Xia Fei secretly winking at her, signaling her to keep quiet. Sure enough, the three suspects were elated. The fat elder said, "Truly, you two are elite investigators from the Special Bureau. We shall leave it all up to the both of you." They were looking at Xia Fei like he was a fool. No one would take the initiative and volunteer to lead in such a dangerous place. Xia Fei choosing to do just that was a very foolish decision, in their view. At the top of the elevator were 5 jewels. Each person who entered caused one to light up. After all 5 of them entered and the jewels were all shining, the elevator's doors shut with a bang and it began a rapid descent. It was probably a magnetic elevator, given how it descended so quickly. After only several seconds, Xia Fei and the other 4 found themselves far deeper down, somewhere tens of kilometers underground. Exiting the elevator, Xia Fei saw that they were no longer in a vast jungle, but standing on a single straight path. A canyon ran down the middle of red hills on both sides. There were plenty of dark caves peppering the base of the hills that had appeared all along the mountainside. Perhaps strange monsters would be emerging from those caves soon. A straight path probably means we don't have to kill every enemy. We should be fine as long as we make it through expediently. Follow me closely, Xia Fei loudly announced with a big grin on his face. With that, he picked up Cheyenne and had her straddled across his shoulders like he was a horse. He then whispered to Cheyenne, "Listen to my commands later. We might need you to use your wind special ability soon." Cheyenne was startled, but just nodded grimly. The truth was, though Cheyenne had been doing investigative work for 3 years with the Bureau, she was actually no match for Xia Fei in terms of her special ability or rank. Cheyenne was at intermediate starbase rank, and her special ability was wind. The biggest distinguishing trait of the wind special ability was how it could create chaos. It was capable of turning one's surroundings into a dust storm, and using the power of the wind to hamper enemies' attacks. It was considered to be a combat support type special ability. Xia Fei's speed ability was considered one of the most powerful combat abilities known to the universe. Out of all the martial arts, only speed was king. The reason Chief Jerry had Cheyenne and Xia Fei become partners and sent Cheyenne's original partner Qin Zimo off to fly solo was all because he felt that the special abilities of Cheyenne and Xia Fei were very complementary. As for senior investigator Qin Zimo and his evergrim face, his experience and ability already qualified him as more than competent enough to accomplish assignments on his own. "Let's go," Xia Fei shouted and charged ahead with Cheyenne on his shoulders. Although carrying someone lowered Xia Fei's speed slightly, he was still able to achieve an astounding pace that left the 3 men unable to catch up, no matter how hard they tried. Xia Fei could smell the wild beasts again, and he quickly warned Cheyenne, "Here they come." With a rush of wind, several bone monstrosities leapt out from the caves in the bottom of the hills on both sides of them. Compared to the first floor of the trial ground, the bone monstrosities here appeared to be a different species of beast. They were much bigger, with just their skeletons over 2 meters tall. The bone monstrosities from the first floor had not been even a meter tall. The ones upstairs were likely a species of wolf, given their skeletons, while the bone monstrosities on the second floor were probably a more powerful lion or tiger species. The ferocious beasts were not afraid of death, leaping out from the caves and dashing right for the five while roaring fiercely. "Use your special ability and prevent the enemy from getting near us," Xia Fan whispered to Cheyenne. Cheyenne did not understand what Xia Fan was trying to do, but she did as she was told. Extending her slender arms, a great flow of air magically shot forth from her hands. Sand and pebbles were instantly stirred up in the center of the valley, obscuring the vision of the beasts. Coupled with the impact from the blast of air, their advance was also slowed down rather significantly. The enemy's charge was slowed, but Xia Fan's speed was not affected at all. Though he was carrying Cheyenne, he was like a sly loach, slipping away from the encirclement of beasts time and time again, leaving the three men behind him to deal with them instead. The three suspects were so mad that they were cursing his mother inwardly. They wished they could slip away from the beast horde as deftly as Xia Fan, but they simply lacked the ability to do so. This was the reason why the speed ability was so powerful. Xia Fan could slay everything quickly if he wanted to, but he could run away when he did not. It was not like anyone could catch up to him anyway, and no one was more limber than him. He could attack by advancing and defend by retreating. The unreasonable speed ability allowed Xia Fan to be an invincible force right from the get-go. While the three suspects were wailing in impotent rage. Forget that Xia Fan could run faster than them. He was even constantly attracting even more of the bone monstrosities to them. It was really immoral. There was sabotaging people, but never had there been anyone doing it to Xia Fan's degree. The beasts that Xia Fan kite, upon realizing that they could not catch up to him, naturally grew frustrated. What would they do when frustrated? What else but vent on the three following behind Xia Fan, who were not as fast? This second floor of the trial ground exploded with activity after Xia Fan mischievously messed around with it. Anywhere anyone looked, all they could see were crazed and ferocious beasts crashing out like waves of seawater, thronging as they surrounded the three suspects. "Faster, you guys. I'm waiting for you all in the front," Xia Fan shouted out loud from afar. The three of them practically vomited blood in their exasperation when they heard his comment. How could any of them catch up to Xia Fan at the speed he was going? As the pressure worsened, there was no way they could prevent the attacks from the beast horde by just depending on the strength of the fat elder and the lanky man. The three were hanging barely by a thread now. Quick help! Sweat was already pouring down the face of the lanky man as he glanced at the golden-bearded man carrying the bamboo basket, who was constantly bobbing and weaving to evade attacks, not once retaliating. Humph! The face of the bearded man turned livid. He knew that if he did not act, his life might be in danger, and so he let out a roar and tossed the bamboo basket on his back to the side. With a crunch, the bamboo basket splintered. A powerful force exploded from it. Two scary humanoid puppets jumped out from the splintered bamboo. The puppets were ashen all over, and a lot of their skin tissues had already deteriorated and rotted away. Their purely black eyes had no shine of life in them. These puppets were small in size, like young children, but they were absolutely crazy in a battle. They were like evil demons that tore open the beasts' chests, using their great strength to directly rip their enemies into pieces. They were fast, possessed great strength, and their diminutive stature granted them a unique dexterity to their movements. Plus, their methods were quite cruel. Cheyenne's expression changed drastically as she said to Xia Fan, "That's demonic puppetry." Xia Fan had not imagined that his plan to force the golden-bearded man to use his special ability would actually reveal this incredibly cruel special ability. Not only did the demonically enchanted puppets appear, the bearded man had also seemingly instantly turned into another person. The golden hair on his head and his full beard all turned the color of fresh blood. His eyes were like those of those child puppets too, turning completely black as fangs grew out from his mouth. That was demonic puppetry. Normal puppetry was just the control of lifeless props, but demonic puppetry controlled life itself. Though, the bearded man let out a wild howl and charged into the midst of the monstrosities with the two puppets, actually scaring the beasts silly. They began to tremble uncontrollably. The moment a demon-type special ability was unleashed, the user was no longer a human, but a living demon. If the ferocious beasts had gone crazy, then the bearded man was essentially an absolutely insane demon. Just his aura was enough to suppress all the beasts. Crunch, crunch. The bearded man and his two puppets slew the beasts like they were chopping up vegetables and fruits. Thanks to the muscles and blood of these beasts being transparent, the battlefield was not drenched in a sea of red, because the puppets did not just pull out the guts of the beasts, they even used their mouths to rip and tear. Frightening, unimaginably fearsome. Even Xia Fei, someone who had only smiled since he was born, felt his lips were beginning to turn rigid. It was no wonder this bearded man had been sealed in the cryogenic space station by the Union. Such a savage individual would likely bring about an apocalypse if he was left alive. He's able to control 2 demonic puppets, which means he's at the starbase rank. Have no fear, we still have a chance. Xia Fei reassured Cheyenne. The scoundrels from the Holy Tomb planet had inculcated the need to be a good person to Xia Fei since he was just a baby, but that was only secondary. More importantly, the scoundrels wanted Xia Fei to be able to survive, and that was their most sincere blessing to Xia Fei. Growing up under such tutelage, Xia Fei had a desire to live that was far greater than the average human. The more difficulties he faced, the more Xia Fei would face them with greater tenacity, and so his fighting spirit was even greater than before. Cheyenne nodded after freezing up for a moment, but the expression on her face was more distraught than Xia Fei had seen on her before. As an investigator who had received elite training, she was very much aware just what it meant running into a demon-type special ability user. The battle soon ended. Xia Fei had relied on his strength to slaughter the bone monstrosities in the first floor of this trial ground, but here on the second floor, Xia Fei had inadvertently forced a true demon to show his face. The bearded man with the demon-type special ability had killed tens of thousands of the beasts in his frenzy within a very short time. Not a single corpse on the battlefield was left intact, because not only did the bearded man massacre them all, he had slaughtered them madly. The faces of the lanky man and fat elder revealed cold smiles. The bearded man returned back to his normal appearance after he was done butchering the beasts, acting like nothing had happened. It was just that there were now 2 murderous puppets standing beside him. Looking at the expressions on their faces, neither was the little girl from the Jiang family who had been dismembered. The bearded man approached Xia Fei. Xia Fei maintained his smile, but he could not help but secretly clench his fist. There was a blank expression on the bearded man's face, but his eyes were profound with meaning. He placed his thick palm on Xia Fei's shoulder and said in a somewhat mocking tone, "Well done, kid." With his bamboo basket ruined, the bearded man placed the 2 fearsome puppets into a snakeskin sack and slung it on his back. He was practically 2 different people in terms of his gaze and gait between when he was not using his special ability and when he was. Xia Fei believed that the demonic warrior with holy black eyes and so cruel in combat was his real self, and this was just a facade. "That's the Bloodfather Deacon," Cheyenne said in a small voice to Xia Fei, her face drained of color. "What did you say?" "I said that the bearded man is one of the most vicious special ability criminals in the history of the Union, Bloodfather Deacon," Cheyenne said in a suppressed voice. "I remember now. When I was studying criminal psychology, my teacher once used Bloodfather Deacon as the case study for the class. He is one of the rare unconscious criminals, a savage criminal that has been written into textbooks." Xia Fei was stunned. A criminal who could make it into a criminal psychology textbook was just proof of how frightening he was. Furthermore, the deacon's actions only proved what Cheyenne had said. "Let's go," the fat elder said to the deacon. The infamous Bloodfather Deacon actually followed like an obedient student, nodding his head slightly and carrying that snakeskin sack on his back as he followed right behind the fat elder and the lanky man. It was the defining element of an unconscious criminal. What was meant by an unconscious criminal was some criminal who themselves had no intention of killing or harming others on their own initiative, but would commit their crimes at the behest of another. The most frightening aspect of an unconscious criminal lay in whether they saw no value in themselves and would completely listen to the orders of others. Even if the fat elder pitted the Bloodfather Deacon up against the entire Union, the deacon would not even hesitate at all. His brain was completely incapable of challenging why he was killing and would only subconsciously carry out other people's orders. Actually able to control the Bloodfather Deacon? The Fat Elder was most definitely not simple. Aside from his perception-type special ability, he had to have some unknown secret that Xia Fei had yet to figure out. The situation had become thorny. The puppets that Deacon controlled were not human, but a type of demonic puppet. Their speed was comparable to Xia Fei's, and their strength was even greater than his. The moment Cheyenne realized that Xia Fei no longer had his speed advantage, and among the suspects was the Bloodfather Deacon who was written into the textbooks, she could not help but shudder. Just how were they supposed to deal with such frightening enemies? The Fat Elder walked over, giving Xia Fei a sinister smile, and said, "That was what we prepared to deal with the final monstrosity that the trial ground would throw at us. There's no need for any misgivings now that it has been exposed. From here onward, you can't leave from my eyesight otherwise. I'm sure you know." All of a sudden, Xia Fei flashed him a radiant smile and nodded, agreeing to the elder's request. Xia Fei's smile made the elder feel rather uncomfortable, almost like Xia Fei did not know the concept of fear. He was clearly threatening the young man, but all he did was reveal an unexpected smile. The elevator headed to the third floor was located at the end of the valley, in the middle of a desert. Going by their experiences from the last two fights, the area ought to be a primary tier trial ground of the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. Though the bone monstrosities were frightening to behold, their combat strength was barely acceptable. The 5 jewels all lit up, and the elevator made its rapid descent. This time, the time for their journey was longer. Xia Fei mentally noted that it was at least twice the distance they traveled the first time around, meaning they ought to be about 100 kilometers under sea level. With a whoosh, the doors of the elevator opened. Everyone was startled by what they saw. It was the sea. They were so deep underground, yet in front of them was a boundless sea. Xia Fei and the others had disembarked on a lone cluster of rocks in the middle of the sea, with an endless horizon all around them no matter where they looked. There were waves over a meter high on the surface of the sea, constantly crashing onto the rocks. The sea was murky black, showing just how deep the water was. All of a sudden, a shark leapt high out from the water in the distance with a great splash. When it landed back on the water, it used its tail to slap the water's surface hard, creating a fountain of water dozens of meters high. It was a bone shark. Like the bone monstrosities from before, its skin, muscles, and organs were transparent, aside from its bones. A school of the bone sharks had discovered traces of intruders and were beginning to swarm around their lonesome cluster of rocks. The moment Xia Fei and the others jumped into the water, there was no doubt they would face an assault from all sides. Humans were ultimately land creatures and did not have any advantage going into the water. Even Xia Fei, a speed ability user, would find his combat strength reduced by a good half the moment he was in water. Just what could he do? Just as Cheyenne was fretting over this, that Fat Elder suddenly laughed mirthlessly. "Looks like we have no other choice. According to what we've gone through so far, there's only 2 ways for us to clear this trial. Either we do this quickly and locate the passageway to the next floor, or we kill all these bone sharks. Right now, we can only do the second option." The lanky man nodded in agreement, his arms folded in front of him, looking like he was just going to watch the battle unfold. The Bloodfather Deacon set down the snakeskin sack on his back. Zing! In that moment, Deacon underwent demonification, and his hair turned blood red, his eyes becoming completely black. The man and the 2 demonic puppets jumped into the sea with a flash of movement. All those watching saw was the seawater turning turbulent, like a bubbling pot. No one knew just how Deacon and his 2 puppets did it, but the carcasses of the bone sharks quickly floated up to the surface. Their numbers gradually increased, until dead bone sharks covered the surface of the sea. After about 3 hours passed, Deacon finally crawled back up out of the sea with his 2 puppets. He had already returned to normal, and his eyes were back to their original blue irises. The 2 demonic puppets were also once again like wooden dummies, which he had clutched in his hands. Deacon got up and said to the Fat Elder, "It's over. The entrance is under the sea." Several minutes later, Xia Fei, Cheyenne, and the 3 suspects dove into the deep sea. Under the illumination from the flashlight, Xia Fei could see that there was a covered well at the bottom of the sea. The cover had already opened up automatically, and the seawater was presently rushing into it. creating an underwater whirlpool. The elder looked at the cover, then over to Xia Fei, before finally gesturing for the lanky man to be at the front and Deacon to stay behind. He had Xia Fei and Cheyenne placed in the middle, most likely to prevent Xia Fei from suddenly running off. The moment they drew near the eddy, the lanky warrior was sucked in, with Xia Fei and Cheyenne following soon after. They found themselves involuntarily spinning after entering the whirlpool. The strong traction from below dragged Xia Fei and Cheyenne down the well. Xia Fei tugged at Cheyenne's arm and signaled her to relax a little as they proceeded to go along with the flow of the water as they were shuttled through a long passageway. Xia Fei soon saw a light and felt himself land into a place that seemed to be a pond. Crawling up onto shore, he saw the water from the passageway formed a waterfall, directing all the water to fall into a pond surrounded by steel alloy plates. This pond was not too big, but there was an outlet, so no matter how much sea water poured in, the water in the pond did not rise. The lanky warrior had already reached the shore and was staring closely at Xia Fei and Cheyenne. Xia Fei pretended to be comforting Cheyenne while he took stock of their surroundings. This should be the end point of the trial ground. There were 5 jewels on top of the waterfall, with 3 of the 5 currently lit up. It was not too long before the fat elder appeared. Then after a dozen or so minutes passed, the deacon also made it through the passageway, prompting the final jewel to light up. Just as the deacon passed through, and all 5 jewels shone in unison, Xia Fei suddenly made his move. He had been in the middle of helping Cheyenne dry her hair with a towel, and like a bolt of lightning, he shot forth and charged at the lanky man. With a speed of 153 meters per second, he took just 0.33 seconds to cross the 50-meter distance between them. In the time it took for a flint to spark when struck, the lanky warrior widened his eyes and by instinctive reflex, held his hands up in an attempt to block the coming attack. Unfortunately for him, his reaction speed was in no way comparable to the speedster Xia Fei. This was just how tyrannical speed was. As long as they struck, there was no way the enemy would stand a chance. Xia Fei's right arm passed through the skinny arms, and a silver scalpel flashed from Xia Fei's fingertips, stabbing right into the lanky man's throat. Crunch! Xia Fei did not drag it out. He killed the lanky man with one cut. His legs were in the air as he made a 180-degree pivot, immediately turning to target the pale and fat elder after he made his first kill. Boom! Strength coursed through his legs. This was an irregular movement which accelerated Xia Fei through his superior physique. In the instant he did this, his explosive strength allowed Xia Fei to move like he was a special ability user with an instantaneous movement technique, immediately leaping to his enemy's side. A leaping assassination. It had to be mentioned that the opportunity that Xia Fei had chosen was simply too marvelous. The deacon was still falling in midair, and that fat elder had just gotten out of the water. Xia Fei had pretended to be busy, but now had launched an unexpected attack. As a result, none of his targets were prepared, and it was already too late for the 2 men to seek the deacon's help. A speed of 153 m/sm, instantly. With the oblique acceleration that was traditional for the Skywing clan, Xia Fei flashed past the fat elder, and with a casual flick of his wrist, Xia Fei had slashed through the elder's neck with his scalpel the moment he passed. The expression of shock on that fat elder's face was very prominent, almost as if his eyeballs were about to fall out from their eye sockets. This was not merely an issue of speed, but the coherence of the series of actions. Xia Fei was simply too smooth. When he exploded with speed while intending to kill, he moved as fluidly as flowing water. He even ran in a startling Z pattern. Normally speaking, making drastic turns while moving at high speeds would put an enormous inertial strain on the bones. Being able to execute oblique acceleration was proof of how strong a speed-type warrior was. Furthermore, Xia Fei's body had been nurtured with the highest grade of energy crystals by the scoundrels on the Holy Tomb planet. His bone structure was almost as hard as courier alloy metal, allowing him to execute drastic turns that most speedsters could not accomplish. Oblique acceleration was not Xia Fei's limit at all. He was capable of moving in any direction he chose, and at any angle, making any drastic turns. With a body that was as tough as metal, there was no such thing as limits for him. Crunch. A second kill in the span of a second. After the double kill, Xia Fan did not slow down at all. He charged toward Cheyenne, picking her with one hand as he continued to accelerate even further. Mere nanoseconds had passed when Cheyenne saw the two puppets hurtle past the location where she had just been moments ago. Their sharp fingernails barely missed Xia Fan's back. Had it not been for Xia Fan's speed, she could very well have died there, and she had not even sensed the specter of danger looming over her. Since the deacon had failed to deal a blow to Xia Fan there and then, he would not have another chance to do so from here on out. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fan carried Cheyenne, and together they disappeared through the end point of this huge trial ground with his incomprehensible speed. Cheyenne was riding on Xia Fan's back, the wind whistling in her ears. She could feel the sky spinning and watched everything around recede behind them crazily. In that short span of time, Xia Fan had carried her far away from danger. Xia Fan made an urgent stop and came to a sudden halt. Cheyenne could feel the immense force of inertia rush over her in her abdomen, nearly causing her to collapse and vomit. She lifted her head up, only to find Xia Fan staring dumbly at an open room, looking like he had been struck by lightning. A single word was carved on the wall of the room. Skywing. A single word was carved on the wall of the room. Skywing. But for some unknown reason, there was a huge cross over the word, almost as if the person who carved the words harbored a deep hatred toward the Skywings. Xia Fan could not settle his restless heart. He entered the room and saw that there were even more curses and rebukes directed toward the Skywings. Our cursed Skywings, I will kill you all one day. Shame. To have been killed to the point we abandoned our armor by the Skywing clan. We will remember those maniacs for the rest of our lives. We must recover our lost honor, no matter the cost. Revenge. We don't care even if it takes 10,000 years. It seemed the Skywings had committed some unforgivable offense against the two great factions of the Ashen Moon universe, the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. It was so great that these people had carved the litanies of hatred they felt toward the Skywings and filled entire walls with them. Room after room was filled with such carvings, or proclamations of taking revenge against the Skywings were written with thick water-based ink, either red or black in color. In one of the rooms, Xia Fan saw a mural of a group of crazy speedsters leading draconids and the fearsome fiends, as well as a strange race with huge heads and arms like octopi. Time and again, they attacked, brutally abusing the two strongest factions of the Ashen Moon universe. Shock. Absolute shock. The Skywing warriors were not men, but like rays of light that could fly across the galaxies and 9 heavens, charging at speeds beyond light, blasting planets and ruining warships. Countless Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon warriors found themselves heartlessly slain where they stood. Xia Fan noticed a figure, a slightly skinny warrior with a sharp gaze, who was none other than the one leading the Skywing clan as they shuttled through the cosmic gate and into the Ashen Moon universe. He had a gentle temperament about him, similar to Xia Fan. There was a slight curl at the corner of his lip, but the moment the battle began, he transformed into the most frightening fiend. Anyone who dared resist, killed. Anyone hypocritical or deceitful, killed. Anyone he did not see eye to eye with, killed. This was what it meant to leave bodies in his wake, letting blood flow freely like a river. They had vanquished the strongest forces of the Ashen Moon universe. Even more inexplicable was that no matter if they were the Draconids, the Fiends, or that alien race, they were all friends of the man in charge of the Skywings. He had gathered the strongest and most peculiar strengths from around the universe. He was backed not only by the Skywing clan, but there were countless dragons at his beck and call. Heavens, just how did that person do it? With the body of a human, how did he rule the world? Xia Fan felt so excited that it felt like his heart was about to leap out from his throat. Though Xia Fan had no idea just who that unreasonable man was, he could actually feel an incredibly strong resonance with him. A speedster, smiling, showing an incredible affinity to all things, animals, plants, and even aliens. That crazed momentum when he was fighting. Were those not his characteristics, too? It was almost as if there was this unexplainable bond between the two of them, binding the two people who had never met. Staring at the face of this stranger, Xia Fan felt that he looked very familiar, almost as if he had seen him somewhere before. He could not help but search through the spatial ring on his finger and found that cashmere blanket inside. This blanket was the only item that could prove Xia Fan's identity. Skywing Clan, demon sealing fiendish blade, had been stitched onto the blanket. Xia Fan really wanted to yell out in his excitement. I am a member of the Skywing Clan too. Where are all of you right now? Cheyenne could see the change in Xia Fan's expression too, but she assumed Xia Fan was just flabbergasted upon finding out that there was an existence even greater than the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. It seemed this was a trial ground that the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon had not finished constructing, and while it was ongoing, the Skywings had appeared and stomped all over them, utterly destroying their deployment. The project was forcibly suspended. When the two factions collapsed, those who had been constructing the trial ground must have felt abnormally indignant and sad back then, so they ended up vandalizing the incomplete rooms, one by one. It had been 40,000 years since the Skywings had broken through the Chaos Gate and entered the Ashen Moon universe. It was like Xia Fan was suddenly overcome by madness, inspecting each room, one after another. As more and more of the vandalism entered into Xia Fan's eyes, the full story behind the situation became clearer and clearer. According to the graffiti, the Skywings were completely uninterested in the resources of wealth of the Ashen Moon universe. Their goal was to locate a child called Xia Fan. Upon arrival, they directly sought out the most powerful entities in the universe, Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon, and proceeded to utterly destroy them. They forced the two factions to use their forces to search the entire universe for a child called Xia Fan. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they never found any trace of Xia Fan. The Skywings departed in disappointment, leaving behind a legend to the Ashen Moon universe, as well as an item called the Skywing Token. The Skywing Token could only be activated by the person known as Xia Fan, and the moment it was activated, no matter where they were, the Skywings would return to the Ashen Moon universe. 40,000 years ago, searching for someone that shared the same name as him, Xia Fan felt this matter was simply inconceivable. This Xia Fan could not be referring to him, could it? But the times did not match up at all. He was only 16, so why would the Skywings have been searching for him over 40,000 years ago? His mind was racing as he thought of something his blind grandpa once told him. The problem could very well be the Chaos Gate, as it was said that it was an amalgamation of space and time. The moment someone passed through it, there was no telling just when or where they would end up appearing on the other end. The Chaos Gate was frightening not just because of the spatial traversal, but because even time would be distorted as well. Perhaps someone passing through would find themselves going back to the past, or perhaps they might appear in the future. The Skywing clan had braved the Chaos Gate just to search for one person. The difficulty of the matter was simply mind-boggling. They must have traveled repeatedly through space and time, arriving at foreign universes time and time again. This never giving up and never abandoning their own attitude made Xia Fan's blood boil. The longing for family affection over the years surged out from Xia Fan's heart uncontrollably. He felt an utmost pride. This was the first time he had felt proud of his identity as a Skywing. Xia Fan flexed his arms as he thought to himself, though I'm still just a small fry now, I want to be like my kinsmen too, living proudly and bravely. If it could be said that Xia Fan had a unique power hidden in his Skywing bloodline that would affect Xia Fan's decision-making from time to time, then today was the day when the blood of demon-sealing fiendish blade flowing inside his body was completely activated. Never abandoning and never giving up. Slights must be avenged, fighting to the end and never retreating. The personality of the clan had been deeply carved into the genes of the Skywing descendants, and that was something that would never change. As for that Skywing token that would allow Xia Fan to return to the Skywing clan, the writings on the wall did not give any description of how it looked, much less where to find it. Xia Fan could not help but feel a little disappointed. This pain is killing me, a strange voice complained in his vexation. That damn twerp nearly ruined our plan. Had Xia Fan not left that pond, he would have witnessed an unforgettable scene unfolding. From inside the corpse of the fat elder, a skinny and completely black man was crawling out. Tearing open the fat-filled belly, the fellow came crawling out all bloodied. No one could have imagined that there would be another individual hiding inside that fat elder's body. This individual was skinny and as withered as a child's skeleton, his eyes abnormally large. There were only sparse strands of hair on his head, and his mouth was wide, like a slit that went from earlobe to earlobe. There were thin, small, and jagged teeth lining his mouth, and his hands and feet were bigger than his limbs, looking absolutely disproportionate. This was the freak who had been hiding inside the fat, pale elder. "Are you all right?" the Bloodfather deacon asked, sitting down beside him. The dark-skinned freak jumped into the pond to wash off the blood and other gore that was clinging to him. Returning to the shore, he let out a cold harumph, cleaning himself off with a towel as he grit his teeth. So close. Fortunately, I had the unique concealment technique of our small night race. Otherwise, this would have been a major slip-up. The deacon nodded. The small night race was one of the most unique minority races in the Ashen Moon universe. People of their species possessed extremely great mental power, but their bodies were exceptionally weak. The most powerful warriors of the small night race were barely over 1.3 m tall, weighing just shy of 50 kilograms. Such an individual would be recognized as a burly man among them. Because of their ugly and scrawny appearance, people of the Little Night race were severely discriminated against, with people calling them hairless black monkeys. Among the three major coalitions and unions, they even went so far as to prevent them from naturalizing, and their citizenships were revoked. The reason why the dead fat elder was so pale was not because he was of higher upbringing, but that there was an extra large parasite living off of him inside him. Achoo! The Little Night warrior appeared to have caught a cold, sneezing badly. He wrapped a blanket tightly around himself as he kept shivering. His eyes turned toward the so-called end point, and he said in a grim voice, "Don't panic. Let me rest up first, then I'll lead you to those two accursed investigators. After all, the physical bodies of us Little Night people are far too weak. Do what you can to keep that woman's body intact. I need a new body right now, and that Cheyenne woman's internal organs are thicker than the one called Xia Fei, and I like extra fat." Deacon nodded nonchalantly. "No problem. But I don't need your help. I know where they are." The Little Night warrior was slightly surprised, turning his head to look at Deacon quizzically. Deacon explained, "Do you remember after the first time I transformed, I patted Xia Fei on his shoulder? At that moment, I applied some essential oil that is created when refining demonic puppets. The oil is colorless and odorless, but it is able to transmit a signal to my girls." With that said, Deacon pointed to the unmoving and fearsome dolls next to him. The Little Night warrior laughed out loud. "You sure live up to your name as the Bloodfather. Well, what else are you waiting for? Send your girls to kill Xia Fei, then. As for Cheyenne, be sure to leave her for me. I want to crawl into that woman's body." Deacon nodded and pointed into the distance with his right hand. Just like that, the two demonic puppets went charging into the darkness in blurs of motion. As Xia Fei discerned more and more information from what he was seeing, the context regarding the Skywing clan's invasion of the Ashen Moon universe 40,000 years ago grew more and more vivid. The Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon had suffered a one-time heavy assault. Perhaps a frightening opponent like the Skywings existing in the world was the reason that caused them to make the ultimate decision to research the technique to become physically invisible. As for why they had suddenly disappeared later, it was most likely related to the Skywings as well. No matter the case, Xia Fei had found proof that his kin existed, and though the Skywing clan had actually come looking for someone with the same name as him 40,000 years ago, something he still could not wrap his head around. At least he was now assured in knowing he was not alone in this world. As for how he would get back to their side, that would depend on the mysterious Skywing token. However, Xia Fei had no idea where it could be, nor did he have any idea if it could pass through the cosmic gate. Thus, all he could do was pack up his curiosity and focus his attention on the present. Xia Fei abruptly sniffed the air. He had caught the scent of the two demonic puppets, and it was getting stronger by the moment. It meant that the two creatures were swiftly making their way toward him. Just how did they find me? Xia Fei wondered to himself. He quickly came to the realization that the question was no longer important anymore. The only thing important now was how he would deal with the two puppets coming after his head. Continue to flee? No. Xia Fei immediately rejected this thought. Trying to escape by relying on his speed would not solve the problem at hand. What was destined to come would come, and what he needed to fight he would fight. Once he understood that, Xia Fei immediately grabbed Cheyenne again and ran out the rooms, arriving at the open area in the hall outside. To a speed ability user like himself, being in an open area was far more conducive to his combat style. "What's the matter?" Cheyenne asked, nonplussed. "Those two demonic puppets have caught up to us. While you're protecting yourself, try and use your wind special ability to hamper the speed of the enemy," Xia Fei quickly told Cheyenne. Cheyenne turned very focused, able to feel a strong sense of danger. She nodded solemnly, adopting a fully defensive stance. Whoosh! Two shadows came hurtling through the passageway in front of them. They were none other than the two demonic puppets, with their ashen skin that was rotted all over. Xia Fei charged forward as well. In just a moment, Xia Fei and the two small puppets were locked in battle. A very intense sense of pride blossomed in his heart. He had witnessed just how brave and strong his ancestors from the Skywing clan had been, fighting by putting their lives on the line right till the end, not retreating an inch, even in death. He must not be a burden to his clan's name, either. The blood of the demon-sealing fiendish blade that flowed inside him had been energized, and Xia Fei could feel the power of his bloodline pushing him, and he grew more focused. Speed was king out of all martial arts, and only the brave were undefeated in all battles. Because there was no way to solve any problems by forever escaping, only the strongest offense became the best defense. The demonic puppets leapt into the air, opening up mouths filled with jagged teeth. They viciously bit Xia Fei's arm, but Xia Fei did not have any intention to avoid them. Instead, he welcomed them with fists of his own. Boom! Though the demonic puppets ended up biting Xia Fei's fists, his fists were even more ferocious than before. Despite his injury, he sent his punches right into the mouths of his enemies, shattering their mouths full of jagged teeth. The punches did not stop. He continued to direct them at his enemies' throats and heads. This is a treasure. In a room where a giant machine was in operation, the little knight warrior's small and skinny frame crawled into the machine. He took out a delicately built metal ball and held it in his hand, unwilling to let go. Deacon did not understand. He asked curiously, "What is this thing?" "A mechanical core." The little knight warrior wiped the ball clean and raised it up, saying to the deacon, "The trial area depends on this thing here to maintain everything in operation." You wouldn't have guessed it, would you? A small mechanical core like this can actually contain so much power. Now that I've retrieved the mechanical core, the entire trial ground will very quickly be put out of commission. Anyway, a mechanical core is a type of precious radioactive metal. It is completely harmless to humans, but it can maximize the performance of a machine. Steel will rust. That is a rule of nature. But if a mechanical core is placed next to steel, even if 100,000 years pass, the steel would still be as new. Spaceships, after voyaging through space for years, might see their performance gradually decline, and metal fatigue is a thing as well. But if the ship has a mechanical core, even if said ship were to fly for tens of thousands of years, its performance would still be the same as when it was just made. This trial ground by Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon has been up for several tens of thousands years, yet it has suffered no damage whatsoever, and it is still in operation. Why? That is for no reason other than because it had this mechanical core. The deacon was surprised. It's so amazing? Then this mechanical core must be worth a lot. Worth? A mechanical core isn't an issue of money, but that no matter how much money you spend, you can't even buy one. This mechanical core is uniquely radioactive, and only the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon could create one. Furthermore, it has been 40,000 years since their secret disappeared. Any mechanical core is a much sought-after item in the Ashen Moon universe, so if you're thinking of selling it, making several dozen billions should be no problem. Deacon was elated. A small metal ball that could be sold for several dozen billion Union dollars? That was a true windfall. Even if he bought a new cruiser every few years, he would still not be able to spend it all. It was at that moment when Deacon suddenly froze, his gaze turning strange as he looked out into the distance. "What's the matter?" the skinny little knight warrior asked him. "My girls have located Xia Fei, and the fight has already begun," Deacon said. "Isn't that good? What's with the worried expression on your face?" Deacon bit his lips and said in a serious tone, "It's because they've lost." That skinny little knight was startled. The demonic puppets of the notorious Bloodfather Deacon actually lost to Xia Fei? That was practically unbelievable. Still, that was not the worst part of it. because he and Deacon heard an electronic voice sound off from the huge machine that controlled the trial ground at the same time. Attention! The mechanical core had been removed. Self-destruct sequence initiated. The trial ground will self-destruct in 30 minutes. All staff members should leave immediately in an orderly manner. I repeat, all staff members should leave immediately. The two criminals got goosebumps. It turned out that the mechanical core was connected to a self-destruct system, and the moment it was removed, the trial ground would explode. That was when something rolled in from outside the room where the large machine was situated. They glanced over and saw that it was the heads of the two demonic puppets. They were torn to pieces, falling apart even as they rolled in. One of the heads had even been caved in. Xia Fei and Cheyenne entered, smiling at the two. They positioned themselves in such a way that they blocked the way for Deacon and the little night warrior. Such speed. After slaying the two puppets, Xia Fei had rushed right over here. Xia Fei's hands were bleeding, but his head was lifted up proudly, a sharp gaze. The aura he gave off seemed completely different from before. It was like he was a new person, turning from a teenager to a brave and fearless warrior. He had deleted the two demonic puppets, despite his injuries. In doing so, Xia Fei had basically chopped off Deacon's left and right arms. Without the aid of his two demonic puppets, Deacon had lost a good chunk of his combat strength. Xia Fei laughed. You were close, Deacon. Had you fought me with your demonic puppets, the result would have been completely different. But it's too bad that you were too arrogant and felt that these two things were enough to kill me. Deacon frowned. Though Xia Fei was bleeding from both his arms, he could very clearly tell that Xia Fei's muscles were fine, and his injuries were superficial, at best. Such tough muscles and bones. Just how did he get them? Deacon could not help but wonder to himself. Of course, he had no idea that Xia Fei did not drink milk when he was a child. What he consumed were grade 9 energy crystals. That was why, even though he was a skywing, he was made of tougher stuff than his father or his grand ancestor. That was when Cheyenne yelled out angrily, "You're already dead, meat. Tell us, why did you all kill those innocent children and dismember their bodies so cruelly?" Little Knight first froze, but soon laughed loudly. A fierce glimmer shone from his two black eyes. "Oh, you mean those kids? Heh, I killed them because they ought to die in the first place," that little night warrior said in a sinister tone. "You're a bunch of scum that deserve death." Cheyenne's sense of justice was strong, and she reprimanded him vehemently. "Forget it." Xia Fei held Cheyenne back. "It's useless to speak anymore. The place is about to self-destruct now. We'll leave them to die, and that will be revenge for the children." Cheyenne was shocked, but proceeded to nod in agreement. Let them be buried with the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon's trial ground, forever buried deep under the sea. That was also a fitting punishment. Xia Fei and Cheyenne prepared to leave when they heard the little night warrior yell, "Wait, don't you wish to avenge those children? I'm giving you a chance right now. But remember, this is all on you." Struggling until the bitter end. With no demonic puppets, Xia Fei was not in the least bit afraid of Bloodfather Deacon. Promptly turning his head around, he glared at the pair threateningly. Xia Fei and Cheyenne were completely stunned when they saw Bloodfather Deacon suddenly tear off his right arm sleeve. There was a huge wound on his exposed arm that ran from his wrist to his shoulder, stitched together with black thread. The deacon reached over and ripped the stitching on his arm out. The moment the wound opened up, organs fell out from the open wound, one after another. There were feet, all 4 limbs, a heart, and a liver, and more. They were all children's organs. Speechlessness was not enough to describe how terrifying this scene was. Bloodfather Deacon had actually hidden the organs of those children inside his body. The horrid demon. To think he would actually do something like that. The little night warrior said frigidly, "Do you know why the deacon's nickname is the Bloodfather? It isn't because he uses little kids as his demonic puppets, but because the demonic puppet needs to first gestate inside the deacon's body. Back then, even I stayed in the deacon's body. The demon-type blood flowing inside his body is really delicious." The little night warrior happily licked his lips in remembrance. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.